He was a broke construction worker, stuck supporting his sick family after dimensional gates appeared. One day he gets player status, but his level stays at 1. Instead of power, he's gifted with an interdimensional trade system, letting him swap goods for stat-boosting items. Now, while others grind levels, he's storming dungeons, building wealth, and hacking the system, all at level 1. Can a player without levels become the strongest? Let's find out. Somewhere on the plain near the forest, players were resting. Local monster hunters, and the main character Choi Hyun-sum was walking next to them with a cup of coffee in his hands. But none of them suspected what was happening underground at that time. When birds soared into the sky with loud cries, MC stopped and realized that something was happening, and then he felt a slight shaking. He looked down at his mug. The liquid inside was shaking, and the shaking was getting stronger with each passing second. That's when they realized that a mugi, a huge sea serpent, was approaching them. A monster jumped out from under the ground. The girl ordered the Windblade fighters to prepare for battle, and MC, along with the others, began to wait for the enemy, the oldest monster from Legends. The ground shook even more. Then a menacing roar was heard. Imugi was quickly approaching them, and his appearance put a fear debuff on them. A sorceress named Kim Hana stepped forward and ordered them to calm down and prepare to fight back. Then she used her magic and easily dispelled the debuff. All of these hunters are in the Windblade. Only the best of the best are here, and Hyun-sung is also part of this raid. Deciding to put his own strength into the fight, he pulled out a sword, and dark purple sparks danced in his other hand, and he looked at his opponent with confidence. Surprisingly, he is only level 1. He is a belatedly awakened hunter who discovered his power about a year ago. Realizing that he needed to get closer to the enemy, he pushed off the ground and jumped high into the air, ending up right above the monster's head, and then rushed down like a bullet, and upon collision with the enemy, sparks spread in all directions, and this is only the power of a level 1 player. But how did it come to this? Let's go back in time, to the moment of his awakening. He was working at a construction site, and the long-awaited break came. He is 27 years old. Just 3 years ago, he was an ordinary student, but then suddenly problems began, as his father was hospitalized due to an incurable disease, mana deficiency. This disease appeared 19 years ago when the gate to another dimension opened. Then, the human world turned upside down. People awakened and received magical powers, but the gates to other dimensions were both a blessing and a curse for humanity. Monsters that came from another dimension caused irreversible damage to humanity. Incurable diseases similar to mana deficiency appeared, and the awakened players dealt with monsters, for which they began to receive huge profits. After all, loot from monsters could be sold at a high price. Thanks to this, people who were somehow connected with the field of activity of players managed to finally accumulate a fortune. But for him, the gate is only a curse. The ingredient for the inhibitor that can alleviate the symptoms of his father's illness is a rare stone that drops from a monster. And of course, one like that can't be cheap. His mother started working 2 jobs, his older sister gave him all the money she had saved for the wedding, but even so, it wasn't enough. And after work, he had to rush straight to his part-time job. Of course, there wasn't enough money. If only he were awakened, he wouldn't have to do all this anymore. He could destroy rocks with his bare hands, jump over high rises. It would be nice to become a player. When he was done with work, he returned home, and the first thing he did was lie down on his bed, finally relaxing. He kept thinking that everything would go well if he became a player. They say they earn an unimaginable amount of money, but no one knows how to achieve the awakening of the power. It's some kind of lottery in which he has no chance. But despite this, he was not upset and continued to dream about what kind of player he would be. He would not be some ordinary one, but a strong one. If people became players just because they wanted to, then probably everyone would already be them. Pulling himself together, he threw a towel over his shoulder and headed to the bathroom, but he felt something was wrong. Suddenly, a light breeze appeared in the room, and a system window appeared in front of him with a message that he had awakened. This put him into a stupor, and his heart began to beat faster. They say that there are people who died of a heart attack because of a sudden lottery win, and it seems that now he understands them. Very nervous, he closed his eyes and opened the status window, hoping that there would be something cool there, but when he opened his eyes, he saw that all his characteristics were rather meager. Unlike other players, who usually have 10 points, he grabbed his head in disappointment and said that it was a miracle, of course, that he became a player, but his stats suck. And when he looked down at his skills and found out that his personal skills only included selling and buying, and he had no active or passive skills at all, he started cursing at the whole world. Out of despair, he fell onto a chair and stared into space. Then a tear rolled down his cheek, and he thought that even if this is a damned hero, the total number should be more than 40. After that, he calculated the total value of his points. He only had 18. This made him smirk and wonder why he had 18, while other players had an average of 50 points. Even if he increased his overall level, he would only be given 5 points to distribute among stats. He needs to rise to level 6 to be on par with ordinary level 1 players. He doesn't even have active and passive skills, which are usually given 2 each. If a player has good skills, he will be treated like a king at a party, and getting into the ranks of the best is easy. Usually after awakening, players get one of the following classes: tank, damage dealer, healer. 99% of players definitely get at least one of these, but there is also a boost. This is one of the skills that allows beginners to level up faster. But there are other players, for example, Kim Hana, who awakened twice. She is one of them. In the whole world, there are no more than 10 of them. In the Republic of Korea, she is the only one. There are also players who, for one reason or another, fail to level up, and although they are the owners of power, they are not much different from ordinary people. But even such players had at least some abilities. In all 19 years, he had never heard of awakened players who found themselves without skills. He became interested in his personal skill and thoughtfully clicked on it, after which he was transferred to a store where there were various goods of varying quality. He was very surprised by this and began to look at the prices. They were the same: 199,999,999 points. MC was surprised and thought that this guy was trying so hard to make everything look cheap. He realized that this was not the most common currency, and when he saw that he had 2 billion accumulated points, he was very surprised. He realized that these points worked as an in-game currency. He scrolled through the list and noticed something interesting. There was a legendary quality weapon, which excited him. The highest quality known to people is heroic, but here it says legendary. He clicked on the legendary quality item, but in the description there was nothing except one inscription that this is an item that cannot be purchased with a normal level. To be eligible to purchase a rare quality item, he needs more than 10 billion accumulated points. His balance is currently at 0. He was surprised that the points he initially had do not count, and when he noticed a high quality item, his eyes widened. It occurred to him that there might be medicine in this store that could cure his father, and he scrolled through the list, quickly reading the names of the goods. Finally, he saw a legendary quality elixir. Usually, what is called an elixir is a panacea, but he cannot afford it yet. He smiled and seemed to understand the meaning of his skill. He needs to take up trading. He lay down on the bed and thought that tanks are the richest of the players, and therefore set this class in the search filter. And when he saw a crystal in the list of goods that allows you to increase strength, this greatly interested him. This is a normal quality crystal that allows you to increase strength by 1 unit. It does not work on players with stats above 100. He started to think about whether he should buy it or not, and thought that if he didn't buy skills and abilities, he wouldn't be able to become a great player. He needed to think it over carefully. He ended up buying this crystal for almost 5 million points, and while he was looking at it, he wondered if he could eat it. He decided to test it, and as soon as the crystal was inside him, he felt a sharp surge of strength, and all his muscles tensed up, and then steam started coming out of his body. When he came to his senses, he clenched his hands into fists with a smile and thought that it was only 1 unit of strength. But he felt like he had been working out in the gym for a couple of years. He decided to become a little stronger with the crystals, and went to the store again to put the skill book up for sale, and started thinking about where he could place it. He also set the price at almost 1 trillion points, but a system notification popped up and caught him off guard. He needs to specify the item he is selling in the registration window. The commission will be 20% when buying. He was very upset by this, but he couldn't do anything about it and decided to start over. He bought a crystal to raise his power again, and as time went by, his room began to fill up with various purchases. Time passed, he went to the Players Association, and the girl at the reception asked him what brought him there. To which he told her that his powers had awakened, so he came to register. She was slightly surprised and, looking at him doubtfully, tried to find the words, and then said that he was a little old. Had his powers really awakened? He didn't understand why she called him old, and she asked if he was mistaken. She had never met anyone who awakened at his age. The oldest person to awaken was 58 years old. He still didn't understand what she was talking about, and when his gaze fell on the mirror next to him and he saw his reflection, he was shocked. His hair turned gray and a beard grew. From this, he fell to the floor and stared into space, and the association workers thought that he had dementia and surrounded him, wondering if everything was okay with him. He just silently looked at his wrinkled hands and realized that there is nothing free in this world. Thinking about it, he decided to open the system window and saw that he had almost 50 million points on his account, which were leaving every second, and with them, his years. Returning home, he calculated how much he approximately had left to live, and this did not make him very happy. He has less than a year and a half to live. And now he needed to somehow earn a living, in the literal sense of the word. He looked at his things and decided to sell some of them, although he doubted that anyone would buy them at all. He took the game console, checked that it worked, and a system window appeared in front of him, warning about the commission. He brought the game console to the system window and then let it go, and it evaporated, after which it appeared in the product registration window. He was very happy that he had succeeded, but before setting the price, he rubbed his beard in confusion and thought that in real life, he would have been able to get about 50,000 won for this console. He decided to take a chance and sell it for a higher price, setting the price at almost 100 million points. Although he was nervous, he began to justify his decision by saying that there were a lot of games on this game console, so the price was quite normal. He doubted whether his ad would be posted if the price was too high, but fortunately, his item was successfully put up for sale, and he was so happy that he decided to sell something else. Meanwhile, in another dimension, there was one of his customers. The demoness was flipping through the list of goods, looking for something new and interesting. She was bored because the same thing was sold every day. Flapping her wings, she stretched and said that it was because of the competition. Sometimes everyone just plays chicken. That's how a market economy can stay afloat. A notification sound was heard. She looked up and found out that new items were put up for sale. She was very happy about this news and immediately went to the store to buy it all. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung received a notification that his items were sold, and with it, his youth returned. Now he realized that his lifespan depended on his balance. Deciding to restore all the lost points, he sold other things and began to wonder who bought all this. Meanwhile, in another dimension, in the world of cultivars, there was someone who bought it. The girl was just now looking at the wristwatch she had just bought and carefully watched how the number changed. Whether she realized that this number reflected the current time or not remains a mystery, but she really liked this thing. It was the turn of the smartphone. She turned it on and a notification about mobile data appeared on the screen. She started to twist her smartphone in different directions with interest, and new notifications about the absence of the network appeared on the screen. But she didn't understand what it meant at all and frowned because of it. Having closed all the notifications, she opened the camera and was very surprised because she saw her face on the screen and thought that it was a mirror. Having seen a line with all sorts of multicolored icons, masks, she clicked on it without thinking and fell to the floor in surprise when she saw her reflection. It's just a miracle. In the reflection, she has a hat on her head, although in reality she doesn't have one. She turned it all off and picked up the smartphone, looking straight into the camera. Having looked at herself, she was slightly embarrassed, and then an idea came to her mind. She picked up the phone and, having made a cute face, started taking a selfie. Meanwhile, in another dimension, the demoness was burning with rage. She didn't have time to buy some of the goods that Hyun-sung put out. She started cursing the man who got ahead of her, then looked at her purchases and thought, what did she buy? But what was all this for? Her eyes flashed. Apparently she tried to see the true essence of these things, but she saw nothing. Unexpectedly for her, the game console turned on and she froze in anticipation, and when she saw that an image appeared on the screen, she was very surprised. At first she thought it was magic, but there was no trace of it at all. So how is this possible? Time passed, and she was completely carried away by the game console, and, sweating, she poked at the buttons with effort, and at one point she froze in place, and her eyes opened wider. There was a message on the screen that the game was over. She looked at it in shock, then screamed in rage, and magic began to thicken around her. She literally went crazy because of losing the game, which was happening for the umpteenth time. Meanwhile, MC was walking around the dump looking for things he could sell. He went to the car and opened the system window, but it told him that he couldn't put other people's goods up for sale. He was a little upset by this and went on. Seeing a discarded fan nearby, he scanned it with the system and found out that it could still be sold, which surprised him a little. He took it and thought, is it because it's no one's fan and he picked it up, or is it just the system's decision? After that, he went to the store and from there went home and decided to sell something else. But the system set limits on sales, no more than 10 pieces at a time, and he thought it was a shame. But still, it was the beginning of his business. A new day came. Looking at his balance, he got very nervous and called himself a fool. Now he only had almost 1 million on his account. Smiling nervously, he decided to try to do the charging with new force, since he only had 11 days left to live, and at that moment, a system notification appeared. He received complaints from a buyer who bought his product. If there are a lot of complaints, and the seller's rating drops significantly, then his activity will be suspended. So let him be careful. Such news made him nervous. He didn't even know that such a thing existed here. But now the main problem is definitely not this, so he decided to lower the price a little for now, and the system reported that the changes were successful. And then all his products were sold at one moment. He smiled nervously and, taking out of the bag what he bought in the store, said that he thought no one would buy it. He was really surprised. He decided to sell something else, but the system again reported a buyer's complaint, and he got even more nervous. It turns out that 14 out of 20 purchased products have already received a complaint. 70% of the products were defective, so his activity is suspended for 3 days. Let him solve this problem within a week, otherwise his goods will be considered invalid, and he himself will be blocked for 3 months. He was indignant and began to check complaints. They were unhappy with the smartphone because it was only enough for 6 hours of active use. There was also a complaint about a wristwatch that was charged by the sun. He read all this in confusion and said that all these things were working, it was just that the batteries were dead. He checked other complaints too, about cigarettes, a lighter, soju, and beer. Apparently, the inhabitants of another dimension became so dependent on these products that they could not stand it any longer, and therefore began to send complaints to the seller with insults and requests to put up new goods. Complaints came every second. He did not even have time to read them. At one point, he could not stand it and exclaimed with displeasure, "Do they think that everyone has a title in speed reading? Let them give him at least a little time." He remembered what the system told him and took a notebook, starting to write everything down. From today, his activity is suspended for 3 days, so he needs to sort out the complaints within a week. Otherwise, he will be banned for 3 months. To begin with, he will need to put the old phone up for sale again, but this time with a charger. It seems that the clients are the same as him, players with unique abilities. It seems that those who bought electronic items are not from Earth. Or maybe they are aliens with poorly developed technologies? After realizing what was going on, he got excited and opened a second-hand website to buy some items at low prices, but he didn't have enough money. After seeing the notification, he jumped up from his chair and felt his pockets. There were only a few coins inside. He sat down on his bed in frustration and started thinking about what to do. Maybe he should sell the skill book? And he still can't register as a player because he's gotten old. An idea came to his mind and he took out his phones and started searching for something. After a while, he was already sitting on a chair and nervously waiting for news. After hearing the sound of notifications from his phone, he immediately checked it and, taking his jacket, went about his business. When he arrived at work, all eyes were focused only on him, especially on his muscles. He could easily lift heavy bags and carry them on his shoulders, and his colleagues noticed that he was really strong and asked where he had worked before. He answered them with a smile that he worked a little bit everywhere. 3 days passed like this. He bought new goods for resale, and the system informed him that he would be unbanned in 9 seconds. Looking at this notification, he smiled and took the things out of the box, and as soon as the ban was lifted, he decided to immediately put them up for sale. But what was his surprise and indignation when he received another complaint? Notifications continued to come, which is why he broke out in a cold sweat and began to get very nervous. A few seconds later, the system informed him that a complaint had been received for 20 out of 20 goods. 100% of the goods were defective. His activity was suspended for 3 days. He was given 4 days to resolve this problem. Otherwise, all his goods would be considered invalid, and the seller would be blocked for 3 months. He was very surprised by this news and began to get indignant because he did not understand what was wrong. He decided to read the complaints. This time there was a demoness on the list of angry buyers. Apparently, she was playing games all the time, and the console ran out of battery, so she got really mad and sent this complaint with a bunch of insults and threats. He sighed heavily, realizing his mistake, and then he didn't think about the batteries. All of his products received complaints that didn't describe a specific problem, but only threats and demands to put something new up for sale. He got really mad and exclaimed, "Why are they being rude to him right away? Let them wait a little." He was already ready to upload new products. He leaned back in his chair tiredly and thought that he had gotten a 3-day ban again. If he didn't sort out these problems in 4 days, he would be banned. Gritting his teeth, he cursed loudly and then went back to the construction site, where everyone praised him for the extra work. 3 days later, he received his payment for the work and also bought several new products. Sitting down on the chair, he looked at the system window with confusion and thought that the person who was buying up all his trash just to throw him in the ban would definitely buy this too. These batteries would work for game consoles too, but the question was how long they would last. Finally, he was unbanned, and he immediately started posting items for sale, and the system reported that all his ads had been posted. A few seconds later, new notifications appeared. Complaints about his items were resolved, which he couldn't help but be happy about. Now he had about 2 billion points in his account. He smiled broadly, and then clenched his fist in joy and exclaimed that this is the power of money. What should he sell next? A game console or an old phone? He had an idea. Since he had become younger, he could now register with the association. To get a player's ID, you need to go through a 3-week training at the training center. You can return to the training as many times as you like until you manage to pass the exam. If you have already despaired and failed the exam, then it is not a problem. You will simply be without a certificate, which means you will not be considered a player. So awakening is only the beginning of becoming a player. The tests included theory and practice, and in the latter, Hyun-sung really stood out. The instructor clapped his hands, rejoicing at his success, and one of the students said that he was so proud of his abilities. But isn't he taking on too much? Then a girl from his group stood up for the MC and exclaimed with displeasure, "Who does he think he is? Is he acting like this because he has some rare skill?" The guy responded by telling her that it was true, and Hyun-sung smiled wryly, saying that he had been showing off like this from the beginning. 3 weeks passed, the training was over, and the MC went out into the street with his group. He was called out by a girl who stood up for him and offered him to go with them and celebrate the end of training. Even the guy who didn't like him offered him to join. But he refused, citing household chores, and left thinking that they would never meet again anyway. They were a little upset that he wouldn't go with them, because he had good abilities. The next day, he went to the association, and a smiling girl asked him to provide his documents, and when the registration was over, he proudly looked at his player ID. He remembered the skill book and thought that now he would finally be able to sell it. Maybe he would even be able to pay all his father's bills through hunting. The first thing he did was go to the Horned Rabbit dungeon and rented equipment there, paying a pretty penny. The man in the store smiled and told him to come again, but if he was late with the return, he would be obliged to pay extra, and so impoverished. Hyun-sung got upset and answered him that he understood everything, after which he tried on the equipment and thought that all his savings were enough only for the cheapest armor and a sword. If the equipment is weak, then he will not even be able to enter the dungeon. And even for staying there, he has to pay. He went out to the main square. Players were looking for tanks and healers for their team, luring them with rather tempting offers such as paying for the rent of the dungeon and a guarantee of safety. Looking around, MC thought with delight that even in low-level dungeons, there is a high demand for tanks and healers. He paid attention to the sign with information about the dungeon. The optimal player level is from 1 to 5. Although he understood that the chances of dying here are not great, it is still worth playing it safe. Opening the system window, he checked his stats. His strength, endurance, and agility were all at 70, and his intelligence and magic were at 30. Now, his active skills were strength, fireball, and 5 others. His passive skills were body enhancement and 4 others. He smiled and thought that with his current skills, he could join any team, but he wouldn't. Today's goal was to catch the boss alone. He pretended to have already obtained all the skills from the skill mastery books. He headed toward the dungeon, and the man at the entrance asked if he had a partner. He told him that he would go alone, and ran into the dungeon, thinking that he must think he was just some idiot trying to clear the dungeon alone. Even high-ranking players rarely go alone. Monster hunting is usually a group activity. After all, reality is different from the game. One mistake can take your life or ruin it forever. That's why it's important to find a partner you can rely on if something happens. One of the dungeon guards approached the man who let him in and asked if he would let him go alone. He told him that sometimes people need to be allowed to knock their arrogance down themselves. And in the meantime, Hyun-sung froze at the entrance to the dungeon, collecting his thoughts. Taking a step, he found himself on the other side, in a huge, torchlit cave. He didn't even have time to look around, as a loud sound came from the side. Nearby was a group of hunters who were trying to get close to a horned rabbit. This monster immediately instilled fear in MC, and he thought that it was not a rabbit, but some kind of predator. Looking at the horns and sharp teeth of this monster, he decided not to engage in battle and first look. And at that moment, one of the players used the provocation skill, and the rabbit immediately pounced on him. They were waiting for this. The tank held the monster back with his shield, but after a few seconds, he realized that the enemy was much stronger than him and did not hold the shield. Hyun-sung, who was watching them, was surprised, and one of them meanwhile ordered his comrades to attack. All of them had recently awakened and had undergone 3 weeks of training. But before that, their lives were absolutely normal. Someone worked, someone studied. The chances of successfully completing a dungeon as a team the first time are very small, not to mention what Hyun-sung was going to do. While the wounded tank was being treated, the swordsman stood up for him and asked if he was okay. Once the treatment was over, he stood up and told him that he was fine. Meanwhile, their comrade dealt a blow to the monster, causing it to close its eyes, and they all realized that now was the perfect time to attack. After watching them, MC realized how difficult it was to initiate combat. For some reason, he thought that he would succeed right away. After all, he couldn't be too overconfident. One of the players rushed to attack, and upon noticing the monster's paw above him, he quickly stepped back and stabbed it into its body, causing the rabbit to fall dead. Hyun-sung noted that they had been fighting it longer than he expected. They had spent 8 minutes on one rabbit. Everyone needed to deal with the monsters faster, in about 3 minutes. He noticed 2 men resting nearby. They were security personnel from the Players Association. They looked like they were just going about their business, and he wondered if they would really care if a group of players were wiped out. He opened his status window and thought that this would be enough for a solo player, then went invisible and went further into the dungeon. Soon a group of players appeared in the cave. 2 of them said that they did a good job, and their group leader and Sowu guild member, Lee Soo-hee, agreed with them. Kim Ji-soo, also from the guild, enthusiastically suggested that she go further, saying that it would definitely appear soon. Soo-hee hoped for it, and another team member said that they should catch it alive at all costs. His friend agreed with him, and Jisoo just smiled in response, and Soo-hee wished them good luck. The guy told her not to worry, they would definitely have enough strength, and then she turned to them and asked, "Did anyone doubt it? The problem is that the monster does not come out." Realizing that she was upset, they immediately apologized to her, and Jisoo told her friend not to worry. They would show up in a few days, and she reminded her that 15 days had already passed. She couldn't believe that the 4th requirement was a horned rabbit. She scratched her head in confusion and said that the monster wasn't that difficult, but they still hadn't managed to complete the quest. It seemed to just hide in this dungeon. Already starting to lose her patience, she got angry and swore that she would kill this rabbit in a second. Just let it show up. After which she suggested her friend to move on, but before that, they used the stealth skill. Meanwhile, MC was nearby. He was practicing hunting rabbits. The girls passed by several monsters, and Jisoo asked if she heard any sounds. She told her that it was probably the commander of the 3rd team and the youngest of the 2nd. But before she could speak, a guy appeared in front. It was Hyunsun. Soo-hee told the girl not to pay attention to him, but she was already too interested in him and said with delight that it seemed like he came here alone. Or maybe he lost his partner? Her friend remained silent and looked at the guy more closely, noticing that he didn't have a scratch on him. She told her that it was unlikely. Plus, he used the stealth skill. But still, Jisoo was curious why he was alone, and the girl said that she didn't know. She noticed something, and her eyes immediately widened. She saw the logo on his armor and realized that he was wearing rented equipment. Apparently, he was a newbie. The girls were surprised. They began to wonder why he came here and were sure that a newbie would not have come here alone. Maybe he came alone to fight monsters on a bet. In the meantime, he took out his sword and headed towards the rabbit. And one of the girls said that even with a bunch of useful skills, you need to be above level 30 to kill a monster of this type in one blow. But to their surprise, he easily dealt with the rabbit, and they both lost the power of speech. Sighing heavily, he leaned on his sword and felt a slight tremor in his body. He felt sorry for this rabbit, and he mentally apologized to it for killing it. But he is also in a hopeless situation. He must adapt for the sake of his family. After waiting a few seconds, he again noticed that nothing dropped from the rabbit, but he was not upset and again used the stealth skill to deal with the rest of the monsters. Delivering a lightning strike to the rabbit from behind, he quickly finished it off and waited for the loot to drop, but nothing happened. Then he went invisible again, and Jisoo, watching him, doubted and asked her friend, "Isn't he a newbie?" Not waiting for an answer, she called out to her, but she still continued to remain silent and watch this guy. There is a 20-level rule. If the player's level is lower than the monsters, then the latter will drop items, and the player will receive experience. But experience and items cannot be obtained from a monster that is 20 levels lower than the player. The magic contained in corpses turns into valuable items, but alas, the higher the player's level, the worse the dropped items will be. And of course, when the difference of 20 levels is reached, there will be no loot at all. When MC once again dealt with the monsters, Sui noticed how his hands were shaking and said with a grin that this was this guy's first hunt. Jisoo asked what she thought his class was. She smiled and told her that she wasn't sure and suggested that she watch him for a little while longer. After all, she had nothing to do at home anyway. At this time, Hyunsung entered the fight again. He wounded the rabbit and then pierced its body with a lightning strike. Finally, what he had been waiting for so long happened. A blue crystal fell out of the rabbit. It turns out that he had already collected 5 of them, including this one. But he felt uneasy about how difficult it was for him to level up. Even if he hunts solo, given how many he had killed, this should have been enough to raise at least to level 2, but it seemed to him that his experience points were not growing at all. He decided to continue, and even thought that within the next hour he would completely clear this dungeon. 5 hours passed, he killed a lot of rabbits and checked the status window again. His level still had not increased. This made him think. He heard that the usual level increases in a day or 2. Then an idea came to him. He continued to destroy the poor rabbits, and the girls were nearby all this time and watched his failures. Completely disappointed, He sat down on the ground and thought that this was the end. Over the past 10 days, he earned 150 million points for selling electronics and 100 points here for selling the body of one of the monsters. He scratched the back of his head in confusion and told himself to think positively. This was just the beginning. At that moment, a rabbit snuck up on him from behind, but he quickly noticed it and with just one swing of his sword, finished it off. The hunt continued. The rest of the rabbits began to gather around him and the monster's corpse, and he, preparing for battle, swung his sword several times, cutting off their heads. When he slowed down for a second, the rabbit pounced on him from behind and let out a menacing roar. And MC, without even turning around, quickly dealt with it. After that, a system window appeared, congratulating him on his new achievement. He single-handedly killed 300 high-ranking horned rabbits and received the common ranking title of Horned Rabbit Hunter. In order to understand this better, he walked over to the wall and opened the system window, then went to the title section and thought that he had seen something like this on the internet before. When you get special achievements, your stats go up. Anyone can get this achievement. The only problem is that usually everyone levels up long before killing 300 rabbits. This is pretty good. He can grow to a rare rank. While he was thinking about this, Suhi was watching him and for some reason laughed. She found him interesting. He killed the horned rabbit with one blow. If he did it once or twice, she would have called it luck, but no such luck. He immediately cut off the heads of those monsters with one swing of his sword. Deciding to intervene, she headed towards Hyunsung, who was just now sorting through the crystals in his bag, and called out to him. He was very surprised that there were players here besides him, and immediately noticed their high-level equipment, and thought, "Who are these girls?" Noticing his doubts, Jisoo smiled and told him not to worry. They were from the security service, and then he asked what was the matter. He thought that all the employees were staying at the entrance, but for some reason they were wandering around here. He didn't notice them, and they didn't have employee badges. Jisoo hesitantly told him that they had just returned from a mission to protect the gate. He probably didn't notice them because of their concealment skill. They used it to avoid the attention of the horned rabbits. He doubted her words and noticed that he couldn't even hear them breathing. What kind of concealment was that? Jisoo smiled and said that she accidentally noticed him hunting. His outstanding abilities attracted their attention, and now she was wondering what his level was. He became nervous and thought that his level was still 1, but his stats totaled 270. It was no good that they noticed him. He decided to remain silent, and Suhi said that they wanted to pass by, but she was curious about something. When she said that she was from the Sowoo Guild, he was surprised, and she continued, "There is a big company in Korea that everyone knows about, Sowoo Group. Their guild, Sowoo, is sponsored by this company. If he reveals his abilities, then she will gladly help him join their guild." He kept silent and thought that things were bad. He should be more careful with these ladies, because there is a punishment, because of which he will not be able to level up in the future. The first level player defeated the rabbit, having only good stats. But what should he do if he beats monsters but still has no experience? Even realizing that they could help him solve the problem, he is forced to refuse. He apologized to the girls, saying that he is not interested and was about to leave. But Suhi caught up with him and abruptly jumped out in front of him, blocking his way. She looked into his face and asked doubtfully, "Maybe he does not know about the Sowoo Guild?" He smiled nervously and told her that he knew it, and then she asked in confusion why he refused. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin and after a short pause told her that he wanted to try to cope alone for now. He did not feel the need for comrades. She was very surprised and asked if he by any chance had a contract with other guilds. He denied it and said again that he would like to hunt alone, and noticing that they were silent, he thought that he seemed to have convinced them. He smiled and asked them to let him go, but before that, the girl handed him a business card and said that if he later decided to join the guild, he should contact them. Even if he only had skills and nothing more, it would not be a hindrance for them. He took it and left, saying at last that he would think about it. And Suhi suggested that they walk to the exit together. That way he could avoid trouble. He still refused and went on, and she threw after him that he was rude, but decided not to dwell on him. Her friends supported her and said that he would definitely regret it later, and she agreed with her and suggested that she quickly get out of there, since she was tired of sitting around doing nothing. When MC returned to the village, he realized that he needed to be careful. There were a lot of players here, and they were stronger than normal people. He turned around to check if they had come out, but did not see any familiar faces. After that, he caught a taxi, and when the driver asked where they were going, he sighed heavily and suggested that they set off first. While they were driving, he found information about the Blood Fox dungeon on the internet and asked the driver to go there, and he smiled, asking, "It seems he just finished a mission in the Horned Rabbit dungeon?" He congratulated him on this and said that he had driven many players, so he knew the way well. Hyunsun only smiled awkwardly in response, but he didn't listen to his chatter any further. Instead, he opened the status window and looked at his level, doubting whether he would be able to clear other dungeons at all. Soon he found himself at his destination. The village had the same atmosphere as the Horned Rabbit dungeon. He walked to the entrance, and the man, before giving him a pass, asked where the other team members were, to which he replied that he would go alone. They let him through without any problems, and he went inside. There was just a group of players who began to surround the fox. Like in the first dungeon, Hyunsung decided to observe at first, and then looked at the guards and saw that they were sleeping. He was happy and used the hide skill. Having found several monsters, he took out his sword and with a confident smile rushed to attack, at the same time checking the system notifications. So he figured out that he could get around 180 points for one fox. He grabbed the sword with both hands and swung it again, cutting off the enemy's head before stopping, leaving 2 headless corpses behind him. He noticed something ahead. A pack of foxes was slowly approaching him, and he wondered if it was time for him to start a real hunt. 2 hours later, he had dealt with 299 foxes and finally finished off the 300th, receiving an incredible achievement for this. He had single-handedly killed 300 high-level monsters and was therefore awarded the title of Blood Fox Hunter. And this did not surprise him at all, because this was what he was aiming for. After that, he opened the status window. This time his strength increased by 1 point. Apparently, everything depends on the title. He raised his sword and turned to face the huge pack of monsters and, meeting the fox's gaze, decided to conduct a small experiment. 7 hours passed. He thrust his sword into the ground and leaned on it to rest from the hard battle, after which there was a small pile of corpses. Now he had a new achievement of a rare class. He single-handedly killed 1,000 high-level monsters, and for this he received the title of Blood Fox Slayer. He was glad that the title had gone up in level, and checked the status window. His strength stat had increased by 1 again. The new title increases his strength by 2, and it is also possible to grow to the epic rank. He was glad that everything does not end at the rare rank and decided to take a little rest. He decided to come here tomorrow, and while he was collecting the crystals dropped by monsters, he found a skill book. This is a passive skill book that makes bones, brain, and skin stronger. The skill has already been learned. He cannot relearn it. He was slightly surprised and thought that if he knew that he could get this, he would not have bought anything. He took a rare passive skill book that reduces magic consumption by 10% from the store, and then headed to the exit. As soon as he exited the portal, he went to the checkout counter, and the association employee asked him to put the gems and other items he received into the basket. When he put everything away, the man started checking it and was very surprised that he earned so many gems and got a rare skill book. There had never been a book of this level here before. MC took his things and asked with a smile, "There is nothing strange about this, right?" After that, he went to the association to hand over the received items for sale. The association employee told him that he would get 840,000 won for all the gems, and when the books are sold, he will contact him. After that, he headed to the exit thinking that at this rate, he can earn about 1 million a day. After all, players are the best. Returning to the entrance of the dungeon, he sat down on a bench nearby to have a snack and thought that he should look for a room in the nearest hotel. Otherwise, it would take too long to get here from home. Having dusted off his hands, he got up and resolutely headed towards the entrance of the dungeon, determined that today he would definitely pump up his rank. Soon another battle began, from which he again emerged victorious. He stopped to calm his breathing, and a system notification appeared in front of him that he had received a heroic achievement. He single-handedly killed 5,000 monsters and received the title of Blood Fox Slayer. He was very happy about this, and at the same moment a new notification popped up. He was the first to reach the heroic rank. For this, he receives the title. He was slightly surprised by this, and realized that besides him, there were other people who had reached the rare rank, but he was the first to reach the heroic. He scratched his head in confusion. He actually achieved this by accident, but it was still good. Now he needed to check his stats. In general, his stats had increased by 100. His title of first to reach heroic rank helped him with this. It increased all his stats by 20. He thought that being the first in something was so cool, and checked what the title of Blood Fox Slayer gave him. It increased his strength by 4, and it was also possible to advance to the legendary rank. He said that this was also incredible, and looked closely at the words about rank increase, and decided to also become the first to receive the legendary rank. But that's enough for today. Since he was very tired, he decided to come back here tomorrow. So 10 days passed. All this time he spent the night in a motel near the dungeon and had breakfast on the way there. It was time for another hunt. he cut off the heads of several monsters and a system notification popped up. Because he killed 10,000 monsters single-handedly, he received the legendary title of Blood Fox Executioner. He is the first to reach the legendary rank, so he is entitled to the corresponding title. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. He immediately threw down his sword and sat on the ground, tiredly saying that it was so hard for him, he thought he would die, but it was still possible. Opening the status window, he found a large increase in all stats. The achievement, the first to reach the legendary rank, increases all his characteristics by 40 units. This made him laugh and smile, saying that this is really incredible, after which he checked the title for killing monsters, which increases strength by 8, but unfortunately does not increase in rank anymore. This did not upset him much, but still he could get more benefit from it. He headed to the exit of the dungeon, hid the sword in its sheath, and the thought came to his mind that there are still a lot of places to hunt where he can make good money. He returned to the dungeon of the Horned Rabbit and began another clearing of monsters. Having dealt with one monster, he took a deep breath and prepared himself for the attack of the second, which pounced on him from behind. Having plunged the sword into its head, he threw it against the wall and thought that he could handle them with his bare hands. Having looked at his bag, he decided to finish slowly, after which he returned to the motel. A message from the player's trading house came to his phone. All the goods registered at the auction were sold. The amount is large, so he can only pick it up in person. Since he needs to go there anyway, and this is the day when money will flow to him like a river, he decided not to put it off for long and went to the association. The girl at the reception asked him to check the amount and sign, and he, having taken the check, was very surprised, and his hands trembled with rage. The price of the goods was high, but the tax reduced it almost by half. He held back his anger and thought that this was daylight robbery, but this kind of money was definitely worth it rather than selling skills for points. He went home thinking that he should hunt even harder. In the dungeons, he earned 10 million with just stones in less than 10 days. In total, he could earn 100 million a month. The points were accumulating well enough. At this rate, he would be able to buy the elixir faster than he planned. He came to the bus stop, looking at his reflection in the glass. He noticed that he hadn't bought himself clothes since his father got sick. He couldn't afford it like his mother and sister. When the bus pulled up to the stop, he went inside and smiled, deciding to fix this problem today. It was evening. As soon as 7 o'clock struck, his mother finished work at the factory. But she still couldn't breathe a sigh of relief, since it was not the end of her working day. She said goodbye to her colleagues and walked forward down the street, and Hyun-sung appeared behind her. Hearing her son's voice, she turned around in surprise, and he happily waved his hand at her, after which he hugged her and asked when she managed to lose so much weight. She asked why he came, to which he replied that he was here to meet her. These words caused another smile in her, and she noticed that he had grown so much, she did not even notice. They walked on together, and she asked if he had had dinner. He answered her that he had not yet. He wanted to do it with her. For some reason, she became upset, and with a serious expression on her face, said his name. After which, she put her hand in her pocket and said that she could not go home now. She needed to go to work in the cafeteria. She put the money in his hand and told him to go alone and order some noodles for himself, and that tomorrow morning she would make him a delicious breakfast. He said that she herself had not had dinner yet. Since they both hadn't eaten, maybe they should have dinner together? She smiled guiltily and told him that she could eat at work, in the canteen, so he should go home first. He smiled and offered to help her, but she refused because she knew that he was tired too. He looked at her for a second, thinking about something, and then said seriously that he actually wanted to tell her something, which was why he had come. She turned a questioning look at him, and he said with a smile that he had awakened. She was stunned by this news, and at first didn't believe him, and he showed her his player ID, saying that she could quit her job at the factory and in the canteen. But she wasn't thrilled, because it was a very dangerous job. Seeing her reaction, he hurried to convince her that everything was fine, that safety was his top priority, so she could quit her job. But she answered him seriously that that wasn't right. Players don't make money at the snap of a finger, right? She heard that on the contrary, they first need to spend a lot of money. Choosing his words, he scratched his ear with an awkward smile and told her that he hit the jackpot. He handed her a check and asked her to look at it. When she saw the amount of 1 billion, she was very surprised, and he told her that while he was hunting, he found a rare quality skill book and sold it. With this money, they don't have to worry about his father's hospital bills and they can pay off their debts. So starting from today, they will live in peace. Unexpectedly for him, his mother shed tears. Probably she was so grateful to him, and at the same time felt guilty, because he got a dangerous job so that they could rest more and more. Wiping away her tears, she apologized to him, and he excitedly asked her not to say that. What was she apologizing for? If it weren't for them, he would not have been born and raised as healthy as he is now. So let her rest for a while, and take good care of his dad. She smiled and thanked him for that. After which they went together to her second job, where she introduced him to her coworkers. They greeted him with smiles, and when he washed all the dishes until they sparkled, they were very surprised, and his mother was proud of him. Soon the work was finished. His mother's coworkers thanked him, because with his help, they finished earlier. He told them that he should thank them, after which they all said goodbye, and Hyun-sung and his mother headed home. His sister was sitting there. She was only waiting for her mother to arrive, and was very surprised when she saw her brother. She immediately went up to him and asked in confusion why he came so suddenly. He told her that he had good news, so let her relax. After that, they all sat down on the floor, preparing for an important conversation. His sister was confused and expected everything, not only that he was awakened. This news surprised her, and when he showed her how much he earned, she was shocked. She did not believe him and asked if it was all true. He confirmed it and told her with a smile not to worry so much and not to overwork herself. He would take care of everything. Realizing that she would not have to work so much anymore, she burst into tears, and her mother began to calm her down. Even the MC himself almost cried from such a sight. But his sister said that, to be honest, it was very hard for them. Night fell, and Hyun-sung, as the main breadwinner of the family, was put to sleep on a futon, and they lay down on the carpet. In the morning, he went to work, leaving his bank book at home, and his mother asked if it would really be comfortable for him to stay here. He confirmed it, and added that there were dungeons all over the country, and she asked what time he would come home. He smiled and told her that he would be home when she returned from work. Noticing that he was dressed so lightly, she asked if he would be okay, to which he replied that he could rent equipment at a nearby store. Waving goodbye, he went to work. That same evening, he broke his promise and did not return home before his mother arrived. Because of this, she went outside and waited for him, calling him at the same time. Because he did not answer her calls, she became worried, but not for long. He immediately appeared near the house. Running up to her, he apologized to her for being late. There was traffic on the road, so he ran. Slightly angry, she hit him, saying that he scared her, after which they went to the hospital to see his father, Choi Hyung-gu. Hyun-sung sat down next to his bed, and his mother put her hand on his shoulder. He looked at him with a sad expression and said that he would definitely recover. 10 days passed. He got the legendary achievement for killing 10,000 horned rabbits. After reading the notice, he looked at the time on his wristwatch and thought that he had 6 hours, so he could hunt some more. The taxi brought him to another dungeon that he had heard a lot about. Not seeing a single player at the entrance, he only confirmed the rumors and looked up the information about the dungeon. Vampire bats live inside. The recommended level to enter is from 10 to 15. They say that bats usually live in flocks, so it will be difficult in the evening. Without the help of high-level players, hunting is impossible. But MC could do it alone. After all, he has a solution for everything. Upon entering the dungeon, he immediately used his stealth skill and walked past 2 guards who were chatting with each other. Finding himself in the center of the dungeon, he saw many frightening red eyes on the ceiling and reached for his sword, deciding to quickly start the hunt. Before that, he erected a shield above himself and then deactivated the hide skill, and the bats noticed him, but were in no hurry to attack. To provoke them, he pricked his finger until it bled, and then the monsters immediately became active. They all pounced on him from all sides, and he noted that it was like a wave was approaching him. Trying to get to him, the bats swarmed the protective dome from all sides, and then he lit a flame in his hand. The bats began to squeak, trying to break through the barrier, and Hyun-sung sighed heavily and looked at the flame with the thought that it was not easy to use 2 skills at the same time. Although it seems to be a good trick, especially in places filled with small monsters. He focused on the flame, increasing its size, then looked up and shot it into the sky. And then an explosion occurred, burning all the monsters around. The barrier protected him from his own flame, and when everything died down, he turned around and watched the falling ash in surprise. But the fight did not end there. Monsters from all corners of the cave flew into the noise, and he lit the flame in his hand again, preparing to attack. Having waited for the moment when they got very close, he threw a fireball at them with all his might, and an explosion occurred again. After that, the system notified him that he had single-handedly killed 300 high-level monsters, for which he received the title of Vampire Bat Killer. And if he tried hard, he could reach the legendary rank in the remaining time. He wanted to check how many items and stones he had managed to earn, and his attention was caught by one thing emitting red sparks and smoke. It was a sword, but he clearly didn't expect such an item. He brought his hand to it and noticed that the residual magic had coalesced. He took it, and the system informed him that it was a rare vampire sword that restored the user's magic and stamina by absorbing the enemy's blood. He was surprised that there was only one item, but it had two properties. Compared to the others, it was quite valuable. Hoping that he would get another similar item, he decided to hunt some more. If he caught a huge number of normal rank monsters at once, an item of rare quality would appear. But what if he caught many rare rank monsters at once? A week passed, he dealt with the bats, but so far, he only received crystals. The red sparks no longer appeared, the sedimentary magic is not collected. Because of this, he was slightly upset. This phenomenon only happened once, after hunting vampire bats. He picked up a rare quality vampire bat robe from the floor. The description said it was thick, elastic, and didn't tear. He thought with annoyance that it was only rare quality, but still decided to take it and go to another place to earn a title there. A few days passed, he went to a real estate agency with his mother, and she asked worriedly, "Is everything really okay? If he spends such a huge amount of money to buy a house at once, then he will have to work hard." He told her with a smile not to worry, he will do it until it becomes a burden. They went inside and MC told the realtor that they had called each other recently, and he asked, "Are they here for an apartment of 105 square meters?" He asked them to follow him, and his mother exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't the house too big?" He told her with a smile that everything is okay, everyone should have a room. A week later, they moved into a new house. His sister was delighted with the size of the rooms, and he asked if she saw such a house for the first time. She happily said that she liked everything very much, and then he promised to buy an even bigger house. But she laughed and told him that this was enough for them. Their mother looked at them with a smile, and then they decided to celebrate the move with delicious food. Hyun-sung was melting from the taste of his mother's cooking, and his sister suggested that she treat the neighbors to rice cake tomorrow in honor of the move, to which she agreed with a smile. After listening to them, MC thought that next time they will definitely do it together with Dad. Another working day came. This time he went to the dungeon of blood red rats. The recommended player level is from 8 to 10. As soon as he was inside, he was met with fierce looks from monsters, which caught him a little off guard. They didn't wait and immediately rushed at him, but he quickly reacted and jumped high, almost to the ceiling. He pushed off the wall and approached the monsters, and then lunged forward and said that they were faster than he thought, and cut off their heads with his new sword. He decided to get a new rank here too, and lit a fire in his hand, after which he continued the fight. When he came out of the dungeon and showed his loot to the association worker, he was shocked by the amount of stones, and he, thanking him for his hard work, went home. But an unexpected meeting happened. Some girl called him by name, saying that they met again. He recognized her and his eyes widened in surprise. It turned out to be Soo-hee. She decided to introduce herself to him formally, and making a slight bow, said that she was the leader of the first team of the Soo Guild. Does he have some time? Now he got nervous. A week ago, when Soo-hee reported everything to the guild master, Ma Ji-hoon, he slammed his fist on the table in anger and exclaimed, "Who the hell is this guy?" Poor Soo-hee didn't know how to answer, and he looked at Hyun-sung's ID and frowned, then fixed his hair and told her to just look at the amount of stones he sold. In order to get them, he needed to kill at least 10,000 monsters by himself. She guessed that he had some special skill, and he agreed with her. There was a high probability of it. Maybe he had a skill to bypass the 20-level rule. So they should definitely lure him over. Noticing his smirk, she frowned slightly and agreed with him. After which the guildmaster stood up from his chair and headed to the window, saying that he would send someone with her, but first let her try on her own, since he knew her. She agreed, and he remembered something. He turned to her and asked with a flash of blue eyes, "Did the information not reach the other guild members?" She flinched in fear from his gaze and nervously told him that no one except him knew about it, and she would keep an eye on Jisoo. Releasing his pressure, he smiled and told her to try her best. Currently, MC was confused about how she found him, and he remembered their first meeting. She gave him a business card, but he didn't say anything to himself. He wondered how she knew his name, and how she found out that he would be here. She apologized and wanted to explain, but he didn't let her do it and asked, "Did they conduct a secret investigation? Did she even bribe the dungeon staff?" She became nervous, and her colleague, realizing that she couldn't handle it, showed up to Hyun-sung and said that he was glad to meet him and suggested that they talk in a more suitable place. He refused and went home without even looking at him. And then he decided to threaten him by going to his house and waiting for him there. This immediately stopped MC, and he turned around and the man said with a smile that he was waiting for him there because he wanted to show politeness. They moved to a cafe and the man finally introduced himself. His name is Ko Jin-sun. He is the head of the first recruitment team in the Soo Guild. Jin-sun asked why they were looking for him, and he told him that they were here to make him an offer. He frowned and asked if he thought he wanted to join the guild. Jinsun laughed and said that it was a bit rude of him. He apologizes again for that. However, he doesn't think he should be angry. He uses the same methods as other guilds. It was even very gentle. He started telling him about other guilds, and MC thought that his words did not match his actions. Jinsun said that their guild is one of the 3 oldest and largest guilds in Korea. The MC didn't let him finish and asked what his annual salary would be and what the deposit would be. The man smiled and told him that the exact amount would be decided after he joined the guild and revealed his skills, status, and level. He frowned and didn't like it. Jinsun said that he would guarantee a deposit of no less than 10 billion and a salary of 1 billion. He was very surprised and thought it was strange. No matter how highly his abilities were rated, it was a very large amount. Do they want to make him a guild representative? Even if it was some newbie with potential top abilities, there is no guild that would take the risk and invest 1 billion won. With the exception of Kim Hana, who is the only buffer in the country. With her, it is possible, since she is an example of a successful player for the whole world. But he doesn't have any proof yet, nor does he have the same outstanding skills as she does. Of course, he has the skill of selling and buying, but he can't tell them about it. Even when he got his association ID, there was only a rank. An idea came to his mind. What if it was because of the gems? He asked the man about it, but he didn't understand what he was talking about. But Suhee reacted differently. Before that, she was stirring her drink in her glass with a straw. But when this question was asked, she immediately looked at her colleague. Hyunsun realized that he had no idea about his abilities, but she guessed. It's impossible for the guild to just have their eyes on his gems. Do they think he has special skills or information? Jinsun asked what he was thinking about. He doesn't have anything to lose, right? After a short pause, MC told him that he wasn't sure. Isn't it a loss for a player to show their status window to strangers? Besides, he didn't promise him anything specific. The man became nervous and said with a smile that it wasn't so. As soon as he showed them his status window, they would immediately understand everything. Hyunsun calmly sipped his coffee and said that if it was true, then they should pay him 100 billion won in advance as a deposit. Then he would calmly reveal all his trump cards and join the guild. Jinsun continued to insist on his own, and then the MC said that he had nothing more to say to a person who was forcing a one-sided offer on him. After that, he left the cafe and realized that he had better not get involved in this. He also needed to keep an eye on the amount of stones, otherwise he would stand out too much. Information about him had already leaked. Someone called him on his phone. He answered the call, and when he heard Jinsun's voice, he immediately hung up, grimacing in displeasure. Time passed, he was at home, and he received a notification on his phone. Jinsun contacted him to apologize and offered to meet him the following weekend to discuss joining the guild. Hyunsun read his message with an indignant face and then blocked him. So the days passed. In the morning he went hunting, and in the evening he met Jinsun near his house, who did not give up trying to talk to him. But he ignored him. Soon he went to the next dungeon. This time he had to fight blue lizards, but the fight was quite easy. During all this time he accumulated a decent amount of points, about 3.5 billion, and this could not but please him, because at this rate he would quickly buy an elixir. Soon he went to the next dungeon, where red-furred wolves live, the recommended level of players from 15 to 20. Inside, he saw monsters and groups of players who decided to attack them. After watching them, he thought that compared to the lizards he hunted yesterday, these monsters are definitely stronger. But in any case, he will deal with them in one go. He opened the status window, looked at his stats, and thought that if this continued, he would be able to deal with level 6 monsters in one go. Taking out his weapon, he decided to get a rank again today and confidently entered the battle. Meanwhile, horror was happening in an unknown dungeon. A huge dog resembling a Cerberus ate a man and his comrade. A level 71 First Awakening player, Oh Chang-soo, looked at this monster in horror. It continued to chew on his comrade and he, using magic, decided to take revenge, but suddenly something elusive flashed nearby, which deprived him of an arm. At first, he did not even understand what happened. Grabbing the wounded place, he fell to his knees, and the monster, carefully watching him, finished off his comrade. Gathering his strength, the boy rose to his feet and thought that he was a monster. He needed to escape before it was too late. But as soon as he took a step, the monster's paw was nearby and he instantly lost his life. Soon, Hyunsun came to this dungeon, and judging by the number of players, it is quite popular. Usually the entrance is not so crowded. Passing by the players, he sighed heavily. For some reason, he began to worry. After the natural disaster, the number of interdimensional gates increased endlessly for 10 years, but after the appearance of the heroic rank gate 9 years ago, their number did not increase or decrease. The number of players increased every year. Soon, he found a pack of wolves and decided to quickly deal with them. In a jump, he decapitated the monster that decided to attack him first. And when he lowered his head, he noticed that several more wolves were waiting for him below. He grinned and, lighting a flame in his hand, threw a fireball at them, after which he landed and headed towards the wolves who were standing near the charred corpses of their relatives. They ran towards him in rage, and he looked at the shield on his hand and smirked before hitting the monster under the jaw, and while it was stunned, he immediately decapitated it. After that, he extended his hand towards the rest of the wolves and blew off the head of one of them with a magic projectile. The wolves were afraid to approach him, and when he ordered them to attack, he ran towards them, and they loudly growled and rushed towards him. Soon, the wolves were finished off, and several crystals fell out of them, and MC received his usual achievement for killing 300 monsters, Red Wolf Hunter. He finished faster than he expected, and it was all thanks to his new sword with a special ability. Looking around, he noticed that there was no one around, and thought that he was done here, and then picked up his bag and headed towards another room. There he noticed a small group of players fighting a monster. The four of them couldn't kill one wolf, and he walked past them, realizing that it was occupied. Walking further, he saw the players again and laughed nervously, realizing that he would have to go to another dungeon, since everything here was occupied. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard behind him. He immediately turned around and saw two people, or rather what was left of them. He also noticed the one who did this to them, and carefully looked up at this beast. The surviving girl rushed to run in horror, but the monster finished her off with the weight of his huge paw. MC, watching it, fell into horror. When the girl's head fell next to his feet, he barely held back the nausea that came to his throat and faced the gaze of a terrible three-headed monster, Graydon. He clearly did not expect to meet such a monster in the lair of red-furred wolves. The beast licked its lips. Apparently, it already wanted to devour him, and therefore quickly struck with its paw. Fortunately, Hyunsun managed to jump back in time. Looking at the size of this monster, he realized that things were very bad, and it growled threateningly, only confirming this. The protagonist used concealment and hid behind the wall and said, "Really?" The monster swung its huge paw, attacking the wall behind which the protagonist hid. He looked to the side and thought in surprise, does he see him despite the skill? Then he jumped out from behind the wall, and several pieces of rock flew straight at him. He thought, damn. He frowned from the feeling of pain, and then landed on the ground right in front of the monster. Then he used a stone shield, putting it in front of him. Pushing off the ground, he jumped to attack one of Graydon's heads. The creature opened its mouth to attack, and MC, clenching his teeth, said, damn. He threw his bag, and then, concentrating energy in his hands, used a fireball, triple strike. The attack hit the monster's head straight, and the protagonist, taking the bag in his hand, said that he almost got into trouble. After that, he ran in the opposite direction, and, looking back, said that it almost didn't hurt him. Incredibly strong. Where did he even come from? This is a level 15 to 20 dungeon. Then he again concentrated the energy in his hands and using a fireball, a double strike, directed it at the side heads of the monster. He noticed that at this rate, mana. But before he could finish speaking, the monster, swinging a huge paw, attacked him in the back. The protagonist fell to the ground and raising himself on his hands, said, alive. He looked at the system window that appeared, which said, Vampire Batrobe, rare. Dense, elastic, and does not tear. He noticed that it was stronger than the rented equipment. Then he looked at the monster again and, getting to his feet, said that he would not go far like this. The monster's life had diminished, but he needed to go faster, faster. He continued to run away, and a system window appeared in front of him with an item. An acceleration pill, increases agility by 1, does not work on players whose agility articles are higher than 100. How to use, absorb. The next second, he swallowed the pill and said, like this, 20 minutes later. A torch was burning in the cave. The protagonist, looking away, said, great. Absorption complete, skill combination 849, fireball. He concentrated the energy in his hand and directed it at Graydon's side head, thereby exploding it. Smiling, the protagonist said that this is wonderful. Even if it takes 100 days, he will catch it. Then he used the technique called fireball again and sent it forward, but the monster spread its heads to avoid the blow, and then he shouted, another one. He sent the fire projectile straight to the monster's paw, hitting a small part. He said with a smile, if this goes on, he can definitely catch it. Then he looked forward in surprise and asked, what? What is this? Regeneration? The monster's tissues began to recover, and he noticed that the fireball was powerless. Damn it! Then he ran in the opposite direction again and asked, is there anything better? The monster ran after him, and MC looked at the system window, which highlighted the product, Fire Spear, an active skill, creates a fire spear with powerful penetration power. He noticed that it was a bit expensive. Then he decided that this would do. First, he would survive, and then he would see. A book appeared in his hands, and then he stopped, turned around, and concentrated energy to create a fire spear in his hand. When Groudon got close enough, he swung the spear and asked for it to work. He then shouted, "Fire spear!" And after that, he immediately threw it at the monster. He noticed that he hit the target. The monster's head exploded, and the other heads thrashed around violently. He said, "That's great, try again." He then aimed the fire spear at the middle head again, but missed. Desperate, he said, "Shit." He dropped his bag and created a fire spear in both of his hands. He then smirked. He'll see who gets who. After that, he kicked off the ground and aimed the fire spear at the monster again, but it ducked, dodging the attack. After that, the protagonist jumped up and threw the fire spear again, exploding another head of the monster. He declared that he will catch him. Then his eyes widened in surprise, and he called up the status window. He noticed that his mana was running low, but his stamina was fine. If he could hold on until his mana was restored, victory would be his. Meanwhile, several players ran to the place with the bodies of the security personnel. Jack, frightened, stopped and said that he had been attacked here. Ron told them to look. There were tracks left. It was definitely not a simple monster. Mary, looking at the huge tracks, asked if they should follow the tracks. Clork asked, was she suggesting they sit back? Ron said that they had not been able to contact the security personnel guarding the entrance on this side of the gate. So they had suffered from the owner of these tracks. Any other ideas? Jack added that in any case, they could not stay away. They needed to search everything. Ron folded his arms and declared that in that case, he should go alone. He did not want to die like a dog doing his duty. Jack asked indignantly, "Then what about the players who were inside now?" He answered angrily, "How should he know? He was not here to fight such a monster." Jack shouted, "Did he say everything?" Ron bared his teeth and answered, "That's it. What next?" Mary put her hand on his chest and asked them to calm down. Clork took Jack by the shoulder, trying to stop him, and said, "Right, now is not the time to squabble among themselves." At this time, the protagonist noticed that the mana was gradually recovering. The creature still did not get tired. The next second, the monster, left with only one head, ran at him, and he asked, maybe he was like the Hydra from the myth? But we must try to win before his head recovers. Then he again created a fiery spear in his hand and added, if he misses, he is a corpse. He looked at Groudon's remaining head, and then pulled out a dagger from behind his back, threw it on the ground and said, in any case, a drawn-out battle is not an option. He grabbed the fire spear with both hands and declared that he will try to end everything. This is crazy, but he took a deep breath and then concentrated himself for an attack, and pushing off the ground, swung the fire spear. Flying past, he looked to the side and then turned in the air, while the monster put its paw forward. They met eyes again, and the protagonist frowned, pushed off the ground and swung the fire spear again, wounding the monster's head. Groudon then put his paw in front of him, and he attacked again, cutting off a finger. The monster screamed loudly and then leaned to the side. The protagonist, taking advantage of the moment, ran around the monster from behind and, climbing on its back, ran forward. Climbing onto the neck, he swung his arm again to strike and then stabbed the spear into the monster's head. It also exploded, and he was relieved to see that it was the last one. At that moment, the monster's paw came towards him, and he screamed, "Damn it!" The paw hit his shield right on top, destroying it. He then looked at the monster's head and noticed that it was already recovering, and he was a tough nut to crack. Now, the real final blow. He took a firmer grip on the fiery spear in his hand, and then pushed off the ground again and charged. Swinging his spear, he cut off the monster's paw, and then there was a powerful explosion, and the monster fell to the ground. MC was breathing heavily, sweat was pouring down his face, and the gloves on his hands were burned. A system window appeared in front of him saying, "Incredible achievement, rare." He single-handedly killed the three-headed Groudon, a rare rank named monster. The reward is the title of the one who single-handedly felled the three-headed Groudon, rare. He was surprised. A named monster? Did this creature even have a name? Then another system window appeared in front of him, and he asked in surprise, "Another title?" The system window said, "An incredible achievement, rare." He single-handedly killed a high-level monster, the difference with which was over 100 levels. The reward is the title of first-level destroyer, rare. He thoughtfully said, of course, it's good that he received 2 titles, but compared to the efforts. Then he turned his gaze to the monster, whose body began to dissolve, and a book appeared on the ground. He asked in surprise, "This?" Then he took the book in his hand and the system said, "The Book of Immortality, unique rare. Passive skill, he will not die until his head is completely destroyed. In case of avoiding death, slow recovery of all wounds, possible development of the skill." He asked in surprise, "Unique rare quality? He won't die until his head is completely destroyed? And if he doesn't die right away, his wounds will slowly recover? If he protects his head well, he will become invulnerable. Or something?" He has a guess what it means slowly, but a unique theory, a rare skill with the possibility of development. He has never seen such a thing either on sale or in real life. Tanks will definitely fight over this. This thing is rare, but equivalent to legendary or even heroic rank. Then he picked up his dagger and threw it into his shoulder bag, adding that the most important thing was that it was unique, the only one in the whole world. The system asked if he wanted to study the unique rare rank passive skill Immortality book. He answered positively, and the book dissolved in his hands. He turned his attention to his hand and noticed that it was healing. Then he sighed in relief and added, so it drains stamina. But he had enough of it, so. After that, he clenched his fist and decided to look at the rank. The system reported, rank 1 destroyer, common, increases each stat by 5. He already happily said, crazy, and this is a common rank, but at a higher one, there will be a double increase. Then he looked to the side and asked, then this too? The system window said, the one who single-handedly felled the 3-headed Greydon, rare, increases stamina by 3. He noticed that this was not bad, and this 3-headed Greydon was a nice guy. Then he turned around and said that he was coming back. Meanwhile, the player association, the assassination team, had arrived. Sean, running forward, shouted, players have been detected. Shin Yuna, the team leader, said that they were from the player association. The players turned around in surprise and asked, what? She added that they were informed that a high-ranking monster had appeared in the red-furred wolf dungeon. Please, they should leave the dungeon as soon as possible. There are already 2 dead players. One of the players asked in surprise, is this true? Yuna confirmed it, and then asked, are there any other monsters that are considered high-ranking? Sean put his hand on the ground and used an ability, and said that it was not, only the red-furred wolves. She folded her arms across her chest and sighed in relief, and then Sean said that he had detected players. She asked in which direction, how many were there? He answered in surprise, 1 person. Meanwhile, the protagonist was walking forward calmly when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching behind him. The members of the assassination team asked in surprise, were they really going this way? The protagonist turned around and said, what the hell? These people. He thought they were high-level players. Then he noticed their armor and weapons and thought they were too fancy. Yuna asked if he was okay. He replied that he was fine. And she, noticing his torn glove, noticed that he looked shabby. Had he by any chance met a monster? He asked, that monster? She replied, a high-level monster had appeared in the red-furred wolf dungeon, which simply couldn't be here. He thought that he had already killed it. Did the association know about Groudon's existence? Then he replied that he had met it. She was surprised and approaching him, asked where he was now? Somewhere nearby? Realizing that she was getting very close, she said that she didn't want to scare him. She was being too pushy towards someone who had miraculously survived an encounter with him. She then placed a potion in his hand and told him to take it. It would help with his wounds. MC, confused, thought, isn't this an expensive item? The system reported, a healing potion, rare, heals wounds quickly. Yuna, smiling, added he should apply it directly to his injured hand. He then stated that he had something to tell them about the monster he met. She replied, of course she was listening to him. He explained that it was a huge 3-headed panther with black fur. Yuna thoughtfully said that she had never seen such a monster. The rest of her team were also confused. And the protagonist added that it was the size of a house. After that, he pointed his finger to the side and said that he went in that direction. She smiled and thanked him, and then they quickly headed in the direction indicated. The protagonist noted in surprise how fast they were. It was good that he had killed him. If he hadn't been able to, he would have destroyed everything here before the reinforcements arrived, and the reward was decent. Those people would have to try a little. After some time, the association team arrived at the hunting site in a dead end. One of them said that it seemed like they were done here. Roger asked if he couldn't go back through the portal. Yuna noted that it was quite possible, but then everything would become a little more serious. That monster had already tasted blood. You never know when it will appear again and attack. First, they should report it to the association. Sean, throwing his weapon over his shoulder, said that he understood everything and he would pass it on. Then Yuna thoughtfully walked forward, and Roger called her anxiously. She asked, do they think that guy got out of here safely? He replied that he thought he had lost all his comrades and had miraculously survived himself. She stated that she had to go. They should wait here. Roger wondered where she would go. She replied that she was worried about the player who had recently been left completely alone, so she wanted to find him. Cass said that he would be fine. She objected. He was alone, it could be dangerous. She turned around and smiled, and he replied that that was true. Roger said that in that case they would wait here. She thanked them and then set off. After a while, she walked through the cave and looked around. She approached the portal and noticed that he had already left. He was safe now, right? Meanwhile, MC was at home. He looked at his hand and noticed that the effect was better than he thought. It recovers slowly on its own, but with the healing skill, the effect is good. And then he lay down on the couch and said that he was very tired. At that moment, his mother entered the apartment and, looking at him, noticed that he was early today. What was wrong with his face? He sat down on the couch and thought that he had spent a lot of points. After that, he smiled awkwardly and answered, "Nothing special, I was just a little tired today. By the way, do they have anything to eat?" She closed her eyes and asked what he was doing, that he even missed lunch. She went to the stove and told him to wait a little, she would quickly cook something. The protagonist thought that his head hurt. If he was going to spend points so quickly, it would not end well. At that moment, his mother answered the phone and greeted her daughter. She was already at work. Did something happen? Hyunsun? He is home. An accident? What happened? Did a lot of people die? The protagonist's face changed and he thought, the missing people must have been identified using identification. They checked who entered and who was able to leave. The news said, breaking news. Casualties in the Red-Furred Wolf dungeon. Confirmed 31 casualties, 30 dead, 1 wounded, 10 missing. He thought, hasn't the information been updated yet? Then his mother spoke. She understood everything. She walked up to the protagonist and said, so that's why he came so early today. He smiled awkwardly and told her not to worry. He hadn't even seen that monster. She answered, as she thought, it was a very dangerous job. He shouldn't risk it for them. She sat down next to him and put her hand on his shoulder, and he answered that he liked doing it. He had a good time. In the dungeon, he kills monsters and gets stronger. Meanwhile, the Red Wolf dungeon was temporarily closed. The monster tracking specialist, Kim Dong-soo, put his hand on the wall and said, 2 security personnel died because they were unable to resist him. There were also traces found showing that the monster came out of the spatial gate, but there was no trace of it returning. Yuna asked in surprise, does he mean to say that that monster is still wandering around here? They searched everything thoroughly. He thoughtfully replied that he didn't know what happened here either. He would try to follow the trail first. She declared that she would go with him. They set off, and he thanked her with a smile. He was glad that such a reliable person like her was accompanying him. She replied, no need, this is her job after all. After that, Dong-soo put his hand on the ground, using his ability, and said, here he attacked low-level players who were hunting, then headed in this direction. Now that's pretty strange. She wondered, what is he talking about? He replied that the monster attacked the player, but he did not die, but resisted, and after a fierce fight, he ran away. He ran forward and added, they continued to exchange blows. A battle ensued, but the player left here was alone. Dong-soo, continuing to run forward, said that he still felt the remnants of fire magic, and it seemed that this player's agility was well pumped. He assumed that the player who fought the monster belonged to the magic swordsman class. A few moments later, they stopped near the huge footprints of the monster, and he, thoughtfully putting his hand to his face, said that the monster received an extremely serious injury here. He lost a lot of blood. Yuna, looking at him, thought that the security staff were powerless, but the monster received a serious injury from some nameless player. Then the monster tracking specialist added that he thought that this player was a magic swordsman. But it could have just been a mage player with high agility. He used very strong magic skills. Then they walked a little further. He said that it happened here. She asked, here? He said that it was, and he was sure that it was a mage after all, although they had a close combat here. And then he killed it with some magic skill. No, it was definitely a magic swordsman. Most likely, the residual magic of the monster turned into magic items, or mana stone, so they would not be able to find the body. Yuna thought that it was incredible. Any magic swordsman player, except for some individuals, could be called a universal soldier. Because of this, they can't stick to one specialization. And he fought a monster whose level is significantly higher than the dungeon level alone? So what happened in the end? Dong-soo added, judging from the tracks, the player who fought here was around level 24. He thought that something didn't add up. He wasn't even a security officer. The 2 who were monitoring the spatial gate were killed instantly. The security officers working on the border from the ground side, they didn't try to catch the monster until the assassination team arrived. Yuna said thoughtfully, this was an unusual player. Dong-soo put his hand forward and asked, couldn't it be a person who hadn't renewed their player ID yet? It had to be renewed every 2 years. She replied that it could be, but it was still strange. How much could you level up before renewing your ID? At best, it could be a little over level 50. And none of the players who hunted in the dungeon that day received support from guilds. He replied, naturally, that was strange. He took off the glove from his hand and put it in his pocket, adding that even if it was true and a high-level player really did defeat that monster, there was simply no reason for him to hunt in a low-level dungeon like this. Yuna asked if he couldn't track down the player who fought that monster. He hesitantly replied that he could try. He then put the new glove on his hand and placed his hand on the ground, adding that the player's tracks would be lost immediately after the battle was over. It might not be that easy to track down the player, and the dungeon's terrain wasn't conducive to that. She asked, but he was able to find traces of the player's battle with the monster, right? He hesitantly replied if she understood, a monster that large couldn't help but leave tracks. He looked at the huge tracks in front of him and asked, did she see? No matter what a monster that large did, it would leave massive tracks that were easy to track. And a light player would leave virtually no tracks unless they were fighting. There was also no sign that the player had used any skill after the battle. If he had used anything, he would have been able to track it by the remaining magical energy. Yuna said in disappointment. It seemed that she had asked him for the impossible. She was asking for forgiveness. With that, she bowed, and he bowed back, saying that it was not so. She should forgive him for not being able to say more. She said that was all. They should go back. He agreed with her. After some time, they came out of the dungeon, and Yuna, being in the Players Association, said that they needed to take a closer look at the list of players who entered the dungeon that day. Of course, there was also a strong player who killed a level 100 monster and did not renew his ID because 2 years had not passed. If there was such a player, then he should definitely be in the Players Association. They cannot give a talented player to other guilds again. The Players Association is controlled by the state. On the other hand, the guild is a private organization. In the first years after the disaster, the association's influence was great. The association's staff included an incredible number of players with the same outstanding skills. However, as time went on, the association's influence weakened greatly. On the other hand, the influence of the guilds became stronger and stronger. Without proper understanding and knowledge of the players, monsters, and their habitats, politicians appeared who took high positions in the Players Association. Hiding behind patriotism, they began to force players to work for pennies, while guilds sponsored by large enterprises could provide the best conditions for the development of players. They began to promise players decent pay and high inclinations in order to attract players. The association began reforming its internal structure. Politicians began to be removed one after another. Ordinary players began to be hired as employees to fill the vacant positions. After these reforms, players in the association began to receive the same pay as players in private guilds. Promising support and decent pay, they began to compete for players. After some time, the association managed to clear its good name. Today, it has reached prosperity, but in terms of quality, it is still far inferior to the guilds. This is definitely a newbie with great potential, comparable to high-level players, and she will not let him go at all. Meanwhile, MC, having packed his things, said that he must finish hunting the red-furred wolves. He had already visited all the dungeons located near his home. Fortunately, the red-furred wolf dungeons are not only here. After some time, he went to the airport and, walking forward, looked at the system window asking how to improve this skill, and there is no information about it on the internet. In the system window, there was information about the Book of Immortality, and he thoughtfully asked, shouldn't you just constantly use it? But this is a passive skill, and he cannot hurt himself. After some time, he arrived at the hotel and, lounging on the bed, threw his hands behind his head. He said that he needed to think of a way to hide the amount of stones he had obtained in the dungeon. He couldn't trust the association staff. Now he had to avoid their gaze. What was the reason for checking personal belongings? To take out dangerous things like monster eggs or plant seeds? Although they said that was the reason, the real reason was to prevent players from evading taxes, so he needed to do it right. It was obvious that the player associations and large guilds were like cartels. He then sat down on the bed and called the system window, saying that there had to be a way. He seemed to have seen it around here somewhere. And then he shouted in surprise. He found it. The system window displayed the item subspace, an active skill. The player has the ability to open a subspace that only he can access, and he can't put a living creature in it. He then noticed the price and said that it was terribly expensive, but he definitely needed it. The system asked, did he want to purchase the subspace active skill book, rare? After purchase, it is impossible to return the goods or money. He confirmed his choice, and the next second, a book appeared in his hand. The system asked, study the book of the active skill subspace? He answered, what a question. The next second, the book evaporated, and he, waving his hand, directed it forward and called, subspace. A small portal appeared in front of him, and he said with a smile that it was gorgeous. Then he thoughtfully looked inside and added that it was more spacious than he thought. It was the size of the Koshiwan he lived in before. Calm down, isn't it time for him to hunt? After some time, he approached the gate and, looking at his ID, asked, will everything be okay? He looked at the players in armor and said, in such an outfit he would look like an aristocrat, and among the players there must be many eccentrics. After that, he presented his ID to the worker and was about to thank him and take the ID back, but the worker told him to wait. He is Hyunsung, right? After some time, he dealt with the monsters in the dungeon and looked at the system window, which said, incredible achievement, rare. He single-handedly killed 1,000 red-furred wolves, a high-level monster. Reward, title, Red-Furred Wolf Slayer, rare. He pulled down the cape on his face and noticed that everything went smoothly. He remembered how the worker said that he would check his fingerprints, and with a smile said that he was allowed through without a problem. After that, he summoned a subspace, and it began to suck in the stones he had mined. Grabbing a few of the stones, he said, "That's right." He put some in his bag and added, "I need to take some with me." Meanwhile, Jong Sonu, the deputy head of the Sou Guild, asked, he says, "There is a newcomer that Ma Ji-hoon is interested in?" So Taung, the leader of the second team of the Sou Guild, scratched his head thoughtfully and replied that it was true. It was very difficult to get information, since they were still hiding everything carefully. In his opinion, they had to intercept him first. Sonu smiled and told him to tell. He started telling his story, and after a while he says he has already visited the 15th to 20th level dungeons. Although it hasn't even been 2 months since he awakened, and alone, he replied that it was true, but that's not the most important thing. A player named Hyunsun, he thinks he has bypassed the 20 level rules. Sonu's face twisted in surprise. He asked, "Is that true?" He replied that he can't say for sure, but the probability is quite high. He asked, "Is he sure he hasn't been poached yet?" Taung replied that it was true. He thinks they have reached an impasse in the negotiations because he asked for too much money. The deputy head asked how much? He replied, "They say 100 billion won." Sonu was indignant. Is he crazy? A kid asking for 100 billion won? He smiled awkwardly and answered, "That's right, 100 billion won is the amount to hire a high-level player who can do everything." Sonu said, "If that's true, it's not even about the amount itself." Taung added, "The real problem is the positions of the two sides. Hyunsun is only willing to open his status window after the deposit, and Ji-hoon wants to confirm his status first." The deputy guild leader chuckled. Ji-hoon is still as stupid and indecisive. That's right, people don't change that easily. Because of people like him, he has already deprived himself of outstanding players like Hana. He will not make such a mistake again. After all, he is just a recruiter, not a dungeon clearing leader or a guild leader. First, they will pay the deposit and look at the status window. If there are any problems, they will catch him in mistakes and take the money. And then he signed the documents and handed it to Taung, telling him to go to Hyunsung personally. As soon as he signed, they would immediately pay 100 billion won. He was surprised. Would they really pay? He replied, "If everything goes well with the contract, then when problems arise, they will be able to return all the money in full." He took the documents and replied that he understood. After that, he left the office, and Sonu, leaning his hand on his fist, smiled and said that if he solves this matter, he can become the head of the guild. After some time, the protagonist gave his bag to the worker, and he said that everything was checked. The protagonist thanked him and happily clenching his fists thought, "Done, now he can avoid the interest of the Sou Guild." A few days later, the protagonist, having killed another monster, said, finally he finished it off. A system window appeared in front of him, which said, "Incredible achievement, legendary." He single-handedly killed 10,000 red-furred wolves, high-level monsters. The reward was the title of Red-Furred Wolf Executioner, legendary. While the subspace was sucking in the crystals, he said that he was done for today. He needed to tidy up his things. Then he thoughtfully looked at the book in his hand and threw it into the subspace, saying that it was already there. Next, he looked at the next book, and the system reported, "Wind of Rebirth, normal, passive skill book accelerates wound healing." He said, finally, something came out. The system asked, does he want to read the passive skill book Wind of Rebirth, normal rank? He said that it was a popular book that not only players but also people usually use. This time he did not receive anything unusual. After that, he accepted the offer and his body glowed green. After that, he looked at the system window that appeared in surprise, which reported that the Wind of Rebirth common rank passive skill book could not be read. He asked in surprise, what? Could not read? He had never heard of such a thing. The system reported that the Book of Immortality unique rare rank passive skill absorbed the Wind of Rebirth common rank skill book. He asked, what is this? The system reported that the Book of Immortality unique rare rank passive skill has evolved. He asked in surprise, how could this happen? Nothing has changed, but it definitely says here that it is an evolving skill. It turns out that it absorbs skills that promote recovery, but how much has the skill grown? He then took out his dagger and made a small cut on his finger. He thoughtfully looked at how his wound healed, and that's it. It makes no difference. How much of this needs to be absorbed for the skill to improve? But this is an expensive book worth 30 million won. A very bad investment. After a while, he came out of the dungeon and turned on his phone while walking down the street. He saw a call coming in and asked, is it spam? He then answered the call and Taung greeted him. He wondered in surprise, who is this? He introduced himself and the MC replied that he had already told them not to contact him unless they were willing to accept his demands. He asked, "Is he talking about 100 billion won?" The protagonist replied that it was true. Taeyang, taking a cup of drink, leaned back in his office chair and stated that they accepted it. He offered to meet in person and sign the contract right away. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Really?" He replied, "Of course, there is no room for lies in a deal with such a large amount of money." The MC then became nervous and said that he was currently hunting, so it would be difficult for him to come. Could he send the contract first? He replied, "Of course, he will send it right now." The protagonist said that in that case, he would contact him after checking the contract. After that, he hung up and sighed. He looked at the new message and said, "No peace." After a while, lawyer Lee Young-chol looked at the document and said that this was a contract with a very good offer, and it was also very profitable. However, there were several clauses that, in the event of unforeseen circumstances, some things would be taken back. The protagonist was surprised. What kind of clauses were these? He approached him and replied, for example, this part. If a guild member damages the guild's image, the contract can be terminated. In fact, the decision on this part is entirely up to the guild's top management, which is a bit unreasonable. Also, the contract can be terminated if the guild member's abilities and character do not match the guild's level. This clause is the same. He does not know what the deposit is, but the penalty is quite high. If the contract is broken due to his fault, he will be forced to pay a penalty of 10 times the deposit. The protagonist, taking the document, was perplexed and thought, "These scoundrels." Then the lawyer added that in his opinion, if he adjusts the penalty amount to the deposit amount and asks to exclude all the absurd points, then he can sign. At that moment, the protagonist received a call from Ko Jinsun on his phone. He looked at the phone screen in surprise and said that they definitely need to talk. After that, he went to the door and said that he would answer the call and come back. Young-chol agreed with him. After that, he went to the roof and answered the call. Jinsun asked how he was doing. He was calling him about the contract. Maybe he would agree to the amount of 50 billion? MC asked if his demands were really that high for them. He asked for a deposit of 100 billion, not half of that amount. He replied that he was well aware of this, but he should be more realistic. Even though Seoul Guild is a top guild, it would be difficult to pay them such an amount. In fact, the amount he had barely gotten permission from the management was 50 billion at most. The protagonist replied that he would think about it. Jinsun was surprised. What? He was serious? He confirmed it, but before that, could he take a look at the contract? He replied, of course, he would send it to him right away. After that, the protagonist looked at the contracts on his phone and walked back to the lawyer's office, and Young-chol asked, "Is everything okay?" He replied, with a slight smile, "It seemed so." Could he also take a look at this copy of the contract? He smiled and said, "It seems he really is a player with outstanding abilities. Of course he can take a look." He then picked up the protagonist's phone and printed out the document, looking at it thoughtfully. He asked if this contract was made by the same guild as the previous one. The protagonist was surprised. How did he know? He answered that in general, the content of the contracts is the same, but some parts are different. There are fewer strange points, but overall, it is similar. And the penalty for violation here is only 5 times the amount, which is a little more reasonable. The MC asked if he by any chance knew why one guild would send different contracts. He answered that he thought that there was some internal conflict in the guild that wanted to hire him, and a very serious one, since they sent him contracts separately, but it was beneficial for him. If he acted wisely, he could choose a contract with the most favorable conditions. The protagonist thought about it, and then asked if he could make a new contract based on the first option, but excluding all the conditions that were unfavorable for him. He answered that, of course he could. After some time, the protagonist searched the internet for information about the Sowu Guild and said, "What a mess. Guildmaster Jihoon and Vice Guildmaster Sonu, will they play for a bit?" After that, he called Taeyong and introduced himself. The leader of the second team, recognizing him, asked if he had decided yet. He replied that he had thought about it, and it seemed like the deposit was still a bit small. Could he pay him 200 billion won? He replied that he couldn't give him an answer right now, but he thought it was possible. The protagonist asked, "How about 300 billion won then?" Taeyong was surprised. Was he joking? He laughed and replied that it wasn't so. In fact, Jinsun, the leader of the first team, had also contacted him. He had heard that they weren't getting along very well. Taeyong gritted his teeth in irritation and replied that they would definitely give him much better conditions than Jinsun. The protagonist, having hung up, looked at his phone screen and said, "It seems like they really do hate each other." Then, this time, he called Jinsun and introduced himself. The first team leader recognized him with a smile and asked if he had already looked at the contract. He replied that he had looked through it carefully. In fact, he was going to call him to sign the contract. Jinsun happily suggested that they meet right away. The protagonist answered, but it seemed that there was no need for that anymore. He wondered, what was he talking about? He replied that he had recently sent him a new contract. He should look at this first, and they would continue their conversation. Jinsun agreed and asked him to wait for a moment. After a few moments, the protagonist asked if he had looked at it. He hesitantly confirmed it, and the MC asked that they solve their internal problems next time and send one contract. And after thinking carefully, he decided that 100 billion was too little. Jinsun wondered, what? What was he talking about? He replied that he wanted 200 billion, although no, that was also very little, maybe 300 billion won? Jinsun indignantly shouted, "Hey, Mr. Hyunsung, is he making fun of him now?" He replied, if he doesn't want to, then he doesn't have to. It's so easy to edit voice files these days. The submission is complete. He then threw the phone in the trash and said that he needed to change the phone. A month later, Sonu, slamming his finger on the desktop, asked where that Hyunsung went. Tong hesitantly replied that he wasn't even at the hunting grounds they were in charge of. They were looking for him, but... Before he could finish speaking, the vice guild leader indignantly asked, "He can't even handle this. He must find him at all costs." Tong lowered his head and thought, after that voice file he sent a month ago, the leader and the vice guild were constantly fighting and the guild was really divided into two camps. Before that, he miraculously obtained the entry and entry book and found Hyunsung. No matter how big the Seoul guild was, they can't look at those recordings whenever they want. Because it's hard to share information with each other in the guild now, it also makes it hard to find it. But that's not a problem now. The problem is that Hyunsung himself disappeared into thin air. Sonu, pouring a drink into a glass, asked he couldn't join another guild, could he? He replied that he didn't think so. The deputy leader asked, he didn't think so? And then he slammed the glass on the table and shouted, is this what he's telling him? He doesn't want to see him. He has to leave. The next second, Tim slammed the door behind him. He walked down the office corridor and the other workers greeted him thoughtfully. But he walked further and thought irritably, oh shit, because of that damn fabricated audio file and contract, the majority sided with Jihoon. We need to find him quickly. Meanwhile, the protagonist threw his weapon over his shoulder and said, the points he gets from hunting will also come in handy. Earns about 600,000 per day alone. If you collect it, bit by bit, you can get a lot. The next second, a notification about the sale came to him. It's done. He noticed that batteries are also selling well. If this continues, he will only be happy. But there is one problem. The sales window is too small. Every time an item is sold, it needs to be added and registered again. If only it were possible to add and register everything in huge quantities like in games. He can't even remove other electronics from the sales window. I wonder if he raises the level of personal skill, will anything change? He heard that many sellers can register hundreds or even thousands of products, especially the seller Rikomos who sells medicine. However, he needs to accumulate 10 billion points to increase the level. Now he has just over half the required points. He needs to hunt more. The next second, a spear flew very close to his head. Turning around, he attacked the monster and, concentrating energy in his hand, used magic projectiles, attacking the next creature. Then he grinned and noticed it was indeed a difficult opponent. That's why people almost never hunt here. The next second, several monsters pushed off the ground and jumped to attack the protagonist, but he concentrated energy in his hand and sent a fireball at them, exploding everything in its path. But several creatures got out of the fire and headed straight for him. He shouted, "Damn, he can attack!" And then he himself ran to attack and cut the creatures in his path. Several stones fell from them, and he said that all it took was one hit. It seems that someone bought up the batteries. He received a notification that his registered product had been sold. He was surprised when he saw a system window that said that a complaint had been received from buyer Crow, who bought his product. If there are many complaints and the seller's rating drops significantly, his activity will be suspended. He should be careful. Read the content of the complaint. He was surprised. What again? He has a bad feeling. First, he will check the complaint. It said that he should sell this product for half price from now on. If he refuses to sell him products at the proposed price for the next 12 hours, he will regret it. He was surprised. What? All complaints are the same? Then he checked his account. Crow, he sells different products. Then the protagonist asked, did he buy only batteries from him? He would understand if he bought unpopular and quickly discharged products, such as Tamagotchi, Polaroid, or electric razor. But he only bought batteries which he downloaded each time, and at the same time wrote a complaint? And now what? Says to sell for half price? And sets a time frame. After that, he took out several batteries from the subspace and asked why he would do this. Then he registered the item and a new notification came to him. His registered item was sold. He exclaimed that he knew it. A notification also appeared that he had received a complaint from buyer Crow. He asked in confusion, "What? Really? He wants to be blocked?" He decided to try something. Meanwhile, Crow, sitting in his chair, swung his leg and said, "Really? How long can he endure this? He thinks he can beat him?" For beginners, the skill of selling and buying was something like a blessing. Thanks to this skill, he quickly became stronger and eventually became the absolute ruler of the planet he lives on. But even if someone has a special skill, not everyone can reach his position. No matter how many points he collected, it was never enough. It was easy and fast to spend, but it was so hard to save it. As a rule, beginners spend the points collected from hunting on medicine and skills to become stronger. But sometimes funny creatures are encountered. They earn points by selling special goods that are only available on their planet. No matter how inveterate a monopolist he is, he will have no choice but to kneel before the overwhelming capital. For him, it is just a race for points. He buys up all the good goods posted by newcomers, after which he immediately writes a complaint about them until he receives a decision to suspend operations for 3 months, after which everything will become much easier. After 3 months, repeat everything again. No matter how persistent he is, he will still give in. In the end, there will be nothing left but to sell goods at a fixed price at a certain time. Of course, he himself will become a monopolist. If he is planning to rebel, he again files a complaint about the suspension of operations. Then he thoughtfully looked at the battery in his hands and the system window that appeared. He asked, "Are they finished?" Meanwhile, the protagonist, smiling, scratched his head and noted that everything was sold out. He should buy more. After some time, he came to the store and, having collected everything he needed, went to the exit. The workers bowed, thanked him, and said goodbye. He reciprocated, and then came to the Pomchan motel. Opening the boxes, he said, "It seems he is trying to scare him by suspending his business. He has already sold a lot of things during all this time, so it will not be easy for him." And then he looked at the battery in his hands and continued, "Well then, they will start the second round." After that, the protagonist looked at the system window and said in surprise, "Since there are no other complaints, it seems that other players have also started buying, but he will buy even if he sets the price twice as high. At this rate, he will devour him alive. Since he will make a profit anyway, this time he will increase the price 3 times. As night fell, the system reported that he had accumulated more than 10 billion points. He had reached a rare rank. Now he can use heroic quality items. The list of items that he can buy has been expanded. The sale window has been increased to 100 items. MC, looking at the accumulated points, said that at first he did not like all this, but now he is really grateful for this battle. By the way, it is dangerous to increase the price even more, all because the number of complaints has almost equaled the initial number of sales. Should he gradually begin to adjust the quantity, changing the name of the product? He decided to see if he can buy this. Meanwhile, Crow looked at the system window and asked, "Is he really going to give up now? He needs to take a little rest and recover. It will take a long time for the deficit to become a surplus." In the end, when the price increases 4 times, it is really annoying, but if this continues, it will become difficult. He can tolerate a price increase of 4 times. Crazy, this guy is already at the limit too. Then, he looked at the system window in surprise and asked, "What?" The system asked, "Does he want to buy a large capacity battery for camping of normal quality?" After purchase, the product will not be returned or exchanged. He grabbed his head and shouted in irritation, "This idiot, does he have such equipment?" He registered more than 70 batteries. If he buys them all, it will come to about 2.1 billion points. He wondered if it is worth spending so many points again. If he was confident in success, he could invest not 2.1 billion, but 100 times more. There is one problem. He does not know how far he can go. From these anxious thoughts, he already hugged his knees, sitting on the chair, and then removed the system window and said that he would finish here. Meanwhile, a notification appeared in front of the protagonist. His registered product was sold. He noticed that since there were no more complaints, apparently, he gave up. It seems that the high-capacity battery was bought by those who had already purchased something from him. Then he laughed and asked, "Who would buy it now?" He scratched his ear and added that because of this guy, he had to put a trump card on selling earlier than he planned. After some time, he went outside and looking up said, "Since ordinary goods are becoming more and more popular, it would be good to buy more." After that, he visited a used electronics store. Meanwhile, the demoness looked thoughtfully at the system window and asked, "Home arcade machine?" The system window said, "Home arcade machine, normal. Size 32 inches, can be played by 2, audio speaker, LED system. Cartridge is purchased separately." She was surprised. "Cartridges?" The system window said, "Cartridge contains more than 8,000 games, compatible with home arcade machine." She looked at the console in her hands and said that she does not know how good it is, but is it worth buying? Meanwhile, the protagonist returned to the motel and, looking at the system window, asked, "I wonder how much the new skill level differs from the original?" The system reported accumulated points, 14,342,767,124. He was surprised. What? He received a notification to increase the level to heroic. The player needs to collect 1 trillion points. He was surprised. 1 trillion? Why did the difficulty level jump so much? Then he sighed and added, his path was quite difficult at first. He found the necessary product and said, as he thought, an elixir, legendary, heals all physical and mental injuries. Repeated use within 24 hours has no effect, consumable item. He said that he would be able to buy the elixir only after he increased the skill level to heroic. Is there anything else, besides the fact that now you can add up to 100 positions? He was interested in the reviews. Reviews for the game console, normal. A user named Bartuk wrote, a fun thing, a cheap thing to while away the time. She recommends it. Brow was surprised, and this is cheap? This thing does not even give any ability, an unreasonably high price for this. Chin Solon agreed, if they do not want to waste points in vain, it is better not to buy it. Bartuk replied, beggars who spend points only on life and food. MC asked, what is this? He opened reviews for an electric razor, normal. Bartuk wrote, this is real trash. Usually he doesn't write complaints, but this one just got on his nerves. It's even curious, you should never buy this. This thing copes perfectly with only one task, trimming your beard. Mikobis and Tasha agreed with him. The protagonist asked, what do they write under other products? He opened the increase in the strength stat, normal. Bartuk wrote that she recommends it. The most necessary thing for beginners, and costs only 5 million. Nishio agreed with her. And Teru wrote that there are many sellers of this type of goods. They should not buy thoughtlessly. They should buy goods priced at up to 5 million points. The protagonist noticed that Bartuk is omnipresent. And did she leave a review for the new products? He opened the product, a large capacity battery, regular. Bartuk wrote that it is much better than batteries. But she doubts that the seller does not look at his customers as walking wallets. If there is a large battery instead of a regular one, then why did he upload it only now? Yes, of course, so that he could sell as much as possible. She is sure that many bought a large number of regular batteries because the equipment runs on this. She is one of them. In any case, she bought a large number of batteries to support the beginner and stock up on the necessary. However, as soon as she helped him, this huge amount of batteries turned into just trash. Modest guess, since these batteries are sold in large quantities, then perhaps there is something even more powerful than this. Bipar wrote that he agrees with her. Over time, the purchased large battery will also become trash. Honestly, he can't help but feel that the price for the large battery is also too high. Chan wrote that it is impossible not to buy it, because it is very convenient. He feels like he has become addicted to it. Sudbi advised not to buy it, because the moment they press the buy button, they may think that they are already hooked. We need to arrange a group boycott, then the price will 100% fall. MC noticed that this is a rather harsh review, although there are products that can be used constantly if you use a magic stone as an electric drive, but the cost of such a thing even on Earth turned out to be sky high. He cannot sell it. And the reaction to the slot machine is not so bad. He lay down on the bed and decided to just look at the goods. After some time, he came across an interesting product and said, a pet. The system window said, a red dragon egg with a built-in seal of submission. Be careful, after purchase it will hatch immediately. The baby obeys the first person it sees. The protagonist was indignant, well, and the price tags. Then he opened the reviews. Bartuk wrote that it is very, very difficult to raise. In addition, if you relax too much, it can attack the owner, so you need to pay special attention to it. If you put in enough effort, then when the animal grows up, it will serve you well. Goddenbrew wrote, even though it has the seal of subordination, but 300 billion points is too expensive. The protagonist said that for them, pets are a luxury item, rather than having a practical use. Then he lay down on the pillow and said that he was afraid to imagine how expensive a legendary rank elixir is. At that moment his phone received a call, and he asked in surprise, what happened, since she was calling at this hour? Then he answered, and his mother asked, does he know Taeon from the Sowu Guild? He clarified, Taeon? He is not sure. She said that he says that he is the head of the second recruitment team of the Sowu Guild. At that moment, MC realized that they were talking about someone, and asked why she brought him up. She replied that this person came to their home. He was indignant. To their home? She confirmed it. He is now at the entrance. Should she let him in? He replied that he would call him himself now, and please, she should not open the door for him under any circumstances. She was surprised. Didn't he come with good intentions? He replied that he would explain everything to her later. She said that she understood, and he should not overexert himself there because of them, and not do anything to his own detriment. He replied that he would solve everything, so she should not worry too much. She agreed with him, and then the protagonist called Taeyeon, and he said that he was glad to hear from him. He was really looking forward to his call. The protagonist got angry and asked what he was doing. Why did he come to his mother's house? In response, he laughed and said that he seemed very agitated. First, he needed to calm down. He came only with good intentions. They were aware of his father's condition. It must be hard for him to cope all alone, so he just wanted to tell his mother the truth. The MC said that they wanted to sign a contract not with his mother, but with him. Taeyeon replied that this was certainly true, but such a serious decision should be made after consulting with the family. He replied that it was none of his business. Taeyeon noticed that he was very stern. They offered him the amount he wanted, so why was he so stubborn? He was indignant, and he was still asking after he sent such a contract. Taeyeon clarified, "What about this?" Was he indignant about something? The protagonist was surprised. Did he really not know? He consulted a lawyer, and it wasn't just some minor inconsistencies. Taeyeon added that it was just insurance against unforeseen situations. If he really was the talented player they wanted, then there would be no problems. The MC said, and if he wasn't who they thought he was, then his status window would be open in vain. He smiled and replied that he should think carefully. They were the Sowu Guild. The protagonist thought if there wasn't a clause in the contract about opening the status window, he would have signed it, but it seemed that the Sowu Guild would never be able to accept it. He then added with a smile, if that was all they wanted, then he was disconnecting. Right after that, he would change his phone number, so they wouldn't be able to reach him anymore, and if they bothered his mother again, they wouldn't get away with it. Taeyeon let go of the phone, holding it with trembling hands, and said in anger, "What a cocky kid." Then he called his subordinate and asked if they had found his location. The subordinate confirmed it, and he asked where he was. He replied, "Right here." Taeyeon was surprised. "Isn't this the territory of the Osan Guild?" The worker asked what they should do. He told him to contact the Woohyun Guild and tell them that they were starting. Then he hung up and added, "No, they won't kill him, but if they scare him too much, he will come running to him himself." After some time, the protagonist was shopping in the store again and said that he needed to buy as much as the sale window currently allows. He went through the electronics section and then visited an expensive clothing store. After some time, he decided that this was enough, and after that, he went into the portal and, after stretching his muscles, decided that it was time to hunt. Several monsters ran straight at him, but he swung his weapon and decapitated his opponents with ease. Then he cut another monster attacking from behind, aimed at a group of remaining monsters. After 5 hours, the protagonist said that he had finished. A system window appeared in front of him saying, "Incredible achievement, legendary. He had killed 10,000 high-ranking humanoid toads by himself. The reward was the title of Humanoid Toad Executioner. Legendary." He smiled, noting that he had finished earlier than he thought. After that, he looked at his phone screen and said, okay, he still has time to go to the Goblin Dungeon today. Several bandits were following him, and their leader asked, "Is this the guy?" His comrade answered, "Right," and he offered to follow him. He then reached for the weapon behind his back. Meanwhile, MC entered the dungeon and noticed, for the first time, a hunting ground in such a large forest. So then, should he go in secretly? He saw the guards guarding the entrance and used stealth, passing by them unnoticed. He looked at the goblins and said that he would not be spotted here. Well, shall he begin? He then concentrated the energy in his hand and directed magic projectiles at the goblins, hitting the monsters. He then directed a fireball at another group of monsters. After that, looking to the side, he noticed that another group was heading from the side, and smiling, he said, "They are smart." He directed magic attacks at them again, dealing with the monsters. The next second, he felt a sharp needle heading towards him. He managed to turn around, and looking to the side, said, "From that side." Several goblins aimed at him, and the next second, they released needles. The protagonist said, "The cloak is really durable." After that, he easily decapitated the remaining opponents and, climbing onto a high branch, said that it was time to finish. He grabbed a goblin by the face and slammed him into the ground with a sharp landing. The remaining monsters looked at him in bewilderment, but he walked forward and decapitated them. Then he said, "Done." Putting his hand forward, he released a subspace into which he began to suck the stones, and then he looked to the side and asked, "Is there anyone left?" The man shouted, "What kind of fool made a mess in their territory?" The protagonist asked in confusion, "Really, the players?" The hunter pointed at something and exclaimed that it seemed to be MC. He asked in confusion why the protagonist was hunting on their territory. Hyun-sun calmly replied that he paid the same entrance fee as they did, so why was it their territory and not his? The hunter took a step towards him and noted that they hunted here every day. So of course, it was their place. Since the protagonist was hunting on their territory, he should leave all the stones to them. As an apology for the monsters he killed, MC would leave them all his gear. Hyun-sung thought they were crazy. Of course, he had read about such cases on the internet, but he never thought that he would find himself in such a situation. The protagonist sternly clarified they had made a big mistake. The hunter smiled ominously and noted that it seemed that MC did not understand the good way. Hyun-sung thought that, of course, modern weapons like guns and bombs are used in dungeons. But electronics don't work here, so if there are problems between players in such places, they usually have to rely on the testimony of other players. It's common for players to die in a dungeon. As a rule, such incidents are considered accidents caused by the players' carelessness while fighting monsters. And there are those who take advantage of this. Criminals who take items and equipment from other players. And in the worst cases, they could even kill. MC looked at the corpses of the monsters and thought that he couldn't understand. Do they still pick on them even after seeing all this carnage? The hunter noted that it seemed like the protagonist didn't understand them. Then they'll show him. The hunter ordered to attack and his comrades rushed into battle. Hyun-sung calmly closed his eyes and said that it was slow. He looked down and noticed a spear stuck in the ground. The protagonist quickly clenched his weapon in his hand and looked at the opponents. He instantly swung his sword and cut the hunter's weapon. MC delivered a powerful kick to the enemy, and the hunter flew to the side with great speed. Hyun-sung struck the hunter's chin with his fist. He calmly stopped and looked at the remaining opponents. The hunter angrily called the protagonist a freak and ordered him to die. The opponents quickly rushed into battle. MC cut the opponent's sword with one movement of his weapon. He quickly kicked the hunter in the face, and the opponent fell to the ground. Hyun-sung turned his attention to the opponent running towards him. He jumped up and brought the weapon closer to the opponent's face. The hunter crouched and ran past the protagonist, receiving a scratch on his shoulder. The protagonist got angry and quickly put his hand to the opponent's head. He slammed the hunter's head into the ground with great force. MC clenched his teeth in rage and called them freaks. He turned his head to the side and turned his attention to the opponents running towards him. Hyun-sung calmly raised his hand to the side and created a portal and asked, "Is that how it is?" He confidently raised his shield. The protagonist smirked and instantly screams were heard from the forest. At the same time, Jang Woo-hyun, smiling, standing in the forest, noted that they were doing well. It would be easier if they were ordered to kill him, but for now, they will have to limit themselves to just one leg. He came out of the forest and MC turned his attention to him. Hyun-sung asked, "Is this an employee of the security department?" Woo-hyun looked at him sternly and did not answer. The protagonist tensed up and the hunters turned to the head. Woo-hyun clarified, "Was it MC who defeated his subordinates?" Hyun-sung calmly replied that they started it first. The sword quickly headed towards the protagonist, but he instantly blocked the attack with his shield. Woo-hyun thought with a terrifying grin, who is MC and how could such a newbie, who did not even receive a profession, repel his attack? The protagonist isn't good enough for this dungeon. Woo-hyun smirked and laughed. He said with a horrified look that he was tired of the protagonist. Woo-hyun was going to do everything carefully. He swung his weapon with a smile and added that it seemed like it wouldn't end with just one leg. Woo-hyun quickly headed towards MC and Hyun-sung tensed up. Woo-hyun jumped up with the intention of attacking. He smiled and looked at the protagonist's face. He attacked with his sword, but MC managed to block the blow with his shield. Woo-hyun smiled terrifyingly, and Hyun-sung thought that the opponent was strong. Woo-hyun was different from the guys he had fought with recently. His strength and speed? No, Woo-hyun surpasses the protagonist in everything, and the opponent's fencing skills are superior to his, and Hyun-sung's bloodsucker sword has good stats. If he didn't have a shield, he would. The protagonist immediately finished his thought and wondered, how did it all come to this? Really? Why? First, he'll get out of here. MC created a fire spear in his hand and Woo-hyun tensed up. The spear quickly flew up to the leader's face and a powerful explosion thundered. Woo-hyun coughed, standing in the dark smoke. Hyun-sung quickly ran towards the forest. Woo-hyun, with strong anger and scorched hair, screamed, "How dare this insect!" The protagonist was very surprised and turning his head to the side thought that it was not a fatal blow. In vain did he hold back. The enemy quickly ran up to him and swung his sword. The sword hit the protagonist's shield. MC quickly sat down on the ground, redirecting the enemy's attack. Woo-hyun looked to the side in confusion. He quickly jumped up with the intention of delivering an attack. Hyun-sung grinned looking at the enemy. He hit the ground with a fire spear and a bright explosion thundered. Woo-hyun looked away with rage and coughed and yelled that the protagonist is a freak. He pointed his sword at the smoke with great speed, but the MC stopped the weapon with his sword. Woo-hyun grinned confidently and looked at the protagonist and noticed that he found him. Hyunsun noticed the weapon flying towards him. He instantly jumped to the side and thought that something was wrong. The enemy is not here to kill him. The MC knelt down with his shield behind his back. He threw a fiery spear towards the leader and an explosion occurred. Woo-hyun, covering his face with his weapon, exclaimed that this freak is at it again. Another explosion instantly thundered. Woo-hyun coughed with rage. Clouds of smoke rose up among the trees. The protagonist quickly ran into the forest and asked what he should buy. He pressed the system window with his finger and exclaimed, "What is this? A little less than 20 billion points." The system window notifies that, does he want to purchase the passive skill book Survival Instinct, Heroic Rank? After purchase, it is impossible to return or exchange the goods. MC replied that, of course yes, and a book appeared in his hand. The system window notifies that, does he want to read the passive skill book? The passive skill Survival Instinct, Heroic Rank has been learned. Hyunsun looked at his hand with a confident smile and exclaimed that this is good. He raised his head and turned his attention to the enemy. Woo-hyun clarified that there was no point in running away and asked the protagonist to just surrender. Well, it seems that MC has already surrendered. Hyunsun pulled out his blade and thought that within 60 seconds, he should completely disarm the enemy. Woo-hyun smiled ominously and rushed into battle and called the protagonist a fool. MC resolutely thought that he could catch him. Suddenly, Yuna landed on the ground between them. Hyunsun wondered in confusion, who is this? Yuna looked at the leader and his sword instantly broke. He looked at his weapon in confusion and Yuna calmly picked up the axe. She spun the weapon in her hand and brought it closer to the leader's face. The protagonist fell into a stupor and Woo-hyun, having received a blow to the forehead, fell to the ground. MC wondered in confusion, what just happened? Yuna greeted Hyunsun with a smile. She apologized for being a little rude the last time they met. The protagonist thought that it seemed like he had met her somewhere before. He remembered the past and thought that this was the girl who gave him the rare elixir. MC immediately bowed and thanked her for help. Yuna happily replied that on the contrary, she should apologize to him. In fact, she had been watching him from the very beginning. Hyunsun was surprised and Yuna continued that she had been watching them since the first task. She regretted not intervening earlier. The protagonist asked in confusion, what tasks? Yuna clarified that those guys were repeat offenders. The MC smiled and scratched the back of his head and said that he believed that she did not interfere in order to gather more evidence about their crimes. Yuna disagreed and replied that she simply wanted to test how good Hyunsun's abilities were. Yuna put her hand on her chest and asked to let her formally introduce herself. An inspector of the Players Association. And Yuna did not pursue those guys, but came here because of the protagonist. The MC clarified what she was talking about. Yuna suggested that they go outside first and talk there. They need to take care of those guys first. Hyunsun strongly agreed with her and clarified that she did say that they were repeat offenders. Does this mean that they have committed the same crimes before? Yuna confirmed this and replied that there was no evidence, but in most places where players disappeared, they were the suspects. They had not yet determined whether they were disappearances or murders. The protagonist recalled the past with great tension. The enemy's sword approached him. MC quickly jumped back from the attack and thought that something was wrong. The enemy was not here to kill him. Hyunsun came out of the memories and said that it seemed like they had no intention of killing him. Yuna clarified that she thought so too. The protagonist wondered, then what was the point of all this? She turned to him with a smile and replied that now they needed to find out. She pointed her spear at the body of the leader of the hunters and said that she knew he was conscious and ordered him to get up. He did not answer, and Yuna, with a horrified look, clarified that she did not want to resort to extreme methods. She instantly stabbed the spear into his body. Woo-hyun cried in intense pain and screamed. Yuna smiled and pointed out that if he had stood up nicely, this wouldn't have happened. Why did he attack Hyunsun? Woo-hyun asked tensely. What was she talking about? He was just trying to protect the guild members who were unfairly attacked. And is it acceptable for the association management to attack innocent players like that? And to attack those who were unconscious? He will report this incident to the media and report it to the police too. Yuna asked terrifyingly, how did Woo-hyun know that she was the association representative if he was unconscious? Woo-hyun instantly became stupefied and couldn't answer. Yuna brought a weapon to his face and asked, is he a fool? Does Woo-hyun not understand his situation? Doesn't he know where he is now? She ominously clarified that this is a dungeon. If Yuna kills him here, there will be no evidence left. Woo-hyun doesn't think that Hyunsun, whom he attacked, will report to the police if she kills the leader. If he doesn't want this dungeon to become a grave for him and his comrades, then it's better to tell the whole truth. Yuna smiled and noted that he could stay alive as long as he was useful as a witness. Woo-hyun screamed in fear. Was she threatening him now? Would an association representative kill a respectable player? Yuna noted that it seemed like this guy still hadn't come to his senses. She stuck her spear into the ground and turned to the protagonist. Yuna smiled and asked, would the MC leave them alone for a while? Hyunsung smiled tensely and agreed, saying that he would. Yuna asked to make sure that none of the unconscious ones escaped. If even one of them disappeared, trouble would be inevitable. Hyunsung agreed and headed towards the lying hunters. Woohyun raised his hand in great fear and asked for mercy, saying that he was wrong. A scream immediately came from the forest. After a while, the protagonist threw his weapon back on his shoulder and looked away. He turned his attention to the hunters and wondered what their goal was. There was no way they could know about MC's skill. Was it because of the Seowu Guild and the three-headed monster? How could he deal with it? What if the Seowu Guild was behind all this? What if Yuna asked him how he dealt with the three-headed monster? Hyunsung clenched his teeth in anger and thought that it was a curse. He had to become stronger. The Seowu Guild would definitely not back down. The player association was also not trustworthy. The protagonist put his hand on his head and said that he thought that if he became a player, he could solve all the problems. Yuna asked, has he been waiting for a long time? MC looked away with a smile and disagreed. Yuna clarified that she heard that this guy received an order from the Seowu Guild. He was instructed to put pressure on Mr. Hyunsung. It seems that they were trying to lure the protagonist away, pretending that it did not concern them. Fortunately, this time, they managed to collect evidence and find out their personal information. So now they will be able to strike at the Seowu Guild. Woohyun of the hunters with a swollen cheek stands tied with a rope. MC happily clarified, is this true? Yuna smilingly agreed and suggested that they get out of here first. After some time in the city under the night sky, people of the association stand next to the tied-up leader. People take turns getting on the bus. The protagonist watches what is happening in surprise. Yuna turned to the MC and asked if he would have a minute. Hyunsung looked at her and agreed. After some time in the association building, they are sitting in a room at a table. The protagonist with confusion clarified why she was looking for him. Yuna replied that it was because of the three-headed monster incident. MC asked fearfully how she knew he was in the goblin dungeon. Yuna said with a cup in her hand that they looked at the records. They know who entered and when. Hyunsung asked if that was illegal. She didn't confirm it and noted that it was because they had the right to request any information about the players if necessary, regarding the three-headed monster incident. Yuna said something and the protagonist was very surprised. She asked if he understood the whole point of the situation, right? MC defeated that monster after all. It was an unofficial investigation, so she was going to secretly enter the dungeon and evaluate his abilities. But then that situation happened. She seriously asked him for forgiveness again for not having intervened immediately. Hyunsung clarified that she was saying that she wanted to evaluate his abilities. Yuna confirmed this and said that she was convinced of this when she saw the skills that the protagonist used against Woohyun at the end of the battle. That's why the three-headed monster was killed by the protagonist. She looked at the MC with a smile. Hyunsung asked if it was a crime to hide the fact that he killed that monster. Yuna replied that of course not. They were looking for him in order to reward him for his work. There's a good reward for killing the three-headed monster. They also have one offer for the protagonist. Yuna smiled happily, and the MC asked if they want to accept him into their ranks. Yuna confirmed this, and Hyunsung clarified that he really has no desire to join any organization. Yuna noted with a smile that she knew he would answer that way. She asked him to listen to their conditions first. They are offering him the same deposit as the Seowu Guild, about 100 billion won. In addition, if the protagonist becomes a member of the association, he will be able to receive many other bonuses. From the removal of tax obligations to free equipment rental. MC clarified, and of course he has to show his status window. Yuna disagreed and replied that he just needs to pass the test. Hyunsung was very surprised and clarified, really a test? Yuna confirmed this and clarified that it is very simple. He just needs to honestly answer the questions of the persons whom she points to. The protagonist thought fearfully, is she an investigator or something? This skill has nothing to do with battles and is usually used by police officers or investigators. It is called a truth contract. If the person being interrogated tells the truth, then nothing will change. However, if he lies, his body will begin to emit red light. MC seriously asked why she wants to hire him if she is willing to go that far? Honestly, under these conditions, Yuna can hire a high-level player. Isn't that right? She smirked and replied that a high level wasn't that good. Even these conditions weren't good enough to lure decent players over to the association's side. Didn't Hyunsung know that those with both a high level and outstanding skills were usually involved in some kind of crime? The protagonist looked away and asked, was it because of the level 20 rule? Yuna replied that she couldn't deny it. MC clarified that he didn't know how to get around this rule. But Yuna still wanted to hire him? She agreed and said that Hyun-sun had shown outstanding results in just 3 months. That was enough to invest 100 billion in him. The protagonist thought with great tension that the Seowu Guild and the Players Association, if they knew, then probably other big guilds did too. In any case, he couldn't even handle Woohyun now, let alone the big guilds. Yuna clarified. What did he think? Hyun-sun confirmed this and said that he accepted her proposal. She happily noted that this was a very good decision. The assistant approached the table and the protagonist paid attention to her. She raised her hand and said that she would activate the skill contract of truth. Does MC agree with this? Hyun-sun confidently agreed with her. The assistant explained that when the skill is activated, a confirmation message will appear in front of the protagonist's eyes. You just need to click yes. She brought her hand to MC's head and used the contract of truth. System window notifies that the skill contract of truth has been activated. Does Hyun-sun wish to accept it? The protagonist thought that he did not like it. He clicked on the agreement with acceptance. A red aura enveloped his body. MC looked to the side at the assistant leaving. The door closed and Hyun-sun remained in the office with Yuna. She asked him to get comfortable and answer questions. The protagonist calmly closed his eyes and Yuna asked if he really awakened 3 months ago. MC responded in agreement and she asked if Hyun-sun knew a way to bypass the 20-level rule. The protagonist did not agree and Yuna clarified that she knew he was at least level 140. So why was MC hunting in low-level dungeons? Hyun-sun did not answer her question. He thought it was nothing special. Yuna asked if he by any chance had a personal skill. The protagonist tensed up and thought, did she know about it? Yuna sternly noted that he needed to answer this question. MC did not answer and she asked if the reason he only hunted low-level monsters had anything to do with his personal skill. Hyun-sun agreed and Yuna clarified if he could use his skill on other players. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and did not agree. Yuna asked if he could bypass the 20-level rule by using a skill. MC, with beads of sweat running down his face, opened his eyes slightly. He agreed and opened his eyes. Yuna announced with a smile that they were done. Hyun-sun asked if they would have to go through this again. The leader replied that there was no need. She understood everything, and he was being completely honest. Yuna put the cup on the table and added that she had expected this to some extent. MC did indeed have a personal skill. Hyun-sun thought for a moment and clarified, maybe she also had a personal skill. Yuna was surprised and confirmed this, saying that she could not tell him which one. But the protagonist was right. She also had a skill. MC noted that this meant that he was not the only one. Yuna said that there was no need to be upset, because a personal skill is unique and unrepeatable for each player. All players who have it hold high positions. Hyun-sun thought in amazement, do everyone hold high positions? Then Yuna is only one of them? Of course, he knew that all the players in the association's leadership were high-level players. Yuna clarified that for ordinary people, information about the players is very limited. They don't know much even about high-level players, especially about players with a personal skill. All information is protected by the national security law. MC asked in surprise, is it okay for her to tell him this? Yuna replied that it was because he also had a personal skill. Although in fact, Hyun-sun was right, she was also not allowed to disclose information about her having such a skill. However, there would be no problem with this, since they would be part of the same organization. MC calmly noted that he did not say that he would join the association. Yuna happily asked, how so? Since she told him about her personal skill, he had no choice. Hyun-sun asked in confusion, what was she talking about? Yuna stood up from her chair and said that there was no need to make such a face, because he would become a member of a government organization, not an association. She walked up to the table and the protagonist paid attention to her. Yuna handed him a contract. MC looked at it in surprise and she agreed and pointed out that it was a contract that stated that it was the Korean Players Association. The parties were Hyun-sun and the Korean Players Association. The protagonist was stunned and wondered if such conditions were possible at the state level, and there are not many points in the obligations and the salary in emergency situations is high. Even benefits are paid during military operations, and the rights to stones and items are also guaranteed. The contract says that its term corresponds to the term of the player's exclusive contract with the Korean Players Association. The deposit is 400 billion won. The annual salary is 2 billion won. Housing and transportation are provided, a family protection system, the distribution of profits from the sale of stones is 8-2, Player Association. The distribution of profits from the sale of items is 10-0. Free rental of rare equipment, the purchase of skill books and items is not subject to duty. Other conditions are listed in the following contracts. The main conditions, general conditions for players are drawn up for the contract for both parties. Each party keeps one copy. Yuna handed him a pen and asked him to sign quickly. Hyun-sun took the pen and thought that if it was true, then they were giving him everything practically for free. But there was one small rule. The contract said that this was point 6, the term of the contract. The term of the contract was lifelong. First, in case of termination of the contract, it was necessary to pay an amount 10 times the deposit. Second, in case of violation of the contract, the player would be charged for all provided benefits and items. The protagonist wondered if a lifelong contract couldn't be called slavery. MC wondered if all the association players signed up for such conditions. Yuna replied that this was true, otherwise the association would have gone bankrupt long ago. They only provided such conditions because Hyunsung had a personal skill. The ability to bypass 20 levels, right? Even if the protagonist hunts low-level monsters, his level still increases and monsters drop stones. This means that MC can increase his level without any restrictions. Yuna raised her fist in joy and exclaimed that this was a chance to recruit a player whose level could become the highest in the world. They would be fools to spare money on this. Hyunsung irritably put his cup on the table and wondered who they were taking him for. But such a mistake would actually help him, since there was some truth in it. The protagonist asked with a smile, "Is it possible to shorten the contract term a little?" Yuna was surprised and asked, "Does MC not like this contract?" She asked sadly, "Does Hyunsung know how many people in the world have a personal skill?" Yuna does not know for sure, but according to the government, about 80 people. Before the protagonist appeared, she was the only one in all of Korea. MC thought that it turns out that a special skill is very rare. Yuna clarified that she understands that he is not satisfied with such a contract term, but they cannot allow a player with a special skill to be recruited by another guild or even a country. That's why they improved the terms of the contract as much as possible and changed the term to a lifetime. If Hyunsung wants something else, he can only say so, because they are ready to give him a lot. The protagonist replied that he would like to change the term of the contract from a lifetime to 1 year. Yuna closed her eyes and clarified, "He understands that this is impossible, right?" MC then asked to reduce the amount of the deposit. 40 times, that is, 10 billion is enough for him. Yuna answered smiling that even if so, the answer is the same. Hyunsung clarified, then maybe to 2? The head said that they will increase the amount of the deposit. That's why the protagonist must agree to a lifetime. MC announced that the contract is for 2 years and the deposit is 20 billion. If they do not have any problems during these 2 years, then the contract with the association will be his priority. If Yuna refuses this too, he will not sign a contract with her at all. She asked if he was planning to emigrate to another country by any chance. Hyunsung smiled and disagreed, saying that he just didn't know much about the association and didn't like to obey anyone. Yuna asked, but he had sat through the terms. Didn't they have more benefits for the protagonist than responsibilities? MC asked if she really thought so. He thought about it, a multi-billion-dollar deposit? It was hard for him to even imagine it now. But Hyunsung couldn't neglect his future and let that money tie him down. All he needed now was a place that could hide and protect him. Of course, if he liked it, the protagonist could continue to stay there. But he couldn't sign a lifetime contract without knowing what awaited him. MC put his cup on the table and said that he would definitely sign a new contract with the association under the same terms. She wouldn't lose anything from that, would she? Maybe Yuna would think about a 2-year contract as an internship period after all? She sighed heavily and, picking up the contract, clarified that it seemed that they would have to exchange this contract for an internship. But Yuna couldn't make such a decision on her own. She happily stood up and said that they needed to report this to management first. Could the protagonist please wait a bit? MC calmly replied that he could wait as long as he wanted. After some time, Hyunsung looked at his phone. Yuna entered the office and said that she had passed on his offer to management. They had a counter condition. The protagonist asked in surprise, "What was it?" Yuna put the contract on the table and clarified that when he received offers from guilds or foreign associations, he should definitely tell the Korean Players Association about them. Also, if they offered MC similar conditions, he would definitely have to renew his contract with the association. Hyunsung calmly said that they would do so. The protagonist's signature appeared on the contract. Yuna extended her hand to him with a smile and said that she hoped for fruitful cooperation. Hyunsung shook her hand in agreement. He smiled confidently and noted that it was only for this time. Yuna replied that since they had signed a contract, they should first change the protagonist's items. Right now, all of his equipment was rented, right? MC scratched his cheek in embarrassment and replied that his sword and robe were of rare quality. Yuna happily clarified that then they change everything except these 2 items. The next morning in the association, there is various equipment in the room. Hyunsung looked at the items with admiration and thought that there is anything here. He asked if representatives of the association can rent anything. Yuna calmly answered that not really. A player can only rent equipment that matches his rank. Of course, Mr. Protagonist is an exception. MC smiled awkwardly and said that, so that's how it is. He approached the equipment and the system window notified that it is a magic velour jacket. Rare. It is lighter and more durable than it seems and adds 5 to agility. Hyun-sung thoughtfully noted that this is not quite what he expected. He took the cloak in his hand and said that he needs to choose carefully. After a while in the cafe, Yuna said that she can tell him everything about the association while the equipment is adjusted to his size. MC put the straw to his mouth and thought that it was all real. Yuna suggested talking about where he was assigned. Hyun-sung asked, "Where?" The head smiled and replied that he was assigned to the investigation department, which was what was planned. In simple terms, his job would be to resolve incidents in dungeons or conflicts between players. Basically, it would be finding and solving problems. But they would also have to help the support team, since they were short-staffed. The protagonist asked if he could handle such responsibilities. It wouldn't be hard for him to figure out low-level dungeons, but it would be quite difficult for him to solve problems in higher-level dungeons. Yuna asked him not to worry and clarified that they would take MC's current level into account. He replied that he understood everything, and Yuna added that since she was his boss, if any difficulties arose at work, he should immediately report to her. Hyun-sung clarified that in that case, could he discuss one problem that arose before signing the contract? The leader agreed, and the protagonist noted that the information about the amount of stones he earned and sold somehow got to the Seowu Guild. Besides, they knew about all the dungeons MC had been to. Yuna replied that she would try to find out more about this incident. Then she would be able to put good pressure on the Seowu Guild. Hyun-sung asked in amazement, "Isn't she surprised?" The leader clarified that this was not the first time. She is ready to deal with this right now, but her strength is not enough yet. The protagonist thought about it, but Yuna interrupted him and said that they would also provide him with a place to live. MC smiled and raised his hands, saying that everything was fine. He leads a nomadic lifestyle, so he doesn't need it. Yuna sadly noted that it was a bit inconvenient. The protagonist tensed up and asked, "Isn't it because of emergency unscheduled work?" Yuna confirmed this and said that they needed manpower, so it might be a bit difficult. The head mentioned that in that case, and asked the MC to inform her every time of his movements. Then she would be able to provide him with a job depending on his current location. They also provide Hyun-sung with a personal spending card, which he can use to pay for his accommodation. The MC asked in surprise, "Is that even possible?" Yuna replied that of course not. If other members of the association found out about this, there would probably be an uproar because they had special treatment for someone. That's why she asked them to keep it a secret. Officially, it would be recorded as compensation for frequently changing jobs. The protagonist thanked her for her concern. Yuna winked at him and clarified that it was the least they could do to get the MC to sign with them again in 2 years. Hyun-sung instantly blushed in embarrassment. After some time in the association, the protagonist happily adjusted his jacket and noted that it fit very well. Yuna picked up the ID and asked him to take this too. This ID proves that MC is a member of the player association, and now he has the authority of a member of the supervision team. There shouldn't be any trouble like in the past. Hyun-sung asked if he can go now. The leader agreed and asked him to check the notifications sometimes, because sometimes everyone can be urgently called. She asked him not to worry and clarified that emergency calls almost never happen. But if they do happen, then they need to react immediately. The protagonist asked, so when will he be able to get the deposit? Yuna smiled and replied that it had already been transferred. Since the contract comes into effect only when the deposit is transferred, it seems that MC is in dire need of funds. Hyun-sung awkwardly scratched the back of his head and confirmed this, specifying that he was going to buy a couple of skill books. The leader enthusiastically noted that this was a good idea. The association has its own store with such books, so they will go together. She headed to the side and said that she will show him everything. The protagonist thanked her and headed after her. He thought that the main thing is to become stronger. MC will invest all 20 billion in the skill book. After some time in the library, Hyun-sung noted that there are not as many of them as he thought. Yuna clarified that skill books are not replenished that often. In addition, demand exceeds supply, so if a good book appears, it is immediately bought. Well, their selection is smaller than that of the official auction house. MC happily looked at the ATM and thought that the taxes will end. Yuna asked in surprise, "Is it okay that he bought so many books? It seems that it is not very effective." Hyun-sung looked at her with a smile and clarified, "Even if so, but someday they will still be used." After a while, the system window notifies that the Immortality passive skill book has been upgraded to unique rare rank. Yuna announced that her work was finished. The car is insured, so MC can use it for his own pleasure. Hyun-sung, sitting in the car, said goodbye to her, and the head wished him a good trip. After a while, at the Korean Players Association, in the president's office, Kon San-young, the director of the Korean Players Association, scratched his chin and remarked that no matter how he thought about it, 2 years was a rather short period of time. Yuna asked if the director was upset that they were unable to sign a lifetime contract with him. San-young of the Korean Players Association replied that it was true. He was upset. They should have done it. Yuna calmly noted that the director was thinking more about money. He barked that it was not so. In her case, they also honestly improved the conditions. Yuna thinks that, since it is a lifetime contract, they will make her work for low pay. She closed her eyes and said that it was like that from the beginning. San-young was stunned, and Yuna added with a smile that if she hadn't insisted, they wouldn't have given her better conditions. Yuna should have changed the contract term from the beginning, just like the protagonist. The director exclaimed irritably that there was no need to compare MC with her. Her situation was new to the association. If it weren't for Yuna, they wouldn't have known about the special skill. She sternly replied that that's why he should have treated her better. San-young yelled that they did do that. They made a lot of concessions with the contract for Hyun-sung, just like she wanted. If Yuna hadn't intervened, they would have only offered him a lifetime contract with a deposit of 100 billion won. Yuna pointed out that if they hadn't done that, information about him would have leaked out, and foreign associations or guilds would have taken the protagonist. The director barked in confusion. She was threatening him? By handing over information to foreign associations? Yuna asked when she had threatened him. She only said that there was a high probability of this. San-young yelled. She thought that this was his first day knowing her? Yuna smiled and said that if he knew her so well, then he should understand what she was thinking. The director did not agree, and Yuna asked him not to pretend that he did not understand her. She asked to change her contract for 2 years as well. San-young replied that it was impossible. Honestly, if Yuna had not objected, then no matter what the cost, they would have signed a lifetime contract with the protagonist. Yuna called him a freak, and the director got angry. He clarified, Yuna thought that he was doing this for himself? This was for the good of the country. Nothing bad would have happened if MC had signed a lifetime contract with them. Yuna sternly noted that it would have been better if Hyun-sung had not signed it at all. San-young tiredly put his hand on his head and clarified what he was doing all this for. Yuna resolutely said that if he didn't like it, the director should cancel her contract. He calmly disagreed with her. Yuna clicked her tongue and headed for the exit. San-young asked where she was going. She irritably replied that she was going to work. At the same time, the phone says that the transfer of 1 billion won to mom has been completed. The protagonist, looking at the phone, said that this was enough to pay his father's hospital bills for the next 10 years, and also enough to live on. In order not to seem suspicious, he bought only one skill book related to recovery. He needs to improve the immortality skill. MC will see how many books he needs to improve. After a while, Hyun-sung is sitting at the table. He extended his finger to the system window and said that he must buy it. The system window notifies that this is Nature Restoration, a rare. A passive skill book that accelerates the healing of wounds. The current bid is 135 million won. The remaining time is 4 hours, 13 minutes, 8 seconds. The protagonist noted that since it is a rare rank book like Immortality, even if he cannot learn it, it would be a good idea to have it in reserve. According to the advice, passive skill books are always active, so everyone buys them. While active skills are most often ignored and not used, you need to buy everything that is rare rank and above. After a while, Hyun-sung extended his hand to the portal and noted that he spent a lot of money. He instantly closed the portal. The protagonist smiled and asked if he should spend the extra points. MC looked at the system window and said, how much was sold in total? The game console and laptop are popular, cosmetics and perfumes are also sold out, and the watch also sold out unexpectedly quickly. But still, nothing can beat this thing. After a while, near the second-hand store, the salesman said, welcome. The employees bowed and cried out, welcome. Hyun-sung passed by and said, yes, what about the batteries? The salesman asked, that order? They have already charged and set everything up. MC said, great. Then he will have one more request. He adjusted his glasses and asked, can they prepare the same amount of goods, with a full charge? The salesman smiled and said, of course, dear customer. He can rely on them. They gave him a discount since he always makes payments with points. If he needs anything, please let him tell them. MC turned around and thanked him. After a while, in the Pomcheon motel, Hyun-sung was looking at the system window. He remembered the guy's face and wondered, who is he? MC said that he would spend it all. There were about 3 billion left. A weak increase in various statistics costs 5 million points, and a small one is 10 million points. To improve all indicators to 200, he needs about 5 billion points. Hyunsung held a green stone in his hands and said, increasing indicators affects all skills, so it is profitable to invest in pumping statistics. He ate it, and there were about 9 billion points left in his account. MC decided to spend the remaining 5 billion points on books. After a while, the system window reported that the Book of Immortality of a unique rare level has a passive skill. MC will not die until his head is completely destroyed. In case of avoiding death, all wounds will be restored. Skill development is possible. Hyunsung said. The word slow disappeared. He took out a blade and cut his finger, from which blood gushed. It quickly healed and MC said, amazing. At that moment, his attention was drawn to the vibrating phone on the side, where Shin Yuna had called. Hyunsung answered and said hello. Yuna greeted him and said that it was Shin Yuna. MC asked, what was the matter? Yuna smiled and replied that they had evidence of the information they had received earlier, so they had filed a police report against the leadership of the So Guild. They would arrest everyone today. Hyunsung happily replied, that was great, otherwise it would have been a hassle to deal with them. Yuna replied, although the So Guild was in close relations with the prosecutors, they would not get away with it this time. On the contrary, they said that the investigation was stricter this time. MC asked, was it because of the factional conflict? Yuna replied, yes. The head of the So Guild, Ma Ji-hoon, not only did not hinder the investigation, but also provided all the internal documentation, as if he wanted them to catch them quickly. The MC asked what happened to Jong Sonu. Yuna replied that the arrest warrant had not been issued yet, but he would not be able to fight for long. When Jung Woo-hyun was arrested, all the murders and attacks that had been committed were revealed. After all, the people who ordered the murders were close to Jong Sonu. Yuna asked if the MC could turn on the TV now. He replied, yes. He turned on the TV, and the host's voice came from there. After all, everything was practically confirmed. The girl replied, yes. The final decision had not been made, but she thought it was a matter of time. Jong Sonu, the vice leader of the guild, had been expelled from the guild. Hyunsung wondered what kind of semi-censorship it was. The name had been published, but the guild's name had not. The host said that the police and the association were currently looking for him. Yuna asked if he was convinced. The MC replied, yeah. Yuna said that as he saw it, he would not be able to avoid arrest. Now everyone, even those who were favorable to Jong Sonu, they had turned their backs on him. MC replied that it should be so. He smiled and thanked her for sorting it out. Yuna replied that there was no need for gratitude. On the contrary, she apologized for not doing it earlier. Hyunsung said that he would treat them later as a token of gratitude. Yuna clarified, this was not an empty talk, was it? MC replied, of course. Yuna said that she would wait for his call then. Good night. Hyunsung replied, yes, they would call later. He ended the call and then screamed, horror. He needed to go find the book. After a while, he looked at the book lying on the bed and asked, where is his upgrade? He picked it up and said, this is the last one. He spent all the deposit and studied all the available skill books. The system window reported that the book was a rare level of natural healing, had a passive skill, and accelerated the healing of wounds. Hyunsung said he ate so much that he simply had to develop the skill. The system window reported that an error occurred while studying the passive skill book, Natural Healing. The passive skill, Book of Immortality, has been improved. The unique rare rank passive skill, Book of Immortality, has been improved to unique heroic rank, Book of Immortality. MC asked, what? He screamed loudly, hallelujah. He finally pumped it up. The system window reported that the unique heroic rank Book of Immortality has a passive skill. He will not die until the head and heart are damaged at the same time. If he does not die instantly, all wounds are healed. Skill development is possible. Hyunsung smiled and said, both are not damaged, there are fewer weaknesses. This can be further developed, but he put so much into it to finish it off at the heroic rank. About the legendary, perhaps he will not even stutter. After a while he fell on the bed, burying his face in the pillow and said, and now to sleep. Tomorrow is his first working day. After a while the MC approached the building and asked, is this here? He said he was a little nervous and went inside. Soo-young folded her arms across her chest and looked at him with displeasure. Taichul asked, is he the new guy? His teammates looked at him carefully, and Hyunsung replied, yes. The guy looked at him with disbelief out of the corner of his eye, and Taichul asked, is he starting his shift today? The MC smiled and replied, yes, it was his first time. Taichul said that he had asked many times to send them a new guy, and they really did. He laughed, and then extended his hand and said that he was glad to meet you, he was so Taichul. The MC responded in kind. His name is Choi Hyunsung. After a while, Taichul pointed his hand towards the door, and the MC looked at Soo-young's displeased face. They entered break room number 7, and Taichul said that he could wait here. If he's assigned to a dungeon below level 100, he should go with Soo-young. Lee Soo-young will be turning 25 this year. She's also around level 100. Hyunsung extended his hand and said he hoped they could get along. Soo-young winked at him and said, yeah, sure. Taechul said she should introduce herself properly. And why did she start off so informal? So-young looked at MC and said he looks younger than her, so they should talk like this. Is he upset? Then let him forgive her. MC thought, does she not like him? Taechul ruffled his hair and apologized. She has no manners. He thought, there's definitely something wrong. MC replied, it's fine, but he's definitely not fit to be a younger brother. She must not have known, but he's definitely older. So-young looked at him in surprise, and Hyun-sung said, because he will be 27 this year. Taechul cried out, that's it. He really has a baby face. The MC ruffled his hair and said with a smile on his face that he often hears that. So-young apologized slightly embarrassedly. Hyun-sung smiled and said, it's okay. Taechul turned around and said that as soon as the request comes, they can go straight to the place. He wanted to assign someone else to him, but the others haven't reached level 100 yet. Hyun-sung smiled and said that it doesn't matter to him. He thought that if he was sent to a dungeon of level 100 or lower, since his total stats are above level 200, even if he acts alone, there will be no problem. After a while, Taechul led him into a room and said, this is his room. If he doesn't plan on putting on equipment, he can read a book or take a nap. MC replied, yes, he understood. After a while, he woke up and yawned loudly. He said that he had slept for so long, about 4 hours. Even so, the salary is still good. Maybe he should just take night shifts and sleep here? Suddenly, he heard footsteps, after which So-young entered the room and said, a call, he needs to follow her. MC got dressed and said, yes. They got into the car and he asked what happened. So-young replied that a signal was received that a monster higher than the dungeon level had appeared. Hyun-sung clarified, is it okay that only the two of them went out on a call? So-young replied that the two of them were enough. A werewolf of level 70 or 80 appeared in the horned turtle dungeon of level 60. There are no casualties yet and none are expected. MC thought about it, because the difference is only 10 levels. So-young said that most often calls come for incidents in dungeons higher than level 50. Hyun-sung asked, is it because there are no security personnel there? So-young answered, yes. Players who reach level 50 and get their first job usually go to work as security officers in low-level locations themselves. And then starting from level 50, there are no security officers in the dungeons. The problems start with players who are used to being under constant care. When various situations arise and there are no security officers nearby, their survival skills deteriorate sharply, and this develops into a huge problem. MC looked at her carefully and said that he thought she was amused. So-young smiled and answered, of course, because this trip will give her a raise in salary. Hyun-sung said, that's how. In any case, more calls, higher salary. So-young answered, right. After a while, MC got out of the car and looked around, said that it would not be easy to find. So-young stepped forward and asked him not to be surprised. MC looked at her questioningly, and she took the form of a cat. Hyun-sung pointed his finger at her and asked, a cat? So-young got angry and said it was a leopard. MC apologized to her and thought a leopard was a cat. So-young told MC that if he was slow, she would leave him behind, so he shouldn't fall behind. Hyun-sung said yes. She quickly rushed forward and MC thought how fast she was. He thought, well, she uses 4 paws. MC caught up with her and then saw a werewolf. He said, wow, it's so huge. So-young said, it's like a hunting dog. Its sense of smell is even better than a dog's. The werewolf fell to its knees and howled loudly. So-young pushed off the ground and pounced on it, swinging its clawed paw. MC was surprised at what he saw and then said, what an elastic equipment. So-young said, it couldn't be any other way. It's really expensive though. She turned around and said that they were going back. Hyun-sung agreed with her and said, let's go. Suddenly So-young transformed into a leopard and said that there was more than one werewolf here. MC asked again, what? She answered, it seems to her that he managed to call his pack before he died. A large number of werewolves appeared in the forest. The players began to scatter in different directions, and MC asked, does this happen often? So-young answered that it doesn't happen often, but it does. However, when this happens, the name and level of this dungeon change. Hyun-sung thought about it, and So-young suggested that they deal with them first and prepare a report. MC answered, okay. He activated his mana, and So-young rushed forward and said that she would go first. MC took out his blade and looked closely at So-young, who struck the monster with her clawed paw. The werewolves began to howl loudly, attracting Hyun-sung's attention. He looked to the side and asked, was that it? The werewolf growled, and MC asked, was that the werewolf king? So-young squeezed her hand and said that she would take care of him. Hyun-sung clarified, this monster is about level 100 or 110, there will be no problem, right? He looked at the werewolf, who swung his paws. MC rushed towards the werewolves and struck with his sharp blade. He did a back somersault and continued striking. Hyun-sung hit the werewolf and said, he thinks how long will it last? The werewolves growled and rushed towards him, growling loudly. He struck several attackers at once, and then turned around and asked, "Is she still not finished?" MC saw Soo-young fighting with the werewolf and said, "This is really a battle of the leaders. Should he help her?" He rushed towards the battle, when suddenly he heard an ominous cry of the werewolf and was surprised by this. He asked, "What kind of magic is this?" The werewolf quickly moved and hit Soo-young with a clawed paw, and then grabbed her with sharp teeth. MC aimed an energy strike towards the creature and shouted, "A fiery projectile." It missed the intended target, and the werewolf was already moving on, holding Soo-young's neck with its teeth. Hyun-sung rushed after it and swung his blade and struck, quickly intercepting Soo-young's body. He went down to the ground and asked, "Miss Soo-young, is she okay?" He extended his palm to her head and activated healing. The wound on her neck began to heal, but she did not wake up. MC said, "Horror, the medicine he received last time." He looked at the werewolf with irritation and said, "Smart wolf, first deal with Lee Soo-young. And now you've taken on him. Did he send his servants ahead to stall for time?" The werewolf swung his paw, and MC dodged and swung his blade. The werewolf moved and covered his head with his paws. Hyun-sung looked around in search of the wolf when he suddenly saw the creature reaching for Soo-young. He reacted in time and kicked the monster. The wolf raised his muzzle to the sky and howled loudly, after which MC was surrounded by his brothers. He said, "Horror, but this situation, on the contrary, is for the best." Hyun-sung brought his palm to the blade and activated mana. He said, "He will act step by step. Magic projectile, ice projectile, fireball, and fire spear." He combined all of this into one energy and sent it towards the blade. MC said, "Release." A bright light scattered the werewolves in different directions, illuminating the forest. Bright rays entered the werewolves' bodies, causing fatal damage. MC smiled and said that he wouldn't even need cracks. He sent his energy towards the rest of the werewolves, and the werewolf king dodged it. Hyun-sung said, "Wow, good reflexes." As he thought, he's not like the others. He will see if he can dodge the rare rank skill too. MC cast an ice wall and a huge block grew in front of the werewolf. He roared loudly, and Hyun-sung walked forward and said that it was too late. He lowered the blade and frowned, activating the crystals. The werewolf turned around and bright beams moved towards him. He roared loudly, after which the ice wall exploded. The monster's body turned into an energy cloud, and MC decided to see what items fell from it. He looked at the item thoughtfully and asked, "What is this?" He held a heart in his hands, after which the system window reported that this is the heart of a rare rank werewolf king. For 60 minutes, it allows you to transform into a werewolf king. During the transformation, strength, agility, and endurance will increase by 30%. After the time has elapsed, the strength, agility, and endurance indicator will decrease by 10%. How to eat this? MC asked in confusion. Will the appearance change? Compared to the increase in indicators, the price for using is much more serious. Minutes, 10% of all indicators. First, we need to go back. He turned around and looked at the sky. After a while, Hyun-sung was sitting next to Soo-young, who was lying on the bed. The players entered the room and Taechol asked, "Is Soo-young okay?" MC answered, "Yes, all external injuries have healed. But to be sure, he thinks it is better to take her to the hospital." Taechol thanked him and said that if it were not for him, trouble would have happened. Hyun-sung smiled and answered, he is also in the team, so helping his comrades is okay. He got up and said that he will return when he sorts everything out. Taechol answered, "Okay." After a while, Soo-young came to her senses and bowed, thanking MC for saving her. He looked at her in surprise, and then ruffled his hair and answered, "Of course he had to help, but the rest are in the same clothes as yesterday." Taechol smiled and replied that after they dealt with the incident yesterday, he went hunting and then came here. "Mr. Hyun-sung too, right?" MC replied, "That's right." He smiled and said that he rested here and earned some money. A great option. After a while, the guys were sitting at the table and drinking coffee. Taechol said, at first he thought that MC lived in a luxurious house and had a lot of money. It's rare to see so many rare things on one person. Hyun-sung laughed and replied, "Rich son," he would say the same. Before he awakened, he was a laborer. Soo-young looked at him in surprise, and Taechol said he thinks his situation is hard. MC replied that his father got sick and was hospitalized. In order to pay the hospital bills, his family worked hard. Taechol said in fact, they were ordered to take good care of him. Hyun-sung asked in surprise, "Really?" Taechol added that that's why he thought he was from a rich family. MC thought about it. It seems like they thought he was born into a very rich family. He took a sip of coffee from his cup and said, "It seems like Miss Shin Yuna did her best." Taechol asked in surprise, "Does he know Captain Shin Yuna?" MC replied, "Yes, she hired him." Taechol said, "Wow, it seems like he really has outstanding abilities, since she personally hired him." After a while, MC was walking down the hallway and thought that he should sort out his things before going to bed. Suddenly, he heard Soo-young's voice, asking him to listen. She bowed and said that she was really sorry. Hyunsung looked at her in surprise, and she continued to say that there was a misunderstanding and she behaved rudely towards him. She asks him to forgive her. MC asks again, misunderstanding? Soo-young says she developed prejudices because of a person she met once during a call. Hyunsung asked what happened. Soo-young replied that because the son of a high-ranking official of the association acted recklessly at the scene of the accident, the team members were seriously injured, and he, as the culprit of the accident, did not even receive any punishment, but the team members got it in the neck. After that, she always tried to be the first to go to the call, so... Hyunsung said that everything was fine. He smiled and said that he did not pay attention to such things. Soo-young bowed and thanked him. MC thought that she was quite kind. He asked, he is interested in something. Can he ask? If it is difficult for her to answer, then let her say so. Soo-young interrupted him and quickly replied that she will answer. She asked, what is he interested in? Hyunsung thought about it. She is so naive, and he is more and more convinced of it. He said that it would be a bit problematic since it was a question about her skills, Soo-young. She smiled and said that she knew he would ask that since she had been asked about it many times before. She fell silent and looked at MC's thoughtful face. He thought that Lee Soo-young's skill was therianthropy. It was a mythical ability for a person to turn into an animal, werewolfism. Hyunsung thought that it was an active skill, when using which she turned into a snow leopard, and her strength, agility, and endurance stats increased significantly. She has high attack and defense powers, so she is a good tank and damage dealer. Of the disadvantages, low magic and willpower. Due to low willpower, she becomes vulnerable to magical attacks. No, MC thought that there was no reason for her to tell him all this. A week later, he was lying on his bed and saying that nothing was happening. There were no more incidents, and the initiation ceremony went well. But after that day, he rolled over and thought. Hyunsung opened the system window and said, although the popularity had dropped, batteries and electronic goods were selling without a problem. Soon, he would be able to buy something else of heroic rank. He got up from the bed and stretched and said he was bored, it was time to go hunting or something. At the same time, he would save up points. After a while, the guard asked to show his player card. MC reached into his pocket and said, yes, just a sec. He took out the card and said, here. The guard cried out in surprise. The association's supervision department. He bowed and wished Hyunsung a good hunt. MC thanked him for that. He entered the dungeon and saw a crowd of small creatures with horns. He put his hand out towards them and used Firestorm. The fire stream was directed towards the creatures and destroyed them in an instant. MC said, it's good that he bought this. As expected from a wide spectrum rare rank item. The synergy of this with the shield is amazing. In a mid-level dungeon it's not that noticeable, but at low level it's considered cheating, right? Suddenly his shield split in half and a wound appeared on his arm. He was attacked. The hooded player smiled and said, good reaction. MC screamed, who is he? Sonu asked again, he doesn't recognize him? Well, that happens. He wonders who he is. Well, he should know who he's going to die by, right? Jong Sonu took off his hood and introduced himself. Until recently, he was the deputy head of So's guild. Hyunsung held his wounded arm and asked why he was there. Sonu replied that he was thinking of taking it out on him. Out of everyone who did all this to him, the only one he can take revenge on is him, Choi Hyunsung. MC screamed loudly. Does he think he'll get off easy if he does this? Sonu swung his sword and replied that screaming is useless, because he had set up a barrier to block out sound and line of sight beforehand. He put his palm on himself and told him to look at him. Does he look like a high-level player? Doesn't he look like a newbie who hasn't even reached level 50 yet? Hyunsung frowned and asked if he had faked the ID. Sonu replied that he was a bad guy, but he didn't have to worry about it because he would be leaving this country today. He would be able to live under a new name abroad. To tell the truth, he was thinking of starting with his family first. He wanted him to feel the pain of loss, but unfortunately, they were out of reach. MC irritatedly called him a psycho. Sonu slung his sword over his shoulder and said that it would be easy to eliminate both the guards and his family, but then it would be harder for him to leave the country. So he aimed at him who had entered the dungeon. If you hide the corpse well, it won't be discovered for several days. He chuckled and said that MC's wounds were healing too fast. It seems like he got a pretty good skill. Well, he knew that Hyunsung was trying to buy time to heal by talking to him. But did he really think he could beat him, even if he fully recovered? MC's eyes widened in fear and thought that he was finished. Sonu rushed towards him, and MC managed to dodge and block the blow. Sonu said that this was incredible. He didn't even think that he could block the blow. And he was thinking of cutting off his left arm so that he wouldn't have time to recover like before. After saying this, MC took out the werewolf heart and Sonu said, wow, he didn't know that he got a transformation item. MC turned into a werewolf, and Sonu said that he thought Hyunsung had improved his stats a lot. MC started to run away, which confused Sonu. But then he turned around and swung his hand, activating a fire punch. He pointed it at the enemy, and the latter had already moved behind him. Sonu put his sword to him and asked, "Does he think he can escape?" He grabbed MC by the hair, but he managed to turn around and throw him off. Hyun-sung sent a stream of fire towards Sonu, but he quickly blocked it. MC put his clawed hands forward and grabbed the tip of the sword. Sonu laughed loudly, and MC thought that he should be able to handle it. Sonu moved behind him and struck him several times with his sword. He growled loudly and then hit the floor with his fist. Sonu said that he was really incredible. He called out to him, and then asked, "Does he know his nickname?" His body was covered in mana, and Sonu said that he was a lightning sword. He pointed his hand towards MC and activated lightning. Hyun-sung screamed loudly, and the enemy had already cut off his hand. Sonu smiled and said, "What a pity. If he had listened to him then, everything would have ended differently. And then he wouldn't have regretted giving him even more than some 100 billion. MC screamed loudly and tried to pounce on his opponent. Blood spurted out and he fell to his knees, as Sonu had injured his back leg. Sonu asked if he by any chance wanted to tell him how to bypass the 20-level rule, or would it be nice to know how he could become so strong in such a short time. Hyun-sung screamed loudly, "Screw him!" Sonu said that if he told him, then he might even let him live. MC asked if he thought he would believe it. Sonu replied that even he didn't trust himself, but he could give him an easy death. Let him believe him. Sonu stabbed MC in the back with his sword, causing him to scream loudly. Sonu struck him a few more times, saying that he thought regeneration wasn't the best helper during torture. Rather a disadvantage, because he will feel all this endless pain and the executioner will not have to hold back. Especially a newbie like him. Hyun-sung thought that this is very painful. Maybe he should just tell him about the special skill and beg for mercy? Sonu was very happy as he dealt all the blows to MC. Hyun-sung thought, "Terrible idiot, it is not revenge that he needs." He loudly asked to just kill him. "He will not say anything," Sonu thoughtfully said. "It looks like that." He grabbed his head and said that he would rather die than be of any use to him. And since he needs time to get rid of the corpse, he will do it cleanly, as he asked. He swung his sword and cut the head off MC's shoulders. His head flew to the side, and Sonu said that he should collect the rest of the parts. Suddenly a clawed paw burst out of his stomach, which surprised him a lot. He asked, "What is this?" MC pulled his paw out of his body, then Sonu fell to the floor. Hyun-sung revived and took his head, putting it back. Sonu was losing consciousness from his injuries and asked, "What's so strange?" Through his narrowed eyes he saw the image of a werewolf and said, "Horror." Hyun-sung turned back into a human and said that he survived. The body moved even after his head was cut off. But how did he deal with Sonu? He looked at the enemy's body and said that no one outside should know about this. Even the player association would be dangerous to tell. He remembered Soo-young's words and said that if it became known that he killed ranker Jung Sonu, the association would question his level and abilities. MC activated a fireball and said that he did not need to reveal his secrets. After a while, only armor and a sword remained of Jung Sonu. After his disappearance, a blue light appeared, which surprised MC. He asked, "Don't items only drop from monsters?" He picked up a book and began to examine it. The system window reported that this is Lightning Breath, heroic rank. This is an active skill. A protective electric barrier is formed around the user. All skills and actions will be enhanced by lightning, temporarily paralyzes the enemy's body. The skill has no cooldown. Does he want to learn an active skill? Hyun-sung answered, "Of course," and clicked the yes button. He said Lightning Breath. After that, his body was covered in lightning, and MC said, "Magic projectile." He struck the rocky wall and asked, "Isn't this cheating?" The skill level completely changed. The status window showed that Choi Hyun-sung was level 1 and had 45 ranks. All of his stats increased by about 124 points, with an initial 220. Hyun-sung asked in surprise, "What?" The system window reported, "An incredible achievement of a normal rank. He defeated a player more than 100 levels higher than them." Achievement: the rank of the first rebel. An incredible achievement of a rare rank. He defeated a player who was more than 200 levels higher than him. MC asked, "Do they give titles for players too?" The system window reported that this was an incredible achievement of a heroic rank. He defeated a player who was more than 300 levels higher than him. Hyun-sung asked, could he defeat Jung Sonu now? He remembered fragments of the battle and said that he needed to become even stronger, and he also needed to refrain from using ranged skills in combination with Lightning Breath. It uses up too much magic. A few days later, Mekobei's asked, "No matter how you look at it, isn't this too much?" He is madly in love with game consoles, but it seems to him that lately, the player Choi Hyun-sung has been raising his prices too much, especially for large capacity batteries, where the price per piece is 30 million points. Do other players even know how long it will last if you buy this nonsense for 30 million? 2 or 3 days at best. After measuring the battery capacity, it turned out to be even less energy than one low-level stone. He thinks that the price of the product needs to be lowered, so he is organizing a boycott. From tomorrow, he will ignore this product for a month. If anyone wants to join him, let them leave a comment. There were 8 replies to this post. Teru ordered this poor scumbag to get out of here. Bertuk wrote that if the product is worth its money, then he is ready to spend not millions, but tens of millions. But here the seller just sets the price at his own discretion. He needs to be taught a lesson. He joins the boycott. The other 6 commentators also agreed with the boycott. A month later, at Sinchon Station, MC was sitting in a room and thoughtfully looking at the system window. He was looking at the products Ancestral Instinct and Vampire Orb. Hyunsung asked, which of these 2 should he get? He would buy both if he could, but he has very few points now. In total, it comes to 60 billion points. He got up from his chair and picked up the TV remote control. He decided to think about it tomorrow and lay down on the bed, getting comfortable. MC said, because today is his only day off this week. There was a movie on TV where a man told a girl that he liked her and asked her out. The girl said sheepishly, "Guildmaster." At that moment, swords clashed and a scream was heard. "We need to move. They have to save her." "No, Guildmaster, if they go in, they will die." MC watched what was happening carefully and reaching for a bag of chips said, so this is the kind of drama they filmed for the 20th anniversary of the Cataclysm. They seriously put on expensive equipment for this. They all suffered a lot on this day. After a while, the players were standing in the square, and a voice said, on the day of the 20th anniversary of the disaster. Although the whole world was excited, afraid that something would happen, but like on the 10th anniversary, nothing serious happened. Some journalists write fake news that the number of dungeons has decreased, but that was just chatter on the internet. At this point, MC was lying on the bed and continued watching the movie. The girl said that she loved the guild leader. He thoughtfully lay down on the bed and hugged the pillow and asked what to buy. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise and asked, "What?" He got up and heard a loud scream, asking, "Is it an earthquake?" People were running down the street and screaming, "Monsters!" A huge orc frowned and growled loudly, and people continued to run away. Hyunsung said irritably, "Horror." He jumped from the window and activated a fire stream. The girl ran away from the monster and cried, tearing her voice. MC landed in front of the monster and cut it, protecting the girl. He directed the fire stream at another orc, and then struck the next one. People screamed in fear, and MC looked around. At this moment, several more monsters came out of the portal, and Hyunsung used a firestorm. This blew away the monsters, and MC looked the other way. He said irritably, "Horror, they mixed with people." Monsters came out of the portal again and headed towards the frightened townspeople. Hyunsung asked, what should he do? At that moment, another player appeared, who struck the orc. It was a group of players who quickly began to fight the monsters. The player said that they were leaving the spatial gates to MC. He thanked them for their help, and the guy said that it was nothing. People were running from the streets, and martial law was announced over the loudspeaker. The military took to the streets of the city, and the representative of the association ordered that all players inside the country be notified. From now on, he declares a general mobilization of players. After a while, a children's toy was lying near a dilapidated building, and MC answered, yes, it was Choi Hyunsung. Shin Yuna told him through the earpiece that it was her. Where is he? Hyunsung replied that he was near the Red Tarantula dungeon, not far from Sinchon Station. A gate suddenly opened, and he was currently fighting the orcs coming out. Shin Yuna asked what the situation was like. What was the level of the orcs? Hyunsung replied that fortunately, it seemed low. Players from the surrounding area had joined the cleanup. Shin Yuna appointed him as a temporary commander. Once they had cleared the area, please let him redirect them all to Namyeon Station. A gate had opened there too, but they were desperately short of hands. MC chopped up the monster's body and replied that he understood. Shin Yuna said that he shouldn't worry about his family. She was informed that they and the other residents had been taken to a bomb shelter, so he could rest assured. MC thanked her for her concern and rushed towards the orcs. Shin Yuna asked him to hurry. Hyunsung replied that he would do so. After a while, he looked at the system window and said that there was no time to think. He decided to purchase the vampire orb, and the system window asked him again about his decision, since returns are not possible after purchase. The system window asked if he wanted to learn the vampire orb passive skill book, heroic rank. MC replied, okay. He put 2 fingers forward and said that he would finish this quickly and move on. Hyunsung used a firewall and the orcs began to scream loudly in pain. They all burned, and MC said, so, now. He took out a loudspeaker and said that he was a representative of the player association. He ordered all the players to gather, following the order for emergency mobilization. Hyunsung looked at the players and said that it will not be easy. The minimum number of players required to defend the territory remains here. The rest are heading to Namyeon Station. Since everything has already been resolved at Sinchon Station, they only need to take care of the gate. The player raised his hand and said he had a question. The MC replied, "Yes, let him speak." The player asked a question: in how many places did the gates open? Hyunsung spoke. At the moment the exact number is unknown, but it seems that they opened all over the country, he thought, looking at all the players. At this moment, near the Namyeon Station, huge monsters with spears were chasing citizens. They were engaged in striking, loudly roaring at the same time. At this moment, the player punched the monster and threw it aside. He swung his axe and chopped the body of the creature. The man threw the axe over his shoulder and said, "Horror." The other players were already tiredly trying to catch their breath, and the mage asked, "Well, when will reinforcements arrive?" Suddenly, a stream of fire flew past them, causing the girls to scream in fear. MC used a wall of fire, getting rid of the monsters. He asked, "Are the two of them okay?" They came to help. Behind him were the players who came with him to help. The mage shouted that reinforcements had arrived. The player looked around and said that the situation was serious. There weren't many dungeons here, so there weren't many players. Hyunsung ordered to start, and the players accepted it. Suddenly, a large creature came out of the portal, which surprised MC greatly. He asked, "What?" "We should sort this out quickly." Hyunsung activated a fire arrow and threw it towards the monster, who protected himself with a shield. MC swung and jumped up to strike, but the monster quickly dodged. He turned around and said that he wasn't that strong. Hyunsung turned around and cut off the creature's head. There was another loud scream, to which MC turned around and asked, "What? So it wasn't a boss but a normal monster?" He used a firestorm which only made the monsters scream loudly. Hyunsung frowned and said, "And they are resistant to fire." A shield flew out of a small portal which MC grabbed and stabbed the monster in the face. He turned around and saw a spear flying towards him. He asked, "What kind of spear is that?" The monster grabbed his leg, not letting him move. Hyunsung turned around and screamed, "What a freak!" The spear stopped in front of his face and then broke. MC froze and his body was covered in a thin crust of ice. He asked, "What the hell is that?" A huge monster appeared in front of him and Hyunsung realized that it was the Lizard King. MC gripped the hilt of his sword and swung it as the monster pointed its spears towards him. MC dodged each one and headed straight for the boss. Hyunsung swung his sword and cut the monster's body, and several ice spears were sent towards him. He used a fire shield and rushed towards the boss, who used ice breath. MC asked in confusion, "Can it use ice breath even at such a distance?" A huge ice stream was sent towards Hyunsung, who said that now is not the time to save mana. He pushed off the ground and activated a lightning strike. His body was covered in mana, and lightning bolts were sent towards the boss, but they hit a different place. MC thought that he must defeat them at all costs. Besides him, there is no one here who can handle even normal mobs. If he does not stop them, then they will all end. MC stopped, and the monsters headed towards him, holding weapons in their hands. Hyunsung closed his eyes and thought, "It's good that they are coming to him themselves." It became much less troublesome. The monsters approached him, and he swung his sword and hit the floor, activating lightning. It began to spread in different directions, enveloping the bodies of the monsters. MC grabbed the monster by the head and chopped off the head. An hour later, the players watched in surprise at what was happening, and Hyunsung looked at the boss and said that there was only him left. It's time to end this. The Lizard King roared loudly, and MC jumped on his spear and swung his sword. He said, "It's good that no one is in the way. One-on-one. Right now." MC got close to the monster and struck it in the head, from which blood gushed. The creature first fell to its knees, and then completely to the ground. Hyunsung sat on the ground and began to breathe heavily. He said that everything is not so bad. A blue portal appeared, from which rewards appear, and MC said, "As long as something cool falls out." A book appeared, and Hyunsung immediately realized from the cover that it was something rare. The system window reported that it was the White Lizard King's Ice Breath, a rare rank. An active skill book, and mana is consumed while using the White Lizard King's Ice Breath. The system window asked if he wanted to get the book. Hyunsung said that it was not bad and might come in handy. He felt his strength and mana gradually returning, and the rest had done him good after all. The items flew into the portal, and the attention of the MC was drawn to the bullets that had pierced the monster's body, and the military said that everything was clear. Namyeon Station had been completely cleared. Hyunsung turned around and said, "Apparently there was another one here." He looked at the destroyed city and said, "Well, it looks like the mission is complete." 3 days later, the second wave of the cataclysm dealt a strong blow to the world economy, and such ordinary things as electricity, oil, gas, food, water, and so on became very scarce. The government of the Republic of Korea began building defensive camps around major cities and evacuating suburban residents. The point was to reduce the amount of protected territory in order to prevent a possible increase in the number of victims. However, this completely slowed down logistics and trade, and in conditions of food and water shortages, industrial production simply became impossible. MC stood near the office and said that the last supplies of goods that he placed in the sales window had already been bought out. Now he has nothing much to sell. It seems to him that it will now be much more difficult to increase the strength parameter due to points. It's time to get to work. He needs to deal with the second wave of the cataclysm as quickly as possible and resume sales. After a while, a helicopter with players flew over the city, when suddenly they reported that they were there. Huge monsters were standing near the portal, and people were not visible in the city. Someone said that they should first clear the streets and then deal with the rest. MC turned around and asked, "Aren't they all well acquainted with the territories they are responsible for?" The girl answered, "Of course." Hyunsun walked up to the open doors of the helicopter and said that he was leaving the right to command to each of the leaders. The player answered, "Okay." MC said that he would go first then. At that moment, the orcs were coming out of the portal, and Hyunsun jumped out, clutching the hilt of his sword in his hand. He used a fire arrow and aimed it towards the monsters. They screamed loudly in pain, and he struck with his sword. MC turned around and struck the other two monsters with his sword, and the rest of the players jumped out after him. Hyunsun looked at what was happening and said that so far everything was going well. A huge monster with bandaged legs ran out of the portal, and MC quickly cut it in half. He thoughtfully looked towards the portal from which the orcs ran out. MC said, "Something is wrong here." The monsters passed by him, and he asked, "What the hell? Are they running away right after the first attack? He must not miss them." Ginsun used lightning breath and then a fire spear and said that it was much easier. He rushed after the monsters, moving from place to place. He approached the orc and struck him in the neck and then threw an arrow. After a while, MC said, "The 15th. He tore off the creature's body and said he hoped he was the last. He looked up and asked, "What was this?" The huge monster roared, and Hyunsun asked, "Where did it come from?" This is clearly above the 350 level, and above even the highest 400 level. The huge monster came out of the portal and roared, squeezing its clawed paws. MC said, "This is the strongest monster of all that exist, a blue dragon, a heroic level monster." At that moment, Yuna was sitting in the office and saying she hopes that this is where it all ends. But now there are about 100,000 players in the Republic of Korea. Among them, there are about 5,000 high-level players who have completed the 4th stage. For now, low and mid-level monsters can be stopped with military firepower. However, as the number of gates increases, more and more heroic rank monsters appear each time, and they are completely lacking heroic rank players. Suddenly, a beep sounded, and Yuna asked what happened. The man replied, "An emergency. Another gate to another dimension has opened at Seoul Station." Yuna asked, "What kind of monsters are they?" The man replied, "They are trying to find out." She sighed and said, "There is a whole group of wyverns." She grabbed her head and thought, and again, a heroic rank monster. "Isn't this station under the control of the TS Guild?" The guy turned around and said, "Yes, that's right." Yuna screamed, "They need reinforcements." The guy replied, "At the moment, their main forces are concentrated in tanks and nearby damage dealers. They are probably having a hard time dealing with the flying wyverns." Yuna replied, "They can contact other guilds that are nearby." She was informed that there were mages from the Yuwa Guild near Yongsan Station. Yuna grabbed an axe and ordered that they be told to immediately go and provide reinforcements. The guards responded, "Yes, sir." A loud scream was heard. Another gate had opened in the Dunsan district of Daejeon. The guy frowned and screamed. A large gathering of harpies was observed. A report was received that ogres had begun to appear near the gate of the Orc Dimension in the Yongsan district of Busan. An employee entered the room and coughed and said, "Inspector, they had just been informed that a blue dragon had appeared near the gate of the trolls in Osan City, Gyeonggi-do." Yuna asked, "Shouldn't Mr. Choi Hyun-sung be watching these gates right now?" The guy replied that he had reported this himself, and they had also requested reinforcements. Yuna said that all operations in Osan City have been cancelled at the moment. All players need to be told to leave the city immediately. The staff replied that they would do it. At that moment, MC ran towards the monster and asked when help would arrive. A voice came through his earpiece, saying that all operations in the Osan area were currently cancelled. MC was surprised to hear this, and Yuna said that all players there should leave the city as soon as possible. Hyun-sung turned around and asked to wait, but of course, he shouted that now was not the time to retreat. A building collapsed next to him, and the monster roared loudly. MC looked at the monster, who swung his paw and dodged the attack. MC climbed into the building and hid by the window. He asked why it was chasing only him. The dragon looked out the window and then began to scratch its claws on the glass. Hyun-sung said, "That's horrible." The monster knocked over half of the building, which landed and slammed into the ground. The dragon roared, and MC rushed towards it and used Firestorm. MC clenched his teeth in irritation and screamed, "Just a little more." The monster's face was burned, and MC jumped down. Suddenly he heard movement behind him and turning around screamed. Damn it. The monster was chasing after him, and Hyun-sung used Ice Wall. The dragon cut the ice wall and then swung its paw. MC dodged and said, "That's horrible, how did it even catch up with him?" Apparently, there is no other way. All that remains is to fight. He squeezed the hilt of the sword and used lightning breath. The monster roared and tried to get even closer. Hyun-sung said, "Well, we can try." He pushed off the ground and jumped on the creature's body, trying to strike the monster's body. He turned around and asked, "What's this?" MC did a backflip and looked thoughtfully at the clawed paw. Hyun-sung screamed loudly, "Oh my!" He flew to the side and then got up and said, "Since he has such strong scales, then this is his only weak spot." He jumped up and climbed onto the dragon's body, swung his blade and screamed, "This is his stomach." The monster hit the ground with its paw, and MC came down. He looked at the dragon and said, "There is not a drop of blood on him." The creature growled and swung its paw again. Hyun-sung said, "And it is fast." He widened his eyes in surprise, and the monster hit him with a punch and he fell onto the roof of the building. Hyun-sung was lying on the roof, and the monster was approaching him and growling. MC said, "Damn it." A moment later, his gnawed body was lying in the creature's stomach, and he thought that he could not just die like that. If he is gone, that's it. He imagined his entire family and squeezed the hilt of his sword, thinking that it was time to get out of here. He struck the sword into the dragon's flesh and began to cut it from the inside. He thought, "What is this?" It seems that it is slowly starting to regenerate. The system window reported that the Book of Immortality of the passive skill was upgraded to the only heroic rank. Hyun-sung struck the monster's flesh and thought, "Horror, at this rate, he will not get out of here at all." He began to hit even harder and thought, "No way." At this moment, Yuna asked in surprise, "Is Mr. Choi Hyun-sung dead?" The man replied, "They assume that he is." Yuna asked, "How could this happen?" She had given the order to immediately leave the city. The girl replied that Mr. Choi Hyun-sung was responsible for closing the interdimensional gate, and he was closest to the blue dragon. After she urgently announced an emergency evacuation, he tried to go back. However, apparently he was unable to leave the city. Yuna frowned, holding back tears and screamed, "Damn it." Did they tell his family about this? The girl looked at her in surprise, and the boss replied that they had not made an official statement about his death yet, but the list of deceased players was already posted in the public domain. They probably already know. Yuna grabbed her head and sighed. At that moment, the tip of his sword remained in the monster's flesh, and MC fell, rolling his eyes. A moment later, Hyun-sung screamed, "That's it, he no longer loses strength." A lot of blood flowed here. He began to poke the blade into the flesh and said, "Not bad." Suddenly he felt movement and stuck the sword into the flesh, trying to hold on. He asked, "What the hell is going on here?" At that moment, the monster moved and beat its chest with its paws. The girl asked in surprise, "What the hell is this?" The player replied that he himself did not know. Blood flowed from the dragon's mouth, and someone asked, "What happened to him?" The monster screamed loudly and struck the house with its tail. It began to collapse, and the girl looked up in fear. The guy grabbed her and tried to move her aside. At that moment, MC said, "He found it. Here it is, the blood vessel." He activated the fire blade and cut it with his broken blade. Hyun-sung grabbed the flesh and said, "That's it." His body began to recover, and he said that there was very little left until full regeneration. He swung his sword and cut another vessel. After a while, he reached the heart and swung his blade, hitting this one. MC was not going to stop and quickly swung his weapon. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise and asked, "What?" The system window reported that the passive skill Book of Immortality of unique heroic rank has been improved. The active skill Lightning Breath has been improved to unique heroic rank. Lightning Breath has been renamed to Thunder Dragon Breath. Hyun-sung asked in surprise, "Wait, what is this? Not only the skill level changes, but the name as well?" The system window reported, "Incredible achievement, rare rank. He hunted a high-level named monster alone with a difference of more than 200 levels. Achievement reward, new title. Tier 1 Destroyer, rare, incredible achievement, heroic rank. He hunted a high-level named monster alone with a difference of more than 300 levels. Achievement reward, new title, Tier 1 Destroyer, heroic." Hyun-sung said that's what he thought. It wasn't an ordinary monster. The system window reported that MC hunted a top-tier heroic monster named Blue Dragon Zetos alone. MC asked, "Is that all?" The system window reported that the rare rank Vampire Sword has been restored. The Vampire Sword has been upgraded to the only heroic rank. The Vampire Sword has been renamed to Blood Destroyer Sword. Hyun-sung looked at the weapon and said, "Wow, new item, Thunder Dragon Scale, heroic rank. Passive skill book. It greatly increases physical strength. Greatly increases skill resistance. It increases resistance to electric charges. MC said, now that's not bad. The system window asked if he wants to study the book. Hyunsung replied, of course he does. Some time ago, the girl asked what was wrong with him. The player replied that he himself did not know. He still continued to twitch, but gradually his movements became slower. Did it really just die out of nowhere? Maybe the creature got sick? The girl asked, was the blue dragon sick? She had never heard of such a thing. The guy said in surprise, there was a person there. The girl asked, what? The player replied, in the place where the dragon was. At that moment, a helicopter was flying over the city, and the player said that after such a hunt it would not be a sin to take a break. The guy said, that's exactly it. He had never found himself in such a mess. Finally, he could have a rest. Yuna stood in front of them and thought that he couldn't die so easily. A while ago, she was shouting in irritation, are they going to issue a fine to Mr. Choi Hun-sun? The man told her to calm down. He's dead anyway. And even if not, they're already making a big loss. Shouldn't they cut the budget? Yuna asked them to be honest. Are they really human? The man shouted in irritation, Inspector Yuna? Doesn't she think she's overstepping her bounds? A strong wind began to spread throughout the room, and Yuna was asking, is this how they do their job, huh? Would they really do the same if she were him? The man asked her to calm down and end it here. Currently, she was standing against the wall with her arms folded. A loud scream rang out, an emergency message. She asked, what happened? The man shouted, the blue dragon is dead. The players asked, what? Was the creature being hunted by another group of rankers? He wasn't sure if there was any team that could handle the monster. The inspector replied, they say the player who was eaten by the blue dragon managed to survive. It ended up inside him, and then started hitting his internal organs. Yuna asked, what is his name? The man replied, he is a player from the association. His name is Choi Hun-sung. At this time, the MC poured out water and said, he must look miserable. It seems that there are no other wounds anywhere. The guy gave him a coat and told him to take it. Hyunsung smiled and thanked him. He put on the coat and asked, could he, by any chance, lend him his phone for a while? He needed to call his family. The girl handed him her phone and said, sure, let him take it. Hyunsung took the phone and turned away and dialed the number. A voice came from the other end of the call. Hello? MC said, Mom, it's him, Hyunsung. She asked, is it really him? Her son Choi Hyunsung? He answered, yes, Mom, it is really him. Apparently, there was some kind of mistake. He's okay, but for some reason his name was among the dead players. How are his sister and dad? Mom laughed, and he asked why she was crying. He was fine. Mom asked again, is he really okay? MC said, really, really. Yes, Mom, he ate a lot and slept well. Mom said, okay, he's been through a lot. Thank him, son, for being alive. Thank him. Actually, a person from the Players Association came to see them yesterday. She paid them compensation, which is paid to the families of players who die while doing their job. And she also knelt down and apologized profusely, saying that it was all her fault. It's true, she shouldn't hide this from his own mother. Anyway, he did a great job, son. She's very glad that he's back alive. MC hung up and wiped his tears with his cloak. The girl apologized and handed him her handkerchief, and Hyunsung thanked her. He wiped his tears with his handkerchief and then sat down on the curb. He took out his weapon and said that he should first look at his vampire sword. The system window reported that it was a unique heroic rank dragon blood sword. This is a bound item. It absorbs the blood of the attack target, thereby restoring the player's physical and magical powers. When absorbing dragon blood, his attack power increases, and his health points and mana recovery speed increase significantly. It is possible to increase the rank by absorbing dragon blood for a long time. The mana of the blue dragon Zetos and the mana of a player named Choi Hun-sung were mixed and exceeded the original requirements. Only the player Hun-sung can use this option, otherwise it will not be active. Depending on the player's desire, the dragon blood sword can be used once a day. MC asked again, a bound item? The third point confuses him the most. Now he doesn't have to worry about weapons. I need to see what's going on with the Thunder Dragon's breath. He looked at the system window and said that there was only one new option here. Either way, it can be upgraded. And the last thing, as he thought, the system window reported, the winner of the Blue Dragon Zetos, heroic rank. Mana increased by 4 points. Hyunsung smiled and said, after all, this is a pretty good bonus, but what to do with his clothes? He wants to go home. After these words, he heard the noise of a helicopter and saw it to the side. Yuna jumped out of the helicopter and rushed towards him. MC asked in surprise, Yuna? She hugged him and said she's so happy to see him. He's really alive. What happiness. She looked at the naked MC and asked embarrassedly, his clothes? Hyunsung answered, it all dissolved in gastric juice. After a while, the player brought some clothes and told MC to put these on first. Hyunsung thanked him and Yuna stood aside and was a little embarrassed. The player came up to her and said, wow, what a touching reunion. By the way, Yuna, he was really surprised. Yuna asked, "What for?" The player replied, he didn't expect her to like younger guys. "That person, that's her boyfriend she's been hiding, right?" MC widened his eyes in surprise and looked at them, and Yuna ordered them not to joke like that. The player put his hand on his head and said, "Okay, he gets it." Yuna asked, "But why did they come?" She told them that the plan was cancelled so they can go back and rest, right? He walked forward and said that she saw a similar scene. She came here because she was curious. She smiled and put her hand on MC's chest and said, "Oh my god, but that's really her type. Does he have a girlfriend?" Yuna suddenly came up to her and took her hand away. She said that he was the one who was on the verge of life and death just now. Please let her stop joking like that. He smiled and replied that she was not joking. But why did she get so angry, Yuna? Really? Yuna frowned and said that Choi Hyun-sun needs to rest now. He should go to the hospital just in case. She ordered the players to find out how Choi Hyun-sun brought down the blue dragon. It seems that they will all be interested. This is a proper example. Yuna turned around and said, "Hyun-sun, he needs to go to the hospital first." MC replied that he understood. Yuna took MC's hand and said that their helicopter will be used for Choi Hyun-sun's emergency evacuation. She pushed off the ground and headed towards the helicopter. He said, "Horrible. Well, they were cheeky. But it is interesting. How did he hunt the blue dragon alone?" The player replied, seeing how Yuna cared about him so much, he must not be an ordinary player. Well, he will ask later. At this time, a new conflict had already started on the forum. Dashot wrote that Makawais is an idiot. What kind of mess is this because of him? It has been more than 15 days since the battery he stocked up on died, and there are no new products on sale, all because of him. Others wanted to buy batteries from those who have them, but they couldn't come to an agreement. Bifford asked if anyone knows what dimension Makawais is in. He is thinking of catching this idiot. If anyone knows the dimension, please let them know. But even if they find out his location, they will not have enough points. The players apologized to Hyun-sun and considered what was happening their fault. They should not have said anything. They are going to boycott the products sold by Makawais and complain about it. They fell for his tricks. Everyone decided to join in, and Makawais wrote that he was upset. The boycott started with good and sincere intentions. Does he look like the type to do that, mistaking that new guy for a competitor? John Muguk wrote, "Yeah, it looks like that guy hasn't come to his senses yet either. Have they been suspended from work yet?" After some time, MC was walking down the street. Korea had suffered a lot of damage. However, having received significantly less compared to other countries, the country prevented a second cataclysm. South Korea had rebuilt the destroyed infrastructure and started research using newly acquired monster carcasses and mana stones. Society is a little unstable, but in any case, things are starting to return to normal. Hyun-sung entered the warehouse and looked around, said, "There are quite a lot of supplies." The man replied, "Yeah, fortunately their store was not damaged." After restoring the electrical installation, the batteries were charged first. The MC said that he would buy everything. The man bowed and thanked the customer. After a while, Hyun-sung was sitting at the table and looking at the system window, registering the item for sale. He said that the supply of flooring was low, so he should raise the price even higher. The system window reported that the sale was completed. Hyun-sung asked, "What? Is it sold even if he raised the price?" He tapped the screen, and at that moment, another sale was completed. MC smiled and asked, "Can he raise the price even higher?" A few days later, MC came to the warehouse and asked, "Is there no more?" The man replied that he only ordered the quantity he usually buys. Then he will immediately place an additional order. He heard that the factory has resumed normal operation, so this will not interfere with the production of goods. In the meantime, he immediately sent the goods to another department. MC turned away and adjusted his glasses and said, "Then he will go." The salesman said if he leaves his contact information, they will contact him as soon as the goods are in stock. Hyun-sung smiled and said, "No, he will just come again tomorrow." "Thank you for worrying." MC went outside and said it was perfect to do a direct deal with the factory. He called them before the second disaster, but they hung up saying they don't do any personal deals. He called again and promised to make a big order, but they said they don't take orders at all unless it's a corporation. Should he register as an entrepreneur and buy a warehouse? No. Should he open an electronics store? A few days later, at a shopping mall. The protagonist looked around and said with a smile that there were a lot of people here despite it being a weekday. The girl working at the counter called out his name. The protagonist remarked that he made the right decision to leave it to her. MC's sister said that she was the manager, and he was the CEO of the store, so he should be fine. In any case, she sent the batteries to the warehouse a while ago. Perhaps they were already there? MC turned around and said that he would go check the warehouse. She asked if there was anything else he needed to order besides the batteries. Hyun-sung looked away and hesitantly said that it depended on the situation. MC's sister grabbed his hand and said that he should eat lunch while he was here. Their mother should be here soon. The protagonist asked if she wanted to eat something expensive. She said with a smile that it sounded tempting. A while later at the warehouse, the protagonist studied the list in the system window and noted that everything was ending at a normal pace now. The sales speed had almost stopped. On the other hand, there had been a strong rush for goods before. MC sat down on the couch and asked if it was worth starting to spend points now. Hyunsung thoughtfully asked what he could buy. At the moment, he had 5 heroic rank skills. The system window reported that Thunder Dragon's Breath was a unique heroic rank. The skill is an active type. A powerful protective thunder membrane is formed around the caster. All skills and actions are enhanced by lightning. Temporarily paralyzes the bodies of enemies hit by the Thunder Dragon's Breath. This skill has no cooldown. Growth is possible by absorbing skills and items with the Thunder attribute. The protagonist noted that he only has one active skill, Thunder Dragon's Breath. The protagonist said in shock that if you think about it, this is the only attacking skill. Besides, his skill deals pinpoint damage and has the ability to continuously attack, right? He should get a skill that he can freely activate, or a spatial movement skill to avoid dangerous moments. After which he thought about it and said that he would get both skills. Compared to passive skills, active skills are cheaper. MC scratched his head and noted that the spatial movement skill is quite expensive. Although he thinks it is worth the price. It seems that only when the skill is upgraded to the heroic rank can you teleport another person. There are many restrictions, but it is still worth it. Reading product reviews is quite convenient. The system window said that this is a heroic rank skill book, Flicker. Can teleport as far as the user's vision allows. Power consumption depends on the distance traveled. Cannot teleport to a place where the mana flow is unstable or excessively dense. The protagonist said that this is the best option. It will cost him 40 billion points. The system window asked if he wanted to purchase the active skill book, Flicker Heroic Grade. Once purchased, the item cannot be returned or exchanged. The protagonist clicked on the positive answer to purchase the skill. The system window said he wants to get the active skill book, Flicker Heroic Grade. MC used the system window and then he went to the warehouse. Hyunsung asked if he should test it. The protagonist stared at one point and used the skill Flicker appearing in the place where he was looking. The protagonist happily said that it was worth it. Later, he would test the long-distance teleportation. MC returned to the sofa again and began to list the various elemental attributes that he read in the system window. Hyunsung said that he could not find the perfect option. After the protagonist looked at the item in the system window in surprise, where it was indicated that it was the active skill book, Black Lightning, Heroic Grade. Unleashes powerful lightning on the target, consuming both mana and stamina at the same time. This is a skill with the dark attribute. The protagonist looked at the price of 30 billion points and asked, "This skill seems good, right?" MC opened a review of the product, and Bartuk wrote that the skill's abilities are 3 times more powerful than skills that only consume mana. However, one must be careful because it consumes stamina and mana at the same time. They can eventually be depleted without realizing it. Hyunsung noted that if there is not enough mana, it will be possible to make up for it with stamina. The system window asked if he wants to purchase an active skill book, Black Lightning, Heroic Rank. Once purchased, the product cannot be returned or exchanged. The protagonist decided to buy the skill, and after that, the system again asked for confirmation of his choice, after which the protagonist said that this is what he expected. The system window reported that an error occurred in obtaining the active skill book, Black Lightning, Heroic Rank. Active skill, Thunder Dragon's Breath, Unique Heroic Rank, absorbed the active skill, Black Lightning, Heroic Rank. Active skill, Thunder Dragon's Breath, Unique Heroic Rank, has been increased. MC noted that this skill is able to absorb even if this skill was a dark attribute. He hopes that everything will change as he expects. Hyunsung opened the description of the skill, Thunder Dragon's Breath, Unique Heroic Rank. This is an active skill, activated by consuming the caster's stamina and mana at the same time. According to the will of the caster, a powerful black lightning falls on the target, and a protective membrane can also be created. All skills receive the power of Black Lightning. Temporarily paralyzes the bodies of enemies hit by the Thunder Dragon's Breath. The skill has no cooldown. Growth is possible by absorbing skills and items with the Thunder attribute. The protagonist happily exclaimed that it really worked. The protagonist said with a smile that even the protective membrane that absorbed mana was activated automatically, changed in such a way that it could now be controlled. He must go to the dungeon now. After some time, in a cave with flying monsters that rushed towards the protagonist, MC calmly put his hand in front of him and at the last moment activated the skill, Thunder Dragon's Breath, and all the monsters were destroyed. Hyunsung noted with a smile that this was wonderful. The protagonist took out his weapon and said that he felt better now that he had used up all his points. After 5 hours in the dungeon, the system window reported that he had achieved an incredible achievement of the heroic rank. He hunted 5,000 advanced level monsters, crocodile bats, on his own. Achievement reward. Title: Crocodile Bat Killer, heroic rank. The protagonist noted that he was tired. He had enough for today. At nightfall in the shopping mall, MC asked in surprise why she hadn't gone home yet. MC's sister asked if he had been hunting all this time. Hyunsung said that was exactly what he had been doing. She said, praising him for his hard work, that the batteries were in the warehouse so he could take a look. The protagonist thanked her and went to the warehouse. 30 minutes later, he came back and asked in surprise why she hadn't gone yet. The protagonist noted with a smile that in that case they could go home together. MC's sister said seriously that he should sit down. She wanted to talk to him. MC asked if that was why she had been waiting there. She said that was exactly it. Hyunsung asked with a smile what happened. MC's sister noted that it was about what happened at the time he was declared dead. After which they sat down at the table, and Sister MC said that their mother fainted when she heard that he was dead. And their mother cried for days after she woke up. The real problem came after that. A notice of loss of the rented equipment and a notice of penalty for failure to fulfill the contract. The protagonist said in horror that he could not believe it. She said that she tested it more than a dozen times. However, each time she received the answer that there was no legal problem. She only received one answer, that she needed to file a renunciation of the inheritance. She consulted a lawyer, but he said that there was no other way but to file a renunciation. They said that he must vacate the rented house immediately. They even said that they would take back the money they sent for living expenses as illegal gifts, because they even sent a bill for the legal reserves of the inheritance. Naturally, everything was fine after that. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, who had been clenching his fist in anger. MC's sister said with a smile that Yuna came and apologized to her on her knees. She said that there was an error in the process. However, despite this, she feels that it is not a simple mistake. MC said that he will find out what happened. She noted that her mother told her never to tell him about this, but she feels that he is also somewhat stable. She told him about it because she thinks that he should know that this happened. Hyunsung looked at her and then thanked her for this story. After some time in the Players Association, the protagonist said that he had an appointment with the head Yuna. The employee at the counter noted that he was a little early. She had not returned yet. The protagonist noted with a smile that he contacted her in advance. She said that he could wait for her in the office. She said that in that case, she would walk him there. Afterwards, in the office, the employee asked if he wanted a cup of tea. MC said that it was okay, he did not want tea. She said that she would go to her seat then. Hyunsung's expression changed after closing the door and asked where he should start. The protagonist used the skill, psychometry, to start searching for the code with his name. The protagonist saw what was happening in the office in the past. The employee said that Hyunsung most likely died on the scene. Can she hear him? Yuna silently lowered her head with a sad face. The MC couldn't help but smile at such a sight. Songyeon used his ability to look at another time period. Yuna furiously shouted while talking on the phone. What was going on? Why did they do this to Hyunsung's family who suffered a great loss? The stranger said that these are the rules. He just did it according to the rules. She gritted her teeth, holding back her anger, and said that she asked for these instructions to be noted immediately. He said that this is his job, she has nothing to do with it. Yuna asked, so this is what they do for a player who gave his life fighting for his country? The stranger pointed out that he didn't want to do that either, but that was the rule. She slammed her hand on the table angrily and shouted, was he going to take such measures even if she died in battle? If this decree was not revoked, she would also leave the association. He chuckled and said that this was a breach of contract. Yuna asked irritably, did he seriously think that such an absurd subordination contract would be recognized by the national community? The stranger asked, did she mean to say that she was now going to fight the Korean government? She must have gotten really angry. He would contact her later. The phone screen showed that the call had ended with Secretary Lee Henggu. She shouted that he was a scumbag. The protagonist remarked with a smile that he should thank this man. The protagonist took out his phone and said that he knew who he was. On the phone screen was a photo of an old man named Henggu, and it was written that he was the State Secretary for Space Management, a former member of Parliament. The MC stated that he would kill that person. At that moment, Yuna entered the office and said that she apologized to him for making him wait here. Hyunsung said with a smile that it was okay since he was early himself. She asked, however, why he had suddenly come. He did not say what the matter was. The protagonist noted that he had to break the contract. Yuna asked in surprise what he meant. The protagonist said that he knew everything that Secretary Hangu was going to do. She said that she wanted to apologize in his place. The MC noted that she did not have to apologize for another person. Moreover, thanks to her, everything was fixed later. He should thank her for that. Yuna asked if he could just turn a blind eye to the situation for her sake this time. She would definitely change the rules so that this would not happen again. Hyunsung said that naturally, he expected the rules to change. However, there was one thing he wanted more than that. She stated that he could directly ask her about it. The protagonist remarked that he wanted to meet the secretary in person and receive an apology from him. Yuna looked at him in surprise. After a while, Hangu shouted furiously, slamming his fist on the table, that this guy was just impudent. Is he acting so important and impudent just because he has this unique skill? What did he do wrong? Is the truth on his side or not? The secretary's assistants remarked that it looked like he didn't understand the world because he was young. The civil servant stated that he was only properly performing his duties. They should immediately protest. The secretary remarked that he was saying the right thing. He was just trying to fulfill his duty according to the rules. Then why should he apologize to such a young man? After all, he didn't do anything. The secretary's assistants said that it was the truth. The secretary was being magnanimous. Hyunsung was acting presumptuous by not showing gratitude. He should teach him a lesson. Hangu remarked with a smile that those were the right words, and he would like to do so. However, how should they implement this? The news had even reached the ears of the VIPs. How should he teach him a lesson? They stared at him in silence. The secretary shouted, calling them trash, that they didn't even have a plan and were just chatting. They apologized loudly to him, bowing their heads slightly. The secretary said that they should inform him that he should come here without attracting attention. He shouted furiously, why should he go to this young man's house to apologize to him? He was busy at work, so if he wanted an apology, he should come here himself. They shouted in a panic that they understood the order and would immediately convey it to this guy. Then the secretary said quietly that he couldn't go to him. Sometime later, in a government office, the protagonist noted that they conveyed that he should come here himself. It was later than he expected. For him, this wasn't so bad. So this is a real hotbed of corruption among the big guilds and the dungeon access manager? All the employees are ordinary people. However, this is even better for him. The employee said that he should go now. The secretary is waiting for him. The protagonist said with a smile that he is on his way. Sometime later in the office, Hangu asked, is he Hyunsung? He looks about the same age as his grandchildren. Why are all the young people so disrespectful to their elders lately? The MC asked directly, is he not going to apologize? Hyunsung used his skill, psychometry. The secretary said that he was sorry. However, he had no choice but to do so as a person performing official duties. He cannot perform his official duties based on his own considerations. The protagonist carefully studied the system window and thought that all the people involved in his case were in cahoots with each other. This old man turned out to be very dishonest. Hangu said that he was just trying to do his job legally. The protagonist asked what he meant. He wanted to say straight out that instead of doing it legally, he made more than 1 or 2 claims, right? The secretary stared at him in surprise. The MC asked, so they had a claim for damaged equipment? Apparently, it was something that happened while he was on official duty, and he got a fine for not complying with it. On top of that, he died in battle while fulfilling the terms of the contract. He was killed while doing what they told him to do. Does that even make sense? What made him think that he could make such meaningless statements? He doesn't seem like an idiot. Hangu shouted, why does he allow himself to say such nonsense? Hyunsung asked, wasn't it the secretary who started spouting nonsense in the first place? How can he be so ignorant? The secretary furiously shouted, calling him an idiot. How dare he say such a thing? He was now the Secretary of State for Space Management, and he used to be a member of parliament. How dare someone like him talk like he knew something? Is it only because he fortunately awakened after eating and lying down all his life that he dares to insult him? A youngster like him, who was smaller than an insect, really thought he could talk to him like that? The protagonist asked threateningly. Should he just kill him? Hangu looked at him with fear, and his legs trembled. There was an awkward silence after that. The protagonist declared that from now on, he should live with a little more common sense, and when he wanted to say something, he must think it through carefully before he said it out loud. The secretary's assistants watched the scene in fear. MC pointed his index finger at his head and pointed out that it was not just a decoration. By the way, he wrote down all the offensive remarks he had said earlier. He would file a formal complaint about this. He had heard that it was possible to sue for such insults. Hyunsung noted with a smile that they would see each other in court then. After he left the office, a scream of anger was heard from inside. The protagonist said that his ability was very useful. This is definitely a scam against the public. The system window reported that this is an active skill, Rage, General Rank. This is a skill that provokes the opponent. When a person is overcome by rage, he begins to attack despite his own body, and his combat strength increases. After a few days, information about the corruption spread through the internet. At first, it spread among ordinary players, but recently, small and medium guilds have become the center and are collectively striking. After a while, the protagonist lay on the bed and said that in any case, it is good. The system window reported that this is an active skill, Psychometry, Heroic Rank. This skill allows you to view information from the past embedded in an item, offers videos with holograms and audio recordings. Information from a month ago cannot be viewed. Information from the past cannot be extracted from objects that have mana embedded in them. MC noted that there will be many things that can be used in the future. Then his phone rang and an incoming call from Yuna appeared on the screen. Hyunsung was surprised and answered the call. Yuna asked if they could meet now. The protagonist happily said that of course they could. She said that then she asked him to politely tell her his current location, and she would come to him herself. The protagonist sheepishly said that she should wait. After he researched the information online, he asked if she could go to a small coffee shop near Sangdo Station. Yuna said that she was heading there right away. She would arrive in about half an hour. The MC hurriedly got ready and said that he understood. After a while at the coffee shop, Yuna said that she wanted to ask him directly. Was this scandal with Secretary Hangu his doing? Hyunsung asked why she thought so. She said that he was the only one who could do this. The government officials were reacting very cautiously. He was suspected of this, so he had to be careful. The protagonist asked if it turned out to be because of him. Then what would happen? Yuna stated that he could be arrested for trespassing and theft. The protagonist pointed out that he would be subject to aggravated punishment under the Special Player Act. She said that if that were to happen, he would have to support public opinion. The MC said with a smile that that would be fine. However, he is not a criminal, so he thinks he should not pay attention to it. Yuna said that he should be careful. People who have rights do not want players to have power. However, this should be a good enough warning. Although he will probably make a lot of enemies because of this matter. Their wariness towards him will also increase. Therefore, he should not do something like that again for a while. Hyunsung said with a smile that he does not know anything about it. It does not concern him, but since these are troubled times, he thinks it is indeed better to be quiet. He does not want to attract unnecessary suspicion either. She said with a laugh that it was a good idea. It was good to avoid unnecessary suspicion. After some time, a missile was fired in North Korea, Pyongyang. After a deafening explosion, the soldiers asked, was this creature finally destroyed, or was it still alive? The monster let out a loud roar and used its abilities to brutally deal with the soldiers. Soon, a fighter jet flew to the scene. From above, the pilot saw a destroyed city and a huge monster. At this time, in a coffee shop, Yuna said that she had to go already. The protagonist showed her the screen of his phone with a smile on her face. They received a message from the Korean Players Association that an emergency call had been received. The protagonist noted that they could go together. She said that they would do so then. Afterwards, in her car, she noted that a Jindo dog had been released. She would call the headquarters first. The MC was checking the news feeds on his phone. Hyunsung noted that there was already a news article. Pyongyang has disappeared. The collapse of the North Korean regime. What is the probability that high-ranking Imugi will reach South Korea? This is more serious than he expected. After a while, in the Players Association, the staff said that the news article had already been released, but the situation was more serious. Pyongyang is currently in a state of collapse, as is the North Korean government. Since the rankers and high-level players in North Korea were destroyed during the fight against Imuji, waves of monsters have appeared at all the gates of the country. Currently, numerous refugees and defeated soldiers are rushing to South Korea, so the monsters are also moving south with them. The director of the association noted that this is the entire report on the current situation. Why only rankers and high-level players were called separately, he will now explain. Their job is to defend against monsters coming from North Korea, in preparation for the defense against Imugi from the front line to the south. The protagonist asked in surprise, what front line are you talking about? 10 days later, in Gyeonggi-do, Paju, the monsters rushed through the gate, but the player destroyed them with his weapon. He asked how long they would have to deal with this little thing. The player with the shield noted with a smile that it was really annoying. The protagonist watched them from the side and noted that it looked terrible. Suddenly, a monster appeared near him, but he calmly destroyed it in one move. The other players were busy destroying other monsters. The MC asked how long they would have to do this. Thanks to his sister, he replenishes his supplies here. To be honest, he feels a little awkward. Sometime later, in the Yalu River area, Dandong City, China. The monsters advanced on the bridge, but they were destroyed with gunfire. Then the monster stepped onto the river, and the creature was attacked with fire. A group of players stood in its way and said that this creature was very annoying. They used a joint attack to defeat the monster, and then delivered a crushing blow. Then the spearman asked, "What is it?" The soldier said that Imugi is currently moving here at high speed. He asked with a smile, "Is this true?" "It is a monster whose rank cannot be determined that destroyed Pyongyang." The soldier shouted that they received a message from an expert who just joined and was sent to North Korea. He was unable to analyze Imugi's level. However, he successfully determined the rank of the monster. The spearman asked, "What is the rank of this creature?" The soldier shouted that this monster is of legendary rank. He grinned, anticipating the battle. At this time, the Chinese armed forces were striking the monsters with their equipment. The spearman noted that if they succeed in hunting, the first achievement in history will most likely appear. And the first achievement in history greatly increases the stats. They will definitely take advantage of this. The number of rankers stationed at the border is 181 in total, and there are about 3,000 high-level players who have changed 4 jobs. He shouted that it was time for them to show the greatness of the Chinese people. The players began to use their skills and rushed at the monster Imugi. This creature held back their onslaught, and then a system window appeared with a notification that it had a terrifying skill, Fear. The bodies seized by fear were paralyzed for 10 seconds. The players stared at the system notification in surprise, and the monster killed many players. The surviving players looked in horror at Imugi, who dealt another powerful blow. After a while, behind the warehouse, the protagonist held the phone in his hand and said that this was unbelievable. The phone screen said that there was breaking news, a disaster on the border with China. Thousands of Chinese rankers died. All of them were unilaterally exterminated during the Imugi raid, which involved 200,000 troops and 3,000 local government officials in China. About 10 people are still missing. Most of them died without being able to do anything due to the abnormal attacks of the monster. The protagonist noted that he should be careful. System window appeared informing that the passive heroic rank skill book, Savage Instinct, was put up for sale. This skill allows one to detect mana learned from living or inanimate objects. It helps one instinctively sense the invisible environment through mana detection. The skill detects threats based on the instinct of the wild. It also makes one sensitive to bloodlust. MC noted that he was going to buy the skill, Savage Instinct, but he changed his mind and used the mental resistance skill. He cannot give up his first achievement. Hyunsung selected another item in the system, which indicated that it was a passive heroic rank skill book, Unyielding Spirit, which greatly increased resistance. The skill effect is enhanced according to the stat, Spirit Power. The protagonist looked at the skill cost of 30 billion points and said that this was better. There are only 2 hero rating options, but the reviews are quite good. The protagonist confirmed purchasing the new skill, Unyielding Spirit, heroic rank twice. MC clenched his fist tightly and noted that he did not feel much of a change. He will use this skill in a test run a little later to check it out. After a while, in the player association, the player shouted in annoyance, "How dare he embarrass someone over something like this?" The other players watched this in silence. Hyunsung also simply watched him go. The protagonist thought that there were many more volunteers here than he expected. Most of them came here for an obvious reason. Once they are accepted as a participant, even if they just attend the battle, they will be able to get the first achievement. Naturally, there are also those who came for other reasons. The protagonist turned his attention to the player and asked if the acceptance rate was much lower than he expected. Afterwards, the employee called him over. She said with a smile that his identity had been confirmed. He could go inside. The MC went inside and thought it looked like an investigator's office, like in the movies. The employee asked, using the speaker in the room, was he ready for the test? Hyunsung confirmed that he was ready. He said that they could then begin the test. A system window appeared, notifying him that the mental coercion skill, Queen's Dignity, had been used on him. He would be confused for 10 seconds. Passive skill book, Unyielding Spirit, has been activated. The skill, Queen's Dignity, has been completely resisted. The protagonist asked if that was all. The employee said that he had completed the test. The protagonist said that he would be leaving then. Yuna observed the test and noted that he was indeed a very strange guy. The staff reported that the next one could enter the test. A few days later, near the border, after discussing with world leaders, the South Korean government moved north. The fighter pilot reported that the entry into the border airspace was completed. The radio contact reported that he would continue the infiltration. At this time, the naval fleet launched a massive attack on the monster that had lost its balance. MC noted that everything was going according to plan. The rankers and their modern weapons were quite large. It would be difficult for him to face them alone. The battle between the players and the monsters began. A week later, in China, in a meeting, the staff said that they needed to attack Imugi on their own. They needed to quickly mobilize the rankers in Beijing. He was asked if this was too hasty. During this time, if another legendary rank like Imugi appeared in Beijing, wouldn't it be too difficult for local players to fight Imugi? He pointed out that if they used high-ranking officials from each local government instead of trash, it would definitely be possible. After a while, Imugi was fighting a group of players who he was attacking fiercely. The support players were nearby, where they were healing the injured players with their magic while fighting a monster. Suddenly, the monster appeared near them, preparing to deal a powerful blow. But the group of players used their defensive measures and then rushed towards the monster with a desperate attack. However, the players were unable to deal damage to the monster, which let out a menacing cry. And then the creature destroyed many players. The player was barely able to stand and asked, "Are there really only 10 left alive? Then they need to move on to plan B." The players all together attacked the monster with their skills, and Imugi roared in anger. He shouted that they should drive it away towards South Korea. After a while, the protagonist was checking the latest news on his phone, which said that there was breaking news. Imugi was moving deep into China. Their expert was looking at the latest location information. According to the local news channels of a foreign country, China is currently recruiting rankers in each region. The protagonist asked if Imugi was already in their territory. The MC looked around at the other players and noted that everyone seemed a little disappointed. Suddenly, they felt a strong tremor in the ground. The players asked if it was an earthquake. The swordswoman shouted that there was a report that Imugi was moving at high speed towards their army. They should prepare for battle. The players asked why this creature was suddenly coming here. Although that means they should be able to catch it, right? Hyunsung noted with a smile. Preparing to use his ability, it was definitely time for his first achievement. She stated that now was not the time to enjoy this situation. The Chinese rankers were defeated again. Currently, some of the evacuated Chinese players are luring Imugi to their camp. The players shouted in displeasure that they are mentally ill people. They were hunting but failed, so they decided to drag this monster here? Isn't that a crime? They are literally luring a monster to another country. They are just idiots. Yuna said that they need to calm down and prepare for battle. The protagonist looked at her with a smile on his face. Then, the injured player shouted that he was almost there. The swordswoman noted that it was getting closer. Suddenly, Imugi appeared and attacked the injured player, giving him no chance to escape. The Korean players looked at the monster with a challenge, ready to fight. The monster rushed towards them with an attack, and a system window appeared notifying that a mental intimidation skill, Fear, was used. The body imbued with fear will harden for 10 seconds. Passive skill, Unyielding Spirit, is activated. Imugi's skill, Fear, was completely overcome. The protagonist noted with a smile that this was exactly what he expected. The tanks rushed at the monster, holding their shields tightly in their hands, while the rest of the players dealt direct blows with their weapons. The magic users unleashed an elemental rampage against the monster. The players were warned that they should watch the air currents around the creature's body. MC used his black lightning to deal damage to the creature. Hyunsung noted with a smile while the support players used their abilities that the buff skill was pretty good. After which, the fighters rushed to attack the monster. The protagonist said that melee damage dealers and tanks were flying everywhere. He was classified as a long-range damage dealer. Meanwhile, the players rushed to help their injured allies. The protagonist noted that this was too much for them. He was forced to absorb the blood from the ground later. In any case, this was a completely different level. He could hardly even follow their movements. Yuna dealt damage to the monster using her spear. MC said that he was jealous of this. His only way was to work on achievements. Hyunsung opened his status window, which said that he was the first rebel in history. He was level 1 and had no main job. He had a total of 142 titles, full HP and MP. The protagonist noted that until his accumulated points reached 1 trillion, he should continue to increase his stats without elixirs. Half an hour later, on the battlefield, the players continued to deal damage to Imugi. The protagonist watched from the sidelines and noted that it was easier than he expected. He then looked at the creature in surprise. The players shouted that they needed to prepare for another attack. Imugi roared furiously and unleashed a powerful attack on his enemies, who deftly dodged. The magicians created a protective barrier that could not withstand the onslaught of the blow. They shouted that only one layer was destroyed. They needed to continue casting. The mage group worked together to strengthen the defensive barrier while the tanks rushed forward towards the monster. The players shouted that the attack was over. They unleashed their skills on the monster again to deal damage to the enemy. The MC asked if the battle was about to end. Imugi got angry and used his skills. The players shouted that the monster was using Berserk. Hansung pointed out that Berserk is a skill that decreases defense and increases attack power. They rushed to attack the monster, with the shield fighters running ahead and screaming furiously. Suddenly, a system window appeared notifying everyone that the skill had failed to activate. The damage dealers tried to damage the monster, but their attacks no longer dealt damage. They shouted that they had to run away. Imugi unleashed a powerful area attack, and a pillar of dust blocked their view of the battlefield. After that, the mage group and their support suffered heavy damage. The fighters shouted that this monster was ignoring their attacks and was just chasing the mages and healers. Imugi dealt crushing blows to the players in his path. The protagonist quickly ran away from the monster and said that it was a curse. The protagonist used the skill, Flicker, to teleport away from the monster. Suddenly, a system window appeared with a notification that he was captured by Imugi's ability. He falls into a state of fear for 20 seconds. Passive skill, Unyielding Spirit is activated. The state of fear from the skill, Imugi's point of view is reduced by 1 second. Active skill, Flicker was cancelled. The monster screamed furiously and rushed at him, while MC was dumbfounded by this outcome. After receiving damage from the monster, Hyunsun tried to get up and noticed that this monster was bigger and faster than he expected. Players with support and healing skills looked at the monster in fear. The protagonist used his skill, Subspace, to get his weapon and shield. The protagonist tried to defend himself from the blow with his shield, but his shield was destroyed, and he took serious damage. After a while, MC woke up on the ground, opening his eyes. Hyunsun said that he almost died from this blow. He did not know that Imugi had any other mental abilities except for the skill, Fear. The protagonist looked at the battle with the monster and noticed that there was a complete mess going on. The protagonist looked at his hands in surprise and asked where his Blood Destroyer sword went. MC stood up and said that first he would go back to the battlefield. The system window reported while he looked at it in surprise that the Blood Destroyer sword, the only heroic rank, had been promoted. Hyunsung turned his surprised gaze to the monster and asked, "Did this really happen?" At this moment, the players were fiercely fighting against Imugi, who was swinging his tail where a sword could be seen stuck. The protagonist noted that his sword must have been stuck there when he attacked the monster. He believed that he did not need to summon it again. It seemed that the winner had already been decided. A system window appeared, notifying that his Blood Destroyer sword had been upgraded again. The protagonist said that there were so many notifications. Is it because his sword was consuming the blood of a legendary rank monster? The monster experienced exhaustion on itself, while the players rushed towards it with an attack again. They dealt a crushing blow to Imugi. However, the monster became angry and roared in anger, using its ability. Although the players successfully dodged the enemy's attack and continued to deal damage to the monster. Yuna dealt huge damage to the monster, while the others also contributed to the damage. A group of mages dealt a powerful blow to the monster. She turned her attention to the monster, and then kicked the creature with all her might. Imugi fell to the ground, and the players took advantage of this to plunge their weapons into the monster. They asked in surprise, was this the end of the battle? A system window appeared with information that this was an incredible achievement, heroic rank. They were the first to hunt a legendary rank monster. Reward, heroic rank title. Legendary rank, Monster Hunt participant. The players joyfully shouted that this was a victory. Finally, they did it. To their surprise, the monster's body began to disappear right before their eyes, as if dissolving. The Blood Destroyer sword flashed with bright light, absorbing the legendary monster, and then it pierced the ground. After MC pulled his sword out of the ground and turned his attention to the system window, which said that all the players in the raid on Imugi had received the achievement and title. To his surprise, it also said that he was the first to win the first legendary rank weapon. Reward, heroic rank title, the one who obtained the first legendary weapon. He was also the first to obtain a legendary rank skill. Reward, heroic rank title, the one who obtained the first legendary rank skill. Hyunsun looked at his sword thoughtfully and asked with interest, how did this weapon change? The protagonist opened the system window with information about the Blood Destroyer sword, the only legendary rank. This sword is able to restore the owner's stamina and mana by absorbing the blood of the attacked enemy. If the absorbed blood is from a dragon, the attack power increases, and the regeneration speed of stamina and mana increases sharply. If it continuously absorbs dragon blood, growth is possible. Imugi's blue dragon mana and Hansung's player magic have exceeded the original limit. If another person other than Hunsun uses it, the option will not be activated. According to the player Hunsun's wish, the Blood Destroyer sword can be summoned 3 times a day. Active skill, he can use Dragon Blood. A new system window appeared with the information that Dragon Blood, legendary rank, is an active skill. He can use Flying Claws made of Dragon Blood. It can only be summoned by Dragon Blood. He must hold the Blood Destroyer sword in his hands to activate this skill. The protagonist noted that he now understands why he received 3 achievements for the legendary rank. By the way, he did not know that there was an achievement about a single rank. Then, besides him, there must be players who have a single skill or item. In any case, he worked hard today. If these are all the rewards, then he can go home. To his surprise, another system window appeared with the information that he received the heroic rank title for completing the legendary raid, the one who contributed to the first monster raid. The rewards vary depending on his contribution to the raid. He is the participant who took first place in the raid. All his stats are increased by 10. MC asked in surprise, so he really is in first place? And all this is thanks to this sword, which when absorbing a monster, deals huge damage to this creature. However, he would like to know how the loot will be distributed between them. Usually, they are paid in cash depending on their contribution to the battle. However, revealing his contribution to the raid will only bring trouble for him. Hyunsung shook the dirt off his clothes with his hands. The protagonist noted that he cannot bother himself with excessive greed. In connection with this event, the attention of the whole world was riveted to South Korea. The news feeds wrote that the raid against the legendary rank monster, Imugi, which appeared for the first time in human history, was successful. However, the list of players who participated in the raid and the hunting process itself remain classified. All drops from the raid also remain confidential. No one knows what items or skill books the raid participants received. The entire list of casualties is private. The government announced through a spokesperson that they had decided to keep all information regarding the raid a secret, considering the possibility of information about major players leaking to other countries. So it was a mystery to the world who the players were who fought Imugi. And what items or skill books Imugi left behind were all subjects of public curiosity. However, the Korean government kept everything regarding the raid a closely guarded secret. However, requests for goods continued to come in. Some foreign rankers rashly bought plane tickets and flew to Korea. This was the result of a combination of wanting to get another first, and of course, the desire to become stronger. A few days later, in South Korea, in the warehouse of the protagonist, who was sitting on the couch as usual. MC said that it would most likely be difficult to buy goods now. Although he can participate in auctions for items from the Imugi raid, with some benefits from being a member of a raid team. On his phone screen was a message that he had received a reward for hunting Imugi, 300,000 won. Hyunsung pointed out that even if they were not legendary items, they could be worth hundreds of billions of points. The protagonist exhaled and said that he should not be greedy. This was enough for now. Suddenly, his phone rang and he accepted the call. It was Yuna, and the protagonist asked, "What is she calling about?" She said that he always got straight to the point. Can't she call him for no reason? The MC sheepishly said that she misunderstood him. However, he was sure that she had a reason for calling him. Yuna exhaled and pointed out that he was right. She wanted to ask him something, that's why she called. Hyunsung asked what she was talking about. She asked if he was interested in legendary items, right? At first, he was surprised, but then the protagonist said that of course he was interested. Are there any players who aren't interested in legendary items? Yuna smiled and said that she could help him buy one of the legendary rank items that were up for auction this time. The protagonist asked, there was some condition, right? She happily remarked that it was natural. The MC asked, was that really what she was talking about? Yuna noted that his thoughts were probably correct. Hyunsung noted that he had suspected as much. Could it be a lifetime contract? She noted that the government would do everything in its power to acquire the items that were taken from Imugi. Does he think there is a player who can surpass the government's financial power? The protagonist asked if only the raid members were qualified, right? Yuna noted that this was why she had called him. Currently, he and she were the only players among the raid members within the association. The protagonist asked if they should just monopolize all the goods for themselves then? She said that she had thought of that at first too. However, one of the skills really didn't suit her. She thought it would suit him better than her. The MC asked if he could check the goods first when buying. Yuna noted that it was possible, although it would be difficult right now. It was decided that the information about the goods would be revealed by the raid members the day before the auction. To be fair, he would also find out about it the day before the auction. Hyunsung noted that there was little time left. Yuna said that if the information was revealed too early, other countries might try to get their hands on the raid members who had these materials. The protagonist noted that he was almost certain that this had already begun. She said that they were currently dealing with this issue. The protagonist said that he would look at the item first and then make a decision. Yuna said that she was fine with these conditions, although she was sure that he would not regret it. A few days later, at the Korean Players Association, MC studied the document and thought that the skill did not have a large penalty, although it was a powerful force. In the document, there was an image from the system window, which said that this was an active legendary rank skill book, Black Dragon's Punishment. This skill changes the properties of his mana to dark properties, greatly increases the attack skill power. The healing skill power increases greatly. Dark Lightning can be used freely at the user's discretion. It is a skill with a non-existent cooldown. Hyunsung thought that technically it was just a way to use Dark Lightning. However, this skill can be used at any time, and it also has no cooldown. Although, can a heroic rank skill absorb a legendary rank skill? The protagonist thought about it after looking at the skill description, Black Dragon Punishment. After which, MC asked if she was sure she wanted to give up this skill. Yuna noted as she sat on the edge of the table that her mana attribute was Divine Mana. Most of her key skills were set to respond to her Divine Mana. If he gave up this product, she would most likely sell it to one of the players who specializes in long-range damage. If the person the government is trying to lure into a trap with a skill book, there is not much time left, so he must decide as soon as possible. Hyunsung pointed out that if she fulfilled one of his conditions, he would take the skill. She asked what condition he was talking about. The protagonist said that he was politely asking her to let him terminate the lifetime contract, when he later paid the same amount as the down payment for the item. Yuna asked in confusion, "Wasn't that a very convenient condition?" The protagonist pointed out that if that was impossible, then he would have to refuse the offer. She thought about it and said that they would do it a little differently. He would not have to pay the down payment, but from now until the date of termination, they would apply the legal interest rate. The MC asked what specific interest rate. Yuna stated that it would be 5% per year. Hyunsung asked if that was simple interest. She pointed out that of course it was compound interest. However, it was still a huge concession that she was making for him. The protagonist said that he agreed to that condition. Yuna said that she was glad to hear that. Then they should make a contract. And now, she had to report everything to the association management. The protagonist said that he was grateful to her for taking care of him. She said coquettishly that she had done nothing special. She would wait for their next meeting. Sometime later, at the auction, the auctioneer asked if anyone else wanted to bid. He would count to 5. MC and Yuna were there. After the report, he announced that he congratulated the winner. The Black Dragon Spear now belonged to the player Yuna. The screen showed that it was lot number 3, Black Dragon Spear. Yuna won with a bid of 1,112,000,000,000 won. Hyunsung clapped his hands and noted that this was to be expected. This is an amount that players cannot afford. The association set it up. The protagonist thought that the skill book and the spear were one of a kind. Only 2 items worth almost 2 trillion won. The auctioneer announced that it was time for the final item. It was the legendary skill book, the Black Dragon's Punishment. After the auction ended, the protagonist studied the document in his hand. MC said that he couldn't believe it. His debt was trillions of won, and this amount would only increase with the interest rate of 5% per year. Was he really stuck in the player association for life? At this time, Yuna asked in confusion, how was this possible? She never received the achievement notification. This is very strange. She never received the first achievement of the heroic rank. For the mandatory contributions, she received the 2nd place. The system window reported that for the first contribution to the hunt for legendary monsters, heroic rank, she received the reward for 2nd place. All her stats were increased by 9 points. She noted that it was even stranger that no one in the fighter team said who took 1st place. Even the first time she hunted a heroic monster, she was ranked 1st for her contribution to the battle. She got the first 5 achievements of the rare rank then. All of her achievements were rare rank. She regretted that she missed out on the first armor and accessories. She thought it would be the same this time. It was impossible without hunting a legendary monster. How could this happen? Yuna thought that she had deliberately put the skill, Punish the Black Dragon, at the end of the auction to get the first 2 achievements. She said with disappointment that it was stupid of her. If she had told Hyunsung the truth, then maybe everything would have turned out differently. At that moment, the protagonist came and congratulated her on winning the auction. The protagonist said with a smile that he would go about his business. Yuna asked he had mastered the skills, right? The MC said with a puzzled expression that it was true. She noted with a smile that he should be careful then. Hyunsung thought as the girl left. What was that? Suddenly, Yuna came back and said that she was sorry. The protagonist asked what she was talking about. She pointed out that she had set up the auction. The association wanted to give her the first achievement. She had deliberately placed the items she wanted to buy first. She had put his item aside for last. The protagonist wondered if she was talking about the first achievement he had received. In principle, he had already guessed that. However, she deserved it. Apparently, this was her first achievement. It seemed that the association had taken advantage of this. The MC noted with a smile, awkwardly scratching the back of his head with his hand, that he now understood why the association had done this. Therefore, she should not apologize for such a thing. A blush of embarrassment appeared on the girl's face. Hyunsung said that he should leave already. Yuna silently watched him go and said, after he left, that he really was a magnanimous person. She should not do this again. After a while, the protagonist dried his hair with a towel and noted that she was a very honest girl. She really could have just left everything as it was. In vain did she apologize and give everything. The protagonist used the skill, Subspace, from which he took out a book with the skill. MC said that he wants to try to experience it now. However, will he succeed? Perhaps it works separately? The system window asked if he wants to get the legendary rank skill, Black Dragon's Punishment. A system window appeared with a notification that he could not get this skill. Hyunsung asked, what if he tried to absorb? The system window with a notification said that a combination of the current skill, Thunder Dragon's Breath, a unique heroic rank, and the current skill, Black Dragon's Punishment, a legendary rank is occurring. The skill Black Dragon's Breath, a unique legendary rank is created. The protagonist noted that this is not an absorption, but a fusion. A system appeared with information that this is an incredible achievement of the heroic rank. He received his first unique skill of the legendary rank. Reward, heroic rank title, first to get unique legendary skill. The protagonist said with a smile that he managed to do it. After some time in the dungeon, MC noted while he was surrounded by monsters that raiding a Mugi was his best decision. He earned over 250 stats. He is happy with the new skill. A system window appeared with information that the active skill is Black Dragon's Breath, a unique legendary rank. This skill turns mana into darkness. Attack and healing skills are greatly increased. It costs HP and mana. There is an ability to summon Black Lightning. Attack skill, Thunderstrike. Temporarily paralyzes the enemy hit by the Black Dragon's Breath. Skills do not have CDs. It is possible to level up by collecting skills and items with the lightning attribute. Hyunsung said that he wants to try out his new powers. The protagonist used his abilities and brought down Black Lightning on the enemies, which destroyed the creatures in the blink of an eye. The protagonist remarked that it was amazing. After which he was surrounded by other dungeon monsters, which he destroyed using his abilities. The MC said that the monsters were disappearing too quickly. After a while, more monsters appeared, and Hyunsung paralyzed them with his Black Lightning, and remarked while looking around that it looked like a wyvern dungeon or something like that. The protagonist asked if he should go down now or is it not the time yet? After a while, the protagonist received a message from Yuna on his phone, who wanted to talk to him, so she asks him to call her as soon as he reads this message. The MC asked while looking at the phone screen, "What's the matter?" Hyunsung called her, and she asked if he was still near the dungeon. The protagonist said that he was. Yuna asked with a smile, doesn't he want to go to the cave near the northern region? The protagonist asked why he should go there. She noted that they don't have many people in North Korea, which they captured, so he wouldn't mind doing her a favor? The stakes are double for emergency workers. MC thought that was the point. Players could easily kill monsters below their level. Hyunsung said that he would agree to help. Besides, wasn't he indebted to the association for life? Yuna sheepishly said that she thanked him for his help. They would send a helicopter, which would soon be next to him. The protagonist remarked that this mission seemed to be very important. She noted that there were many other dungeons. Although this was not a reason to urgently call the player, it might take some time. The protagonist said with a smile that he would do his best. 2 weeks later, in North Korea, inside a dungeon, a system window appeared notifying that the accumulated points had exceeded 300 billion. Access to the mercenary system was opened. MC looked at the system window in surprise and asked what this was. At that moment, the monsters rushed towards him with an attack. Hyunsung asked, was that even possible? The protagonist looked at the monsters and then used the skill, Black Lightning, crushing his enemies in an instant. The protagonist opened his status window, which said that he was level 1. He had no role. Active status, Slayer of Horned Rabbits. He has a total of 164 titles. HP and MP status is 100%. Characteristics: Strength, Health, Agility, Endurance, and Magic is 300 units, and there is an average of 260 bonus units in each characteristic. Unique skills: Sale and Purchase, active skills. Thunder Dragon Breath, unique legendary rank, and there are also 36 more skills. Passive skill: Book of Immortality, unique rank, and 58 more skills. The protagonist noted that in terms of status, nothing has changed for him. MC looked in surprise at the extensive list of mercenaries, which differed in rank, role, and cost, and they also had their own names. Hyun-sung paid special attention to the heroic rank mercenaries, and then he opened detailed information about the first one on the list. It was indicated that his name was Bolshevik. The mercenary had a heroic rank, and his role was a tank and close-range damage dealer. This mercenary is a tank and damage dealer with strong defensive and offensive abilities, will become a reliable shield and support. Uses a number of defensive skills to protect the employer. If he is a healer or a ranged fighter, he must hire him right now. The mercenary carries out the employer's instructions in accordance with the contract. If the employer's instructions seem unreasonable, the mercenary can terminate the contract and leave. If the employer decides that the mercenary is working in bad faith, he can terminate the contract. In case of termination of the contract, the number of points spent will depend on the time of joint work. Minimum hiring time: 2 hours. Minimum hiring cost: 600 billion points. The protagonist was dumbfounded. Could a mercenary really cost 600 billion points for just 2 hours? Then he decided to check the rare rank mercenaries. The protagonist noticed while studying the list of mercenaries that rare mercenaries were also expensive. After which, he paid attention to a mercenary named Lucia, who had the ability to break through enemy lines and also protect the employer. She is a knight-class mercenary with good ground and air combat skills. However, she should not be trusted too much. She is a deserter and a loser. The rest of the conditions matched the previous description of the mercenary. MC asked, so she has the lowest cost among rare mercenaries? She can be hired for 300 million points for 3 hours. However, he understands what the problem is. But what does this mean? Hyun-sung thoughtfully said, is this not prohibited by his contract? He can just ask this mercenary. A system window appeared notifying him that he had hired a rare mercenary, Lucia. The minimum hiring cost was 300 million points. The remaining hiring time was 180 minutes. Lucia said when she appeared in front of him that she thanked her employer for trusting her. She would fight with all her might. Who was their enemy? The protagonist awkwardly said that there were no enemies yet. She asked in confusion, then why did he hire her? The protagonist noted that he wanted to ask her some questions. Lucia asked if this was his first time using the mercenary system. MC said, scratching the back of his head, that he had just unlocked it. She noted that she understood the situation now, and he could ask her without hesitation. She would tell him everything she knew. After she put her weapon down, Hyun-sung asked who was behind the mercenaries. Lucia said, calling him the employer, that they are the same players as him. The protagonist asked if that was true. She pointed out that it was a way to put it. She is a player with similar unique skills. The protagonist repeated her last words. Lucia pointed out that she was talking about buying and selling the system. The MC asked, so her world was also attacked by monsters? Where do these spatial gates come from? She said that the world she lives in was also attacked by monsters, but she does not know where the spatial gates come from. If he wants to know about the gates, he should hire a legendary rank or higher mercenary. Even the heroic rank mercenaries she met do not know anything about it. Hyun-sung said that he understands now. In his world, it has been 20 years since the spatial gates appeared. They have survived 2 cataclysms, but now everything is more or less stable. Does she know when the next cataclysm will happen? Lucia noted that as far as she knew, it was the last one. The protagonist asked if that was true. She said that it was most likely. No cataclysms were predicted for the next 20 years or so. She couldn't promise anything beyond that. The protagonist asked why she decided that. Lucia said that in the world she lived in, 40 years had passed since the first cataclysm, because it had completely taken over and destroyed the world by monsters. Most likely, her job application had a phrase about a deserter and a loser. Does he know why it says that? She is a loser who ran away from the world she was born in. She remembered her past, when in her home world, a spatial passage appeared in the sky, from which monsters appeared. The inhabitants ran away from them in panic, but she, like a knight, rushed to protect the people, destroying the monsters in her path. After that, Lucia fought a huge monster, and during the battle she was shocked by it. MC noticed that she had become a level 1 player. She stated that at first, she used the accumulated points to raise her stats and learn new skills. However, she quickly wished for it. After that, she earned points by hunting monsters. She had to sell gems and skill books just to survive. She lasted like this for about 16 years, and hope began to appear. However, the second cataclysm soon occurred. and there was no way to stop the growing number of legendary monsters. The magical force field did not allow the use of skills or spatial movement items, so she had to resort to what she had saved for emergencies. She used the dimension shift element. Despite the risk of being lost forever in the interdimensional continuum, she had no other choice. But her fears came true. She was stuck in the interdimensional continuum, in the empty space between dimensions, in the space of nothingness that does not exist. However, her salvation was the mercenary system. In the unique trade skill panel, you can see a window called the mercenary system. Hyunsung decided to check it in his system window. Lucia said that she registered there as a mercenary and just waited. Although everything was not so simple. One day, she tried to reduce the cost of her hiring for the employer, and in return she asked to live in his world, but she was refused. The protagonist thought that the minimum cost of hiring rare mercenaries is 1,000,000 points per hour. That's 24 million a day, or about 700 million a month. She noted that one player once offered her a condition that she herself transfer 24 million points to the employer. The protagonist asked in shock, "Is it possible to transfer points to other players?" Lucia noted that it is impossible to transfer points to other players or ordinary people. Exchange is only possible between players with similar unique skills. She came up and they shook hands, and at that moment, a system window appeared with a notification. Does he want to exchange points? Currently, over 10 billion points are available for exchange. MC said that he did not expect this at all. So in this way, it is possible to increase the number of accumulated points? If you constantly exchange back and forth with a player? Lucia said that you can't do this. If players exchange points with each other, their accumulations accordingly decrease. This also applies to hiring. Hyunsung assumed that she accepted the condition of that player. She said that she refused the offer. The mercenary system works the same way as selling items. It only turns out 20% of the cost of work in hiring. Things were only getting worse for her, so the player hired her again. The protagonist asked, "Did that mean she agreed?" Lucia nodded briefly in agreement and explained that she had earned points by hunting monsters to earn the 24 million points she needed. She was able to hunt all day and still lose 4 million points, unable to change anything. All she did was hunt monsters, only stopping to sleep and eat. She had reached earning 5 million points a day. However, the employer wanted more and more points, so she had to terminate the contract. Since then, she has been unemployed until he hired her. In fact, these past 3 months have been very difficult for her, so she has an offer. Since the minimum fee for hiring her is 24 million points a day, she will pay him back that amount every day. She will fight wherever he wants, and in exchange, can he let her live in his world? The protagonist asked if he could think about it for a while. She noted that of course he had that right, and besides, the hiring time was running out. It was time for her to go back. The MC looked thoughtfully as the girl disappeared. After a while, Hyunsung noted that luck was on his side. What should he do? The mercenary system was indeed useful. The protagonist used the mercenary system, and Lucia appeared, and she said that he hired her again. He could be sure that he would not regret it. The protagonist noted that he hoped so, but first he wanted to know something. She guessed that he most likely wanted to know what skills she had. The protagonist asked if she could show him her status window. Lucia said that since he was interested in her level and stats, she would demonstrate them. The MC wondered what stats a level 1 player could have. She only meant stats. She opened the status window. A system window appeared, informing him that her name was Lucia. She's level 1 and has no role. HP and MP are at 100%. Stats: strength, agility, health, magic, and endurance are equal to 300 units, and each stat has an average of 400 bonus points. Unique skills: selling and buying. Hyunsung thought that she had high stats. The total sum of stats exceeds 3,500 units. To have such stats, ordinary players need to be about level 700. Her stats exceed him by about 700 units, but he can still catch up with her. She must have many legendary and heroic skills. How strong must the monsters be, since even the best players can't cope without the help of mercenaries? She asked, did he satisfy his curiosity? The protagonist noted that they need to start with temporary hiring. Lucia asked how she should understand this. The protagonist said that they would go to the dungeon together, and after the hunt, he would complete the hiring. He should take food with him for them. She assumed that this meant that he would hire her every time for hunting. MC noted that she understood correctly. Lucia said that she agreed. She thought that they should be able to handle it easily. After which, she disappeared. Sometime later in the dungeon, Lucia fought fiercely against the monsters. Horned rabbits surrounded her and rushed at her. She used her defensive skill, and the protagonist used his ability, and a roar from the use of the skill was heard. Black lightning. The protagonist said that it was easier than he expected. Lucia dealt finishing blows to the monsters. MC noted that she has a slightly different combat tactic. They work well as a team. Hyunsun unleashed his black lightning on the monsters, and the girl finished off the monsters with her sword strikes. After the protagonist noted that they were done killing monsters here, Lucia said with a smile that this is a great place for hunting. It was more difficult in the worlds of other employers. There was too much competition, and the best hunting grounds were in the Lord's domains. They charged a lot of money to visit. In his case, he was one of the lords of this world. The protagonist said that she was wrong. He was just given the task of solving this dungeon. Can she still fight? She said that she could still do it. The MC noted that he would call her later then. Lucia said that she would wait. After 1 week in the dungeon, Hyunsung noticed that he had started getting achievements faster. He had earned tens of millions of points on yesterday's hunt, and now he was getting 3 times as much. And all this since he paid 300 million points to Lucia last week. He was very lucky to have her. She looked so happy, having earned only 300 million points in a week. He even felt a little awkward, considering that he earns hundreds of millions of points a day on equipment. Lucia turned to him politely. The protagonist asked why she was acting so formal. She noted that it might sound a bit rude, but she still wanted to ask. She noticed that he was fighting monsters at close range. Is he planning on doing that in the future? The protagonist noted that he probably would. Lucia asked, but he didn't learn how to wield a sword properly, right? The MC said that she was right. He only had a skill, which was knowledge of the sword. She noted that in that case, he should hire a swordsman and master the sword thoroughly. Hyunsung asked why he would do that. Lucia said that he was too clumsy with a sword. He might not see it as a problem now, but starting with heroic monsters, a sword strike would let him down. The protagonist asked, "Is that really such a big deal?" She asked, "Can he fight her without using active skills?" The protagonist asked, "Is she suggesting a duel?" Lucia said that she was. She suggested it because she needed to evaluate his abilities. MC gave her a stern look and then stated, getting into a fighting stance, that he agreed. At first, they exchanged glances, and then Hyunsung rushed at her and hit his sword on the shield. Lucia immediately counterattacked him, but he managed to dodge at the last moment, after which they began to exchange a series of blows. The protagonist thought that she was not even using her full strength. The protagonist made a sharp dash and ended up behind her, but the girl blocked the blow without turning around. MC gritted his teeth and thought that this was a curse. Lucia looked at him with a slight smile on her face. Hyunsung rushed at her again with an attack. After 3 minutes, the protagonist was breathing heavily from fatigue and thought, why is he so behind? She only looked at him with a smile and then rushed towards him. At the last moment, the protagonist raised his hands and said the blade of the sword was already at his neck, that he lost. Lucia noted, putting away the sword, that she expected this. His sword skills are quite low. MC asked what she was talking about. She stated that it is not shown in the status window. In a way, swordsmanship is more important than other skills. Regardless of whether they are passive or active skills, from the player's point of view, it is a power that appears suddenly. It is not enough to just know how to use it. Hyunsung asked, in that case, can this skill appear automatically? Lucia pointed out that it cannot be that simple. For example, take the riding skill. When you master this skill, you can gallop, brake, and move freely. However, this does not mean that he has mastered the art of horse riding. Depending on the skill level, the combat power can vary greatly, and players who have mastered the same skill have different strengths. It is not only about passive skills, such as swordsmanship. One of his key attack skills is Thunder Strike. Depending on the skill level, the damage dealt to enemies will differ greatly. The protagonist looked at her with a shocked face. The protagonist thought that even if gamers play the same characters with the same characteristics, the difference between how he plays and how a professional player plays will be strikingly different, even if it is not displayed in the status window. In fact, this indicator has a big impact. MC asked if she could help him raise this skill. Lucia said with a smile that naturally she would be only too happy to help. Several months later, high-ranking players went to North Korea, gradually clearing dungeons invaded by monsters. However, this, on the contrary, only made them bored. Players from large guilds who came with the purpose of cooperation eventually became lazy. They expressed a desire to return to South Korea as soon as they dealt with a low-ranking dungeon. As it turned out, players closely associated with the association are responsible for low-ranking dungeons. Unsurprisingly, this caused discontent among other players. Even with double the usual fee, the losses were too great. You couldn't increase your level by gaining EXP, as well as get items or jewelry. There were also many inconveniences in everyday life. Players had to sleep in tents because there was no other housing and get by on the few food reserves. This went on for several months. Players from the association were here too, but instead of joining the others, they seemed more interested in hunting. After a while, the protagonist was practicing his swordsmanship, with Lucia helping him. After training, they had a snack and had a fun time chatting. Lucia noted that the civilization of this world was surprisingly advanced. The protagonist said that normal people still needed an ID to do business. She remarked that this meant that this was the reason why he did not invite her outside the dungeons. The MC said that she was a high-ranking player. For such players, the rules are strict in any world. Once he can solve this problem, he will figure out how she can stay in this world. First, she needs to get IDs and register as a player. She said with a smile that there is no need to rush. She's fine with everything now. Besides, her ID should have her photo. Hyunsung noted that she is right. Lucia said that in that case, she envies the young. The protagonist said with a smile that she looks young enough. The protagonist extended his hand to shake her hand. After a while, Lucia, who looked younger, said that she thought it was better to take back what she had once lost. The MC said that she could consider it a payment for his education. She would teach him a lot. She said that she would then teach him with all her might. Hyunsung said that it was up to her to decide. After a while, in the players' camp, the protagonist slowly walked between the players who were discussing their affairs. A player in black clothes noticed him and whispered, using his abilities, that this was his chance. After in the dungeon, the protagonist thought that wild instincts had awakened in him. Who was that nearby? It was his enemy. First of all, he had to deal with the monsters. The MC asked if he should try it. Hyunsung took out his sword and hid behind the rocks, and then he used the skill, Black Lightning. The monsters rushed at him, but the protagonist easily crushed the monsters and looted the drops from them. This went on for some time until the protagonist decided to take a rest. MC looked through the status window that his HP and MP were at 100%. After a while, Hyunsung said that he was tired, but he needed to end this. The protagonist thought that he was almost there. A monster appeared behind him and pounced on him, but the protagonist destroyed the creature with one blow. MC thought that they had finally shown themselves. Hyunsung used his abilities to crush his opponents. The killer gritted his teeth in anger. The protagonist said that he was caught. The protagonist rushed at him, swinging his sword, but his opponent dodged the blow. MC wanted to strike again, but the killer disappeared. Hyunsung noted that he was quite fast. The killer asked irritably, running away from him, how did he know? The protagonist noted that, obviously, he was much stronger than his opponent, but this killer was too fast. Then his enemy appeared behind him when he used his abilities. The protagonist turned around and struck him with his sword, which the killer dodged. MC noted that he even had a skill for moving. The killer used his abilities and a deafening explosion was heard. A system window appeared notifying him that he had been poisoned. His body was paralyzed for 10 seconds. The passive skill book was activated, Immortality. Poisoning was neutralized. Hyunsung carefully watched the movement of his opponent and then used the skill Black Lightning. The protagonist said, while the killer dodged again, that he was moving too fast. He spends too much energy on using attack skills. In this case, there is only one way. The main thing is not to make a mistake in this. Takahashi gritted his teeth in frustration and decided that he needed to get out. He had failed his mission. But before he could run away, the protagonist appeared in front of him. He concentrated energy in his hand, and Takahashi, confused, asked, "Who is this guy? Did he really just awaken a year ago?" The protagonist sent a powerful energy forward, but he managed to dodge and ran back. MC swung his weapon and attacked, but Takahashi put his blade in front of him, blocking his attack, and thought, damn. The fight continued, and the protagonist thought, is he going to run away? Then Takahashi created energy in his hand, and jumping up, directed it at the protagonist, after which he suddenly turned around and ran in the opposite direction. The protagonist used an ability called Fusion, and the next second he was in front of the enemy, piercing his chest with his weapon. After that, he swung his blade again, and then, turning around, saw the enemy again and thought, damn, he is too fast. His weapon was already approaching his chest, but the next second, the protagonist used a powerful explosion, attacking Takahashi. The next second, his opponent dissolved, and he looked forward in surprise, seeing a book appear. The system reported, Shroud of Darkness, Heroic Rank, an active skill book, hides the caster's visibility, as well as his audibility and the magical power emitted by him. Smiling, the protagonist took the book in his hands and said that it was not bad. Then he turned his attention to the remaining items and took this. He noticed that he had a lot of things in his inventory. The system reported, Dark Elf King's Dagger, Heroic Rank, 5% chance of poisoning the enemy he injured, 5% chance of increasing the damage of the enemy he injured, 5% chance of imposing a curse of decay on the enemy he injured. Protective Blessing, Heroic Rank, greatly increases the resistance skill. The passive skill, Guardian Shield, is available. Guardian Shield, Heroic Rank, passive skill, reduces damage by 50% when attacking with resistance skills. cooldown 120. He said that it was all about this skill, but why did he attack him? Then he used psychometry and a notification appeared in front of him. Failed to activate the active skill of psychometry, he cannot access the history of the reduction of magical items. He noted that he still cannot. He should first discuss this with Lucia. The next second she appeared and smiled at him, noticing that he called her later than usual. He greeted her joyfully. After that, they sat down on the ground opposite each other, and she said that it does not matter. In this world, players rarely attack each other. MC replied that this is true, but he does not know about the rest. But here, players do not openly attack each other. So why did he attack him? Lucia guessed that maybe he harbored a grudge against him for some reason, or was interested in his rapidly growing abilities. He was probably trying to figure out the reason for this. The protagonist looked at her and asked, "Does she think this could happen again?" She replied, "If this attacker belongs to some organization, she thought it was very likely. But according to the rules of this world, you can't attack the player directly. He should be on guard in the dungeon. If there is an enemy that he can't handle alone, he should call her. If he has enough points, he can hire another mercenary." He smiled and replied, "I see." Meanwhile, Kaneko folded her arms and looked to the side and thought, "What the hell?" She looked at the player from below and thought, "Did he fail the mission?" Then she used hunter vision and saw the tracks leading to the cave. She noticed the remnants of energy from the battle and put her hand on the ground and said that she was on the right way. She used the memories of the earth and 2 earth golems appeared and began to fight. She looked ahead in surprise and asked, "Did he decide to run away?" Then she saw the protagonist pierce his opponent with a weapon and said, "Takahashi is dead." Sometime later in Tokyo, Japan. Tanaka, the Minister of Japanese Dimension Gate Management, thoughtfully asked his subordinate, "Is he sure about Sonu?" He replied that it is. According to Kaneko's report, Hunsun killed Takahashi. There is a high probability that he also killed Sonu. He is almost certain of it. A player who awakened only a year ago broke the 20-level law. Tanaka asked, "Did he defeat a ranked player? Did that happen twice?" Breaking the 20-level law is not the end. He replied that they think there is a 99% chance that he has unique skills. The minister replied, "That is why the Korean Players Association wanted to make a contract with him as soon as possible. What kind of unique skills do you need to have to grow like that? In that case, it would be better for them to eliminate him." Mark was surprised. What? He told him to forget. "How many secret agents can he send right now?" He answered, 5. Tanaka said, "Let them come to North Korea." His subordinate was surprised again. "What?" Tanaka asked, "Can't hear him well?" He answered that it was not so. "He will send them right now. Is the goal the same this time?" He answered that it was true. Although no, one more thing. If the mission fails, they must kill Hunsun at all costs. Mark answered that he understood him. After some time, Tanaka was left alone in the office, and he noticed that Hunsun does not trust the Korean government, a stupid idiot. Meanwhile, the protagonist was sitting on the ground and using an ability called a magic projectile. He concentrated energy in his hand and then, looking at it, said that he would have succeeded if he concentrated more. Lucia came to him and told him not to be upset about it. He still had plenty of time. He said, "Maybe." But before he could finish, she finished the sentence for him. "Time to practice?" He took his weapon in his hands and she armed herself with a sword and shield. He said that it was his turn first. In response, she nodded in agreement, and the next second, the protagonist rushed to attack. Lucia parried it, put her shield in front of her. Then she slashed forward and MC bent back. After that he landed, but Lucia pointed her sword at him and defended herself with her shield. But the next second the protagonist was behind her and said, "Damn!" He landed, and she swung her sword again to attack. They continued to strike and parry. The protagonist gritted his teeth from the tension, and the next second he saw a hand with a sword approaching him. He jumped back. And Lucia said that while they were done, they would move on to the next dungeon. He asked, "Has he improved his skills yet?" She noticed that he was dealing damage to a moving enemy faster. But when he dodged attacks, he made a lot of unnecessary movements. To be honest, she didn't expect him to level up so quickly. He replied that he wanted to learn how to defend himself better. She said that it didn't suit him. If he wanted to get better with a shield, he should learn patience. Doesn't he attack an enemy as soon as he sees one? At this point, the shield only gets in the way. He smiled awkwardly, scratched the back of his head and replied that he was trying to be more patient, but it wasn't that easy. She smiled back and said that was just him. Plus it would be harder for him with a shield and a sword at the same time, since it was much easier to move with just a sword. The metal armor he was wearing was enough to protect his left hand. The protagonist agreed with her, and she said that they were done for today. He replied that they would see each other soon, mentor. She sheepishly objected. She was not a mentor. And the next second, she disappeared. MC yawned as he walked forward and asked, So should we go to the next dungeon? Then he looked forward in surprise, seeing eyes looking at him from the darkness. Walking forward, he was surprised. What? He was not alone here. Sasaki came out in front of him, who said in Japanese that he was smart. The protagonist asked, "Is he from Japan?" He answered that it was true. It was better for him not to resist, just follow him. The protagonist asked why he wanted him to go with him. He answered that he could not say, he had to choose. Will he resist or give in? The protagonist wondered, is he in cahoots with this killer who attacked him? Obviously, they would not attack at the same time. Should he call Lucia? No, not yet. Then he took out his weapon and decided that it was worth a try. Sasaki smirked, so he chose to resist, and he wanted the best. After that, he took out his weapon from its sheath and prepared to attack. But MC directed an attack at him, the breath of a black thunder dragon, and created an explosion in front of him. But at that moment, the enemy was behind him, and the protagonist thought that this was a spatial movement skill. After that, he again directed a powerful attack forward and thought that he needed to save stamina and mana. But Sasaki was in front of him again. MC sent a powerful pulse of energy. His opponent swung his sword, but the protagonist managed to reflect the attack, put a dagger in front of him. Sasaki smirked again, and he had fast reactions, and his skills were pretty good, but how long could he hold out? With these words, he pushed off the ground and rushed to attack, but the protagonist managed to put a dagger in front of him, blocking his sword. After that, he jumped back, their eyes crossed, and then Sasaki again headed towards him, striking again and again. The protagonist reflected it, and then sent another powerful explosion, and looked to the side and thought, what the hell? The enemy was behind him again, and he concentrated energy in his hand and sent it back. He said that this resembled the skills of wild instincts. At this moment, Lisa, who was watching what was happening, asked, did he really awaken only a year ago? Den answered that he did. A year ago he was at level 1. She was surprised. How did he rise so quickly? He replied, I have no idea. They are here to find out. He hopes that his method can be applied to other players too. But he doesn't think that he is a ranker yet. He wasn't scared even by Sasaki. Lisa asked why Takahashi would mess with a guy like that. He replied because he is not that good. If she were his opponent, it would be hard for her to resist him. She indignantly put her hand to her side and shouted, what nonsense? If she doesn't intervene, he will slap him. Den said that they will see. Meanwhile, Sasaki said that he can handle him himself. At that moment, the protagonist parried another attack and hit the opponent in the stomach. But the next second, the opponent attacked and injured his shoulder. MC responded in kind and thought that he was still weak. He should have trained harder. Sasaki thought that he was crazy. His fighting style is too dangerous. He should parry his last attack. With these thoughts, he found himself behind the protagonist and swung his weapon and rushed to attack. But the protagonist turned around and he grinned and said, it's over. The protagonist looked at the sword approaching him in horror and thought, it looks like he's gonna die now. The next second, a notification appeared in front of him. The passive instinct skill, survival instinct, heroic rank, was activated. And the next moment, the opponent's head separated from the body. MC walked forward and said that he lost. At that moment, Lisa appeared at his side and, grinning, said that she didn't think Sasaki would die. It's just funny. The protagonist looked at her and a few other people who appeared and thought, so he wasn't alone? He walked forward, and then Den joined Lisa and said that he exceeded all his expectations. The rest were hiding. Several more people appeared behind the protagonist. He thought that they found out that he had risen a lot in a short time. There was an awkward silence. Everyone looked at the protagonist, and the next second he called a system window, releasing several mercenaries at once. The attackers were surprised. Who are they? Where did they come from? Lisa said that she could not detect their mana. The protagonist said that their task is to capture the opponents, or at least kill them. Lucia, smiling, said, yes. The others also agreed with this task. The next second, the battle began. From a powerful blow, Lisa flew into a stone and fell to her knee. Lucia stood in front of her. She thought, what the hell happened? She wiped the blood from her face, and at that moment, one of the mercenaries grabbed the attacker by the face. Mitya rushed into battle with a mad laugh. The attackers screamed in fear, too strong. And he, swinging his huge hammer, shouted that he did not want them to die. They should try to dodge. The next second he hit the ground, and the attackers flew in different directions. He picked up one of them, and noticed that he was unconscious and the other died on the spot. Well, if they don't give up, then he needs to kill them on the spot. That's what his employer ordered. The next second, Lisa's hands were tied with a magic thread. She was kneeling as Lucia, with several swings of her sword, made several deep cuts on her opponent. Den laughed and said that it was impressive. One of the mercenaries replied that it was nothing. He was standing in front of Den, who was sitting on the ground, leaning on a rock. Then MC, turning to the mercenaries, said that they were cool. One of the mercenaries reported that the mission was completed. Is there anything else he wants to assign him? The protagonist told him to follow them until the end of his employment. He agreed with him, and then the protagonist asked the attackers why they were targeting him. There was only silence in response, and he said, "It looks like they are not going to answer." Mitya shouted for them to answer, quickly. Sir asked them a question. One of the attackers tried to attack him, but fell to the ground, and Mitya swung a huge hammer, brought it down right on the man. His partner screamed in fear. Mitya took up the hammer and asked with a smile, "Who else does not want to answer?" "Maybe him?" Den answered fearfully that it is not so, but before he could finish, as Mitya said, 3, 2, 1. With these words, he swung his weapon, and the next second Lisa screamed, "They are here because of the order of the Japanese Department of Dimensional Gates." Den screamed that they were ordered to capture Hyunsung and bring him to Japan. Another attacker added, because he bypassed the rules of the 20th level and rose too quickly, they needed to find out the reasons for this. Mitya, putting the hammer next to himself, answered, "I see." The protagonist thought, "What? First, we need to make sure of it." Then he turned to the mercenary and said, "Let the opponents show their inventories." He agreed with him. Then MC started checking their inventories and, stopping near Den, asked why he lied. Before he could answer, Mitya hit him with his huge hammer. The protagonist asked if there were any other allies outside the dungeon. Lisa, smiling, confirmed this. She knew little about them. She assumed that they were somewhere on the 200th levels. MC asked where they were. She answered that they had left the dungeon, so... At that moment, he interrupted her and said that he would be back soon, and they should keep an eye on them so that they did not escape. Mitya, smiling, told him to be careful. After some time, the protagonist went into the dungeon and, looking ahead, said, "Great." He used an ability called Flicker and attacked one of the Japanese. Then he threw the body into subspace and said that's why he couldn't notice. After a while, he returned, and Mitya said that it was time for him to go back. Did he want to extend the hiring time? He replied that he thought he could leave, and then thanked him for his help. He awkwardly laughed, scratched his head, and replied that he was always happy to help. He could call him if he was needed. Never before had he faced such an easy task. Another mercenary agreed with him and added that he was always ready for such easy missions. His comrade said that next time he would definitely hire him. After a while, they disappeared, and MC thoughtfully asked what to do. The next second, a powerful flash of fire flew very close to him. Lucia, putting a shield in front of herself, repelled the attack. Den and Lisa, taking advantage of the moment, turned in the opposite direction and ran. The protagonist asked if they had recovered during this time. Then he concentrated the energy in his hand and sent a powerful explosion right in front of the fleeing ones. He stopped, and Den began to concentrate the fire energy in his hands. Lisa did the same. After that, they sent a powerful explosion forward, but Lucia stood in front of the protagonist and created a barrier with her shield. Then, without thinking, she decapitated the opponents. The protagonist looked to the side and saw several more fleeing ones. He used an ability called Flicker, a curtain of darkness. The Japanese were perplexed. What? But the next second, their bodies were absorbed by a powerful explosion. MC approached them and said, did they think they could escape because only he and Lucia remained? Then the bodies dissolved, and the protagonist said that despite the losses, he gained a lot. A book appeared in front of him, and he said that he did not think it was worth telling anyone. It was just a Japanese criminal organization engaged in secret intelligence. He was sure they would send someone else for him, but right now, the most important thing was his family's safety. With that, he sent the books into the subspace and sat down on the ground next to the rock. He then called up the system window and said, if they were that strong, the associative defense wouldn't stop them. He looked at the item for sale, a heroic rank ring of defense, takes a hit if the owner is attacked, destroyed when the damage exceeds what can be withstood, a consumable item. He then looked at the price, and the system asked if he wanted to purchase a ring of defense, heroic rank. Once purchased, the item cannot be returned or exchanged. He said, 10 billion each, he will buy 3. He was then surprised when he looked at the item for sale, a rare rank exchange bracelet, an item set. If you put on 2 bracelets, one for each owner, you can see each other's emotional state. Blue indicates the owner is calm, purple indicates the owner is anxious, black indicates the owner is in mortal danger. He said that it was not bad. And then the system asked if he wanted to buy a rare rank exchange bracelet. He added that he would buy 3 of this too. Then he looked at the heroic rank long distance teleporter. Teleports to a specified location or distance, consumable item. He noticed that it was also not bad. The system asked again if he wanted to buy it, and he said with a smile, of course, he would take it. After a while, he saw his sister, and she asked, he didn't do anything dangerous, did he? Smiling, he answered in the negative, then added that he just decided to give it to her just in case. After that, he visited his mother, and then came to the hospital to see his father. Walking up to the bed, he put a ring and bracelet on his father's finger. He told him not to worry, he would definitely find a way to cure him. A purple color appeared on his bracelet, and he sat down on a chair next to the bed. He clenched his fist and said that he was sure, as he thought he was uneasy. Taking his hand in his, he said that he knew that he was having a hard time, but he would do everything to make him feel better. A week later, Tanaka said a week had passed but no report from him. What was the matter? Mark stood in front of him, his gaze lowered. He was clearly nervous, and then said that their operation seemed to have failed. He asked, did he think he cared? What if his people simply betrayed him? He replied that the probability was low, but anything was possible. Tanaka asked, did he have any more secret agents he could send? He replied that there were none yet. The minister folded his hands in front of his face and said that he was a headache. At that moment, Finn entered the office and Tanaka asked what happened. He shouted anxiously, something important. The Fukuoka Dimension Gate operation failed. He was surprised, but the district was protected by the Yamato Guild. He confirmed this, explained that the Yamato Guildmaster was killed, as were all the guild members who participated in the operation. He asked, is he sure? What is the rank of the monsters that appeared? He answered, it has been established that the monsters belong to the heroic rank. Among them, there is a humanoid monster called Chojo. Its exact level has not yet been determined. It is the first monster to appear on Earth. It moves easily thanks to its wings and flies quickly in the air. Tanaka looked at him seriously, and then shouted, they must immediately send the entire roster of players to the district. His subordinates accepted his order. Sometime later, Japan, Fukuoka. There were many bodies of villagers lying on the ground. Several soldiers were preparing to attack, holding weapons in their hands. The monsters were absorbing the corpses, and one of the soldiers transmitted on the radio, these damn murderers. The monsters turned to him, and he shouted that they should attack from all sides. Next second, the Chojo rose into the air, and the players, using their abilities, shouted now and sent several powerful blows straight at the monsters. Some of the attacks hit the opponents, and they fell to the ground, but the rest roared angrily. Looking at the soldiers, a huge bunch of monsters were concentrated in the sky above them. The soldiers aimed at them. The players were also preparing to make attacks. They shouted to hold their positions. If they continue like this, then victory will be theirs. The battle with the monsters continued, until the leader of the Chojo, watching what was happening, roared loudly. The others looked at him. The players were surprised. What? They are retreating? The monsters actually flew after their leader, and the player set an alarm, but they are heading to the next city. We need to stop them. The machine gun fire continued. The monsters attacked the military helicopter. The players ran to attack. The leader of the monsters sat on the roof of the building, watching what was happening and giving orders to his subordinates. They attacked the players. There was panic in the city. Some asked for help. One of the players asked in surprise, what? His comrade noticed that they were back. Several groups of monsters lined up on the roofs of the building. The players directed powerful bursts of energy at them. One of them shouted, idiots. He will destroy every single one of them. His gaze crossed with the monster, and then he sent a powerful wave of fire forward, while the rest of the players dealt with the opponents with melee weapons. After that, the player laughed loudly and shouted that he will make them regret that they dared. At that moment, the leader approached him. Their gazes crossed, then the main Chojo flew further and attacked several players in his path. The player shouted, creatures. He put up a shield in front of himself to defend himself from the monster's attacks, and then turned his gaze to the side. But the next second, a sword pierced his chest, and he said, damn it. The leader of the monsters watched what was happening, and then sent a powerful pulse of energy downwards, exploding the players below him. After a while, Tanaka clutched his head in bewilderment and said, what? Destroyed? How is this possible? He frowned and shouted, how many rankers and high-level players were sent on the mission? Mark, looking at the document, replied, the Chojo outsmarted them. He pretended to retreat. He replied, even so, how could they all be destroyed? Are the players of the Japanese Secret Service that helpless? He replied, the leader of the monsters is too smart. The minister shouted, he doesn't care. He's just a heroic rank monster and nothing more. Mark added, and they also have a video recording of what happened. He handed the tablet to the minister, and he said that he would take a look. After that, he looked at the video. Meanwhile, MC was in the helicopter waiting room, holding a glass of drink in his hand. He asked, has a new kind of monster appeared in Japan? Leeks was standing next to him and confirmed it. Heroic rank monsters called Choji appeared. They are wreaking havoc. The worst thing is that the best Japanese rankers and high-level players were simply wiped off the face of the earth. The protagonist was confused. How is this possible? He replied that, apparently they are smart enough. As a result, the Japanese government publicly asked the international community for help. With that, he took a sip of his drink, and the protagonist asked, in their time, is there a country that can afford to help others? He replied that it is not so. The protagonist took a sip of his drink and thought, they can't outsmart him. After some time, he came to the dungeon and, turning to Lucia, said that he wanted to ask something before the battle. She replied that she was listening to him, and he asked if she had heard anything about monsters called choji. She asked in surprise, choji attacked this world? He confirmed this. She added that in her world, a horde of choji destroyed an entire kingdom. If you do not interfere, they can destroy the whole world. A lot could be at stake. Choji are quite smart and agile. The worst thing is that they live in packs and move in large groups. You can suffer greatly if you treat them like ordinary monsters. MC said, however, the neighboring country is already doing this. Lucia put her sword and shield on the ground and, crouching opposite the protagonist, said that if the leader is as smart as they say, it will be difficult to deal with him. But if this is at all possible, the countries should unite and act together. The protagonist said in confusion that he didn't even know if other countries could find the strength to unite. Lucia said, and yet standing aside might be even worse since the choji could grow to legendary rank. He was surprised, right? She replied, of course they had their own limit too, but like players, they leveled up through hunting. Their levels skyrocketed when they won such a big battle. She guessed that they absorbed a lot of magic stones and skill books. The protagonist clarified, not just skill books, but also magic stones? She replied that the choji hunted other monsters and players. They earned experience points in magic stones, especially magic stones, which helped them determine their limit. He asked if players could also absorb magic stones to grow. She replied that as far as she knew, it was impossible. Although many empires and kingdoms invested a lot of money in experiments, all of it was in vain. MC said that in his world, similar experiments were conducted, and that also failed. Then he added that he didn't think they would attack anytime soon. She wondered why. He smiled and said that all the mercenaries were already busy, so he didn't want to waste her time either. She winked and smiled and said that they would get what they deserved without her. He replied that he doubted it. It had been 3 months, but the Japanese government still couldn't handle the choji invasion. They had taken over all of Fukuoka, and the city had fallen to them. While Japan was desperately trying to get international support, South Korea had finished repairing the damage caused by the Second Cataclysm. The recovery work in North Korea was also completed, after which the South Korean government allowed players to visit North Korea. Players were jubilant and flocked there. The protagonist tried his best, but he was unable to cope with all the dungeons in North Korea, and since more and more players were arriving, he decided to return to South Korea. Sometime later, he was in his apartment. The sister indignantly said that she was actually here. He wouldn't even look at her. He asked where his mother was. She answered, in the kitchen. The mother of the family peeked out from the corner and asked, has Hunsun arrived? The protagonist confusedly replied that he did, and she told him to hurry up in that case. He must be very hungry, right? He scratched himself awkwardly and replied that he had skipped lunch because he wanted to eat with them. After a while, he walked into an alley and looked around and said, okay. After that, he put his hand in front of him and called out to Lucia, saying welcome. She looked at him in surprise and then walked out of the alley after looking around. She said, so this is the kind of world he lives in. He looked at her and said, first she needs to get an ID. To avoid a lot of trouble, she should just do as he says. She looked ahead with admiration and then turned to him and replied in agreement. He thought, not so literally, but how would Lucia, who had never existed in this world, get an ID? Maybe through the player association. All the countries in the world, including Korea, have a variety of benefits to attract players. One of them is granting citizenship. In this world where there are more players than the general population, this has become a common thing. The association tries to make players their property. Even if they are illegal immigrants or smugglers, from the moment they awaken they can easily obtain citizenship. Of course, there are some conditions. You can't join foreign guilds for 5 years, and you can't leave the country for the same amount of time. These rules can't be broken under any circumstances, but Lucia hasn't received citizenship yet, like the rest of the world. The community is currently busy with the aftermath of the Second Cataclysm. After a while, he looked at the time on his phone screen. Lucia called him, and he asked how it went. She showed him the card with a smile and said that she received the certificate. He smiled and said that it was great, keep it up. He has another proposal for her. She asked what it was. He said that it would be beneficial for both of them. After a while, they came to a coffee shop, and the employee said, there are 2 drinks. She handed them 2 glasses. Then Lucia tried the drink, and the MC, smiling, asked how she liked it. Like it? She smiled, looking at him, and replied, cold and delicious. He said that he was glad to hear that she liked it. And then she called him, and he looked at her expectantly. She said, the offer he was talking about, he wants to sell additional products using her unique skills? Smiling, he replied that it was true. She would have 10% of the sales commission. She was surprised. Is this not a good condition for her? He replied that it was also beneficial for him. She should not refuse the help of her student. It has been half a year since they were together, right? Until she found a way to return to her world, he wants them to stick together. And if possible, he wants to help drive out the monsters in her world. Tears welled up in her eyes, and he wondered, is she okay? She wiped away the tear that rolled down and said that she did not know how to thank him. The next second, she knelt down, and the protagonist, perplexed, called out to her. She said that during her stay in this world, she would serve him faithfully as her lord, Hyunsun. She would be the blade that would kill all of her lord's enemies. Her body would be the shield that would protect him, her lord. And she would give a knight's oath of honor, even death would not destroy it. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist. He had received the knight's oath of allegiance. Role change quest. He had started the lord's qualification. He asked in surprise, what? The system reported, lord's qualification quest, conditions receiving the knight's oath of allegiance. Does he accept the oath of allegiance of the immortal knight Lucia? He extended his finger to the system window and said that he thought it was only possible after reaching level 50. The people nearby looked at what was happening, perplexed, and then he extended his hand to Lucia and told her to stand up. She closed her eyes and replied that she could not stand up until he accepted her oath. He replied sheepishly that he would accept it, and now she should stand up, please. She took his hands and stood up. Then a notification appeared in front of the protagonist. The immortal knight, Lucia, swore allegiance to him. He completed the Lord qualification quest. He changed his role to a legendary rank lord. All stats increased by 20. He opened role skills. An incredible achievement. Legendary rank. He received a legendary rank role for the first time. The reward is the title of the first legendary rank lord. After a while, he thoughtfully looked at the system window and asked what this was. Lucia sat opposite him and said that this was her payment for at least a part of everything he had done for her. He replied that he did not know how it was in her world, but in his world there was no caste system. She replied that she didn't care about the standards of this world. She was a knight, and she had sworn allegiance to a lord whose strength and character were worthy of service. He was embarrassed by these words, and she asked if he had accepted her oath of allegiance. He confirmed this, and the role of a lord appeared in his status bar. She asked if he knew what that meant. It was a mandatory component of the oath. One who accepted the oath of allegiance of a knight would definitely become a lord. He asked if she had one too. She replied, of course, she was an immortal knight, a role of a heroic rank. He was surprised, but she wasn't level 50. How could that be? She said, of course, the level was important for changing roles, but that was not the most important thing. In her case, as a result of fighting in many battles, she deserved the role of a knight. She thinks that her lifestyle and combat experience also influenced this. After which, by fulfilling various conditions, such quests for roles can be opened. He said, like this. And then she apologized for not telling him about it earlier. In fact, she only showed him her level and stats to hide her role. That's why her strength and endurance were higher than other stats. It increased as she changed roles. He replied, I see. Then he scratched his head awkwardly and added that he thought he would never be able to get a role. She said that she thought that even if it weren't for her, he would have still managed to get a role. He asked, how long did it take her after awakening to get a role? She replied, about 15 years, I think. He was surprised. 15 years? She confirmed it. She pointed at him and added, first he needs to test his job skills. Before using these skills, he needs to master it. He said that he knows, and then called up the status panel. He noticed that role skills appeared. She explained that as his role increases, there may be more role skills. He asked, is that possible? She stood behind him, looked at the system window, and said that in his case it depends on the number of servants under his command. Role skills can be raised to higher ranks. He laughed and said that he didn't know it was possible, but what did role stats mean? Some leadership appeared. She explained that leadership is determined by the sum of all stats. He thought about it, and then turned to her and asked, is 60 missing? She explained that it was because she was under his command. Depending on the number and level of players under his command, the sum of leadership points increases or decreases. On average, such a difference can increase by 10 times, after which the difference does not increase even if the player changes roles. He said, then it is hers. She interrupted him and said that it is true. She changed her role 5 times. He looked at the system window, which said, faction status, exclusive skill, Lord Hyunsun, Knight Lucia. He folded his arms and opened the Lucia status window. Then he thoughtfully asked, Lucia's status window? She smiled and said that this was his basic ability. her lord. He would only be able to command his wards if he understood their abilities well. He thoughtfully scrolled through the system window, and it said, Lord's Banner, exclusive skill of the class. The stats of the lord and his wards depending on the number of wards taken as servants. The number of wards is 1 person. All stats are increased by 0%. He noticed that it was a useless skill for now. Then he read, hiring is a class exclusive skill. Hires a ward, spends leadership. Banishment is a class exclusive skill, releases the ward from the Oath of Allegiance. The ward disappears from the faction, does not restore spent leadership. He noticed that the penalty for banishment is large. She confirmed, that's right, the penalty for the ward is also not small. He asked, what kind of penalty do they have? She explained, depending on how long they served him, in that amount of time they can find a new lord. He thought, is that a penalty? Lucia added, and their level, their stats, decrease. He was surprised. Decrease? She confirmed and explained that it is temporary. They can get everything back by leveling up and using skill books. He asked, does she know how much it decreases? She explained, all the levels, stats and skills they received while they were the Lord's wards, as far as she knows, are lost. He was surprised again and asked, what if he himself wants to leave? She said it was possible, but the penalty was the same. He asked how many people were needed to make the Lord's banner work. She said it had to be at least 10 people. It would take time before it worked. He scratched his head awkwardly and said that he might never use it at all. She said that was not true. He was worthy of having hundreds. No, thousands of knights behind him. He looked at her with a smile. Meanwhile, the Choji continued to invade. Other monsters joined them. The leader of the monsters was also sitting on the roof and watching everything. Tanaka looked at the live broadcast and asked if there were any results from their cooperation with the UN yet. Mark said that everything was almost ready, including America, Europe, and even some Asian countries. They insisted on the Choji being the first, unless Fukuoka was chosen as the first target. He said, come on, they have already spent a lot of money. They are not going to interfere. He confirmed it. It seems that they have their own ecosystem there. The main thing is to hold out for a little while longer, and it will be over. Even if they want to advance further, it is better to retreat and avoid conflict. Mark said that he will do as he orders. Tanaka said, everything must be finished. Meanwhile, the monster, swinging its weapon, ran to attack, but Choji, flying up from behind, grabbed his head with his paw and threw it forward, after which he ate the monster. The leader continued to watch what was happening. Then he rose into the air, pushing off the roof, and shouted loudly. His subordinates directed their gaze upward and then flew forward. After some time, the protagonist walked down the street and noticed that today was not a very good day either. Lucia, who was walking next to him, said that he did not need to hurry. He could become stronger little by little. He smiled and agreed with her, then looked at his phone and saw that Yuna was calling him. Then he answered the call, and she asked if he had just come out of the dungeon. He confirmed that he had, and she asked if by any chance he wanted to go to Japan. He said that he wasn't exactly eager to. She said that it wasn't necessary, she just thought it would be a good opportunity, so she called. He thanked her for thinking of him, but for now he was planning on relaxing in the south. She noticed that he really had a lot of things to do lately, okay? He asked if she was going to Japan. She went to the window in her office and said that she would have to. The Japanese government had made a very generous offer, so she called him. It would be a shame to miss out on it. He wished her a safe journey. She should remember that safety comes first. She agreed with him and then asked when he was going to fulfill his promise and treat her. He got behind the wheel of his car and asked, surprised, what? She reminded him that he said that he would treat her as a thank you. He hadn't forgotten about that, had he? He remembered his words and she asked, embarrassed, so it was all just for show? He said that it wasn't. When she returned from Japan, he would treat her very generously. She agreed with him and said that she would wait. She hoped that they would see each other again. Then they set off, and Lucia asked if this was the Players Association. He confirmed it and said that they had asked if he could go to Japan. She noticed, and that's why he refused. He said that he wasn't going to go to the enemy's lair. She looked at him and said that she thought it was a good opportunity. Of course, if he could be guaranteed complete safety. He was surprised, right? She said that the tiger could only be captured by entering its lair. If his safety was guaranteed, then it would be a good option to fly to Japan and deal with those who were targeting him. He said that it would not be easy, and she said that he did not need to make a move himself. He could use her. She would easily get rid of his enemies. He asked, using the mercenary system? She said exactly. Then he looked at her and said, he did not think this was right. He did not need to get rid of them right now. There was no need to rush. She scratched her cheek awkwardly and said, Well, as he wishes, there's no need to get rid of them right now, to be honest. Even if they continue to send assassins to him, it would rather bring him benefits, then why not? A few days later, the entrance to the Horned Turtle Dungeon, recommended level 60. MC looked at the sign and folded his arms across his chest and said, he could have cleared this a long time ago. This dungeon has been here for a long time. There's probably nothing left. He hopes Lucia is in class now. After that, he entered the dungeon and dealt with several horned turtles. He noticed that finding them was harder than killing them. Then he walked forward and looked away in surprise, seeing a team of players dealing with monsters. He wondered what he was doing, even without a shield, and it didn't look like they had enough level to hunt here. Gordon, holding a weapon in his hand, asked how long it would take to heal him. Fauna answered, about 3 more minutes. But what should they do? She had already spent half of her mana. He grabbed his head and sighed desperately and said, useless idiot, why does he have such terrible stats? The player said he was just an idiot, they shouldn't be surprised. His comrade added, at least he changed his class. If he hadn't changed his class, he would have been useless at all, and yet it was worth considering that it was luck. Gordon said, but he was still not enough. When they went to the next dungeon, they would need to find a new tank. Baekwushin turned to them and said that was not true. He would hunt with them. Gordon pointed an indignant finger at him and told him to be thankful that he was even allowed here, but now he was asking for trouble. He repeated again that he would hunt with them. He indignantly shouted, he can't hunt with them. Idiot. If he wants to go with them, he should level up his stats. Wushin shouted again that he would hunt with them. Gordon also shouted again to pump up stats. He still hasn't distributed all the stats. He needs to pump up strength, spirit, and endurance. Wushin repeated, he'll hunt with them. He replied, he's not that smart to try to negotiate with him. He'd definitely be stronger if he had normal stats, so why doesn't he have it? Wushin repeated his usual line again, and he said, okay, they need to hunt. The protagonist, watching what was happening, asked, did they make him take off his gear so as not to pay for repairs? Trash. He used the Veil of Darkness while several players attacked the monsters. The next second, Gordon felt a powerful energy behind him and turned around. The protagonist pointed 2 fingers down and a powerful explosion fell to the ground. The players were confused. What the hell? What was that? MC approached Wushin, and the player indignantly shouted, hey, idiot, why is he stealing their loot? The protagonist turned to him and asked, what? Idiot? He had to repeat that. Gordon said that he stole their loot. It was their monster. Then the player noticed that there was a skill book in there. It was also rare. Her teammate was surprised. Really? The protagonist said, it seemed like Murphy's Law was at it again. It never dropped when he looked for it, and then, lo and behold, Gordon said, it dropped from the monster they were beating. It was their book. The MC looked at the player, and he, folding his arms, said that they would take it for themselves. This idiot was some kind of psycho if he went against all of them. The protagonist turned to Wushin again and asked, is his body okay? Why isn't he using armor or a shield? Was he ordered to do this? Is he getting paid normally for hunting? Can he find out how much they pay him? He shook his head. Gordon said, first he took their loot, and now he's asking for the salary of one of them? He replied that he was looking at their group. Anyone would understand that something was wrong. He asked, what was wrong? Stop bothering them, he should get lost. With that, he pointed his spear at him and added, if he doesn't want to get beat up, of course. Looking at his equipment, they are at most 10 levels apart. No matter how experienced he is, he can't defeat them all. He then grabbed his spear with a smirk, but the MC presented his ID and said that he was from the Player Supervision Association. He has every right to interfere with their group. Right? Gordon became visibly nervous after looking at the ID and said, damn, this is bad. The protagonist then asked Wushin again, how much is he paid for hunting? He replied, a lot. The protagonist then looked at the other players and said that he didn't think he would tell him the truth. He used psychometry. Wushin was fighting a monster before. One of his party members said that he was stronger than he thought. He might not be mentally sound, but he was physically strong. Good job, Wushin. After a while, he was lying on the ground, exhausted. Gordon said indignantly, beaten. Is that all he can do? He pointed his finger at him and asked how many times he should repeat it. Why doesn't he understand him? Doesn't he think they're giving him too much of a share? His comrade agreed with him. They were paying too much to a tank who can't pump up his stats properly. He added, it was his own fault. He should understand that. It was all his fault, right? Wushin was fighting the red-furred wolves, holding a shield in front of him, but the next second one of his teammates shouted, one broke through. Then Gordon ordered to remove his armor. They were just wasting money on repairs. After a while, Wushin came home, awkwardly scratching his cheek. Wu Yi came up to him and said that he didn't need to overexert himself so much. She also got a part-time job. Now she could help pay for his mother's medical bills. She didn't want him to get sick too. He sat down next to her and said, "Okay." Then they entered the dungeon, and one of the players told him not to tell the others what share he was getting, and he should not tell anyone that he was removing armor in the dungeons, or he would not be able to hunt with them anymore. Wushin asked them not to abandon him. He would not tell anyone. In the present, the MC looked at Gordon and said, "He does know what they did, right?" He asked, confused. What was he talking about? What did they do wrong? The others agreed with him. They were only looking out for him. He pointed his finger at Wushin and told him to tell him. They treated him well, right? They never made fun of him and they paid him well. Wushin nodded in agreement and Gordon asked, "Does he see?" He nodded. He should get lost. The protagonist said he was not going to do that. He was indignant, so what would he do then? The protagonist pointed behind him and said that they would all go outside and they would conduct an investigation. If they were also clean, then they would calmly go with him to the investigators, right? Gordon shouted, "And who is he to send them to the investigators? Is the supervision of players some kind of government agency?" The protagonist took his weapon and said that in their place he would agree, as long as he is kind, if they do not want problems for themselves, of course. And the players began to talk among themselves. Gordon said, "If he just disappears into the dungeon, no one will say a word." Then he said, "Guys, are they going to go to the investigators?" MC asked what he was going to do. In response, he smirked. "What? Are you scared?" He asked for it himself. He has good equipment. They will definitely need it. Or does he think that this crazy guy will help him? Protagonist looked at Wushin and told him to close his eyes and wait for him here. If he did so, he would be able to pay his mother's medical bills and buy his little sister a bunch of tasty things. Gordon, smirking, called to attack him. But the next second, MC chopped off the hand of one of the players. He screamed in pain, and then he attacked the next player, chopping off both hands. He screamed, "His hands!" The other players looked at him in bewilderment, and the protagonist asked why they did not attack. Gordon threw down his weapon, and kneeling in front of the protagonist, said that he would go to the investigators. The protagonist looked at him, and then kicked his face with his foot, throwing him back. After some time, the police arrived at the dungeon. Gordon and the other players, with marks from the blows, walked to the police car. The protagonist, with folded hands, watched them. After some time, they arrived at the hospital. Wushin thanked the protagonist and said that he would repay his kindness. He smiled and replied, "No need." Wushin objected. He would definitely repay. The MC then asked, would he go back to the dungeon? He confirmed it. He still had a lot of money to earn. The protagonist said that in that case, he would show him his stats. He nodded in agreement and then showed his stats window, which said that he was level 64. His main class was Shield Bearer, a common rank. Physical Strength 5, Endurance 45 plus 15, Spirit Power 5 plus 10, Agility 3, Magic Power 3, and unallocated stat points 340. Unique class skills were Indestructible Body and 3 others. Active skills were Provocation by Area, rare. Passive skills were Steel Body, rare, and 3 others. He was surprised when he looked at it, and Lucia smiled and said that it was amazing. His stats were enough to become a knight. If he left him to her, she would make him into a great knight, not just a shield bearer. Wushin was surprised. A knight? She said that his stats were amazing, and his unique skills were very useful, especially the Indestructible Body. This skill was as useful as heroic skills. If he developed it correctly, he could become one of the best. He shouted in admiration, "The best," she added, "but without the necessary stats, he would not be able to develop." He thought about it, and she asked, "Does he want to become the best?" He happily agreed, and she said that in that case, he would become her lord's subject. The protagonist asked sheepishly, why did they suddenly talk about this? She said that it would be useful for both of them. Wushin would become stronger as a player, and he would gain an ally he could trust. They exchanged glances, and he thought, maybe he should try? Wushin said that he wants to become the best. MC asked, is he ready to become his subject? The system reported that he invited the player Wushin to become his subject. He happily agreed, and the system reported that he accepted his invitation. Notification: 20 leadership was spent. The protagonist smiled and said that they will first pump up his stats. He should eat this. He thanked him, and then ate it. After that, the protagonist handed him some books and told him to learn this. After that, he looked at the stats window and thought that he was 100 times stronger now. He asked, hunting alone should be more useful for him, right? Lucia confirmed this. Since he is still at a low level, he can easily get several achievements. Sooner or later, he will get it all. Now it is best to invest in stamina, but before they send him to hunt, we need to check his abilities. After some time in the Vampire Bat Dungeon, the recommended level is 10 to 15. Lucia was fighting Wushin. He blocked her attack, and she noticed that his stance was wrong. Then she attacked him with her shield and knocked him down. She told him to follow the trajectory of her blow and repeat the attack again. He agreed with her, and then got up and ran to attack again. Her shield stood in his way. The next second his shield flew to the side. 2 hours later, Lucia said that this is great, it is fun to train him. Wushin was lying on the ground exhausted, and she added that he has excellent muscle memory, so he remembers everything easily. MC, laughing slightly, asked, "Is it true?" She added, "A little more practice, and he will be able to fight in serious battles." She clenched her fists and said, his class change will be very soon, but she will try to train him so that he becomes a knight, not a soldier. He asked, "Is it that easy?" She replied that class change depends on how he fights. If done correctly, it is possible. And then she called Wushin and said that he had rested for a while. His stamina should have recovered by now, he should get up. He agreed with her. Meanwhile in Japan, the Chojo continued to rampage. The players rushed to attack them. Explosions were heard. The player reported that their surprise attack worked. Out of 1,500, they were able to kill 400. The main monster screamed in irritation, rising into the air, and the player added, as they thought, they obey the Golden One. Sylvester, watching what was happening from the big screen, said that they were starting the operation. Then the missile attack on the city began. The Choji rose into the air. The players continued to strike. The monsters exploded because of the missiles. Their leader looked at what was happening in annoyance, and then rose even higher into the sky. His subordinates followed him. Several missiles rushed towards them, and he directed a powerful energy. The explosion of the missiles aimed at them. The players were confused. What? Even the missiles do not help? One of the workers said that a heroic class monster could not defend like this. They must raise the rank to the gold legendary level. The enemy has gone beyond the encirclement. The operation has failed. Sylvester said a heroic class monster could not withstand the explosive force of the missiles. The operation has failed. The combined forces of the UN are currently evacuating. Meanwhile, the protagonist was driving a car and said that only 3 weeks had passed and he easily passed the theory and practice. Now there is no need to secretly go through the dungeons anymore. Then he came to Lucia and saw Seno shouting that if she joined their guild, he would actively support her. She said that she refused. And he was indignant. Such a good chance, and she refused? She would regret it later. She replied, even if she did, she would still refuse. Now he should step aside. At that moment, MC came up to them and asked what happened. She replied, nothing special, they need to go. Seno was indignant. Hey, she's not listening to him? He put his hand on her shoulder, but the protagonist grabbed his hand and asked what he was doing. She had already said that she didn't want to. He was indignant. Why was he interfering? Then the protagonist twisted his finger. He cried out in pain. He asked Lucia, who was this man? She replied that he said that he was a scout from a dark guild. The protagonist snapped his fingers and asked if she did anything to attract their attention. She replied that she didn't. She kept the result at about the level of an average low-level player. He thought about it, but for some reason they were trying to find out about Lucia. At that moment, Seno got angry and shouted, he wants to die? He knows who he is and still acts like this? The protagonist smiled and asked if he knew who he was acting like this. He indignantly shouted that he was from a dark guild. And what about him? The protagonist smiled and said that he was from the Player Association Supervision Team and he was their scout for a dark guild. He replied, that's how. The MC told him not to torment a person who doesn't want to, and he should just leave. After that, he and Lucia turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Seno shouted that he would definitely regret it. The protagonist asked, and about what? Looking at Lucia, he said that they should go. She agreed with him. Seno indignantly said, oh shit, he was told to make her a member of the guild by any means. After a while, they came to the dungeon, and the protagonist, clenching his fist, said that they will begin now. He looked at the sign that said, Hero class in the dungeon with crocodiles. The appropriate level is 280, 320. Lucia agreed with him, and the protagonist asked, will Wushin be okay? She said that all this time he was undergoing serious training, so he has enough strength to close the dungeon solo. Even if he is in danger, she will be able to know about it, so there is no need to worry. He said, it seems she knew that he was undergoing brutal training. She replied, fortunately, and this is known, but every drop of sweat shed during training is equal to a drop of blood during battle. The more seriously Wushin trains, the more his chances of surviving in real combat increase. The protagonist said that he does not think Wushin will worry about his survival during the hunt. Will he be able to increase his stats? Lucia replied, although it will be difficult now, but later it will be possible, because the strength of the spirit is used not only in skills. And does not this gradually change after taking the drug provided by the king? MC replied that it is, but he wonders what will happen if he invests all the unallocated points in physical strength and strength of spirit. She said, Perhaps among all the tanks that are now, this one will be the strongest. Then the protagonist noticed that there is an enemy ahead. Spear blades appeared from the pond in front of them, and then it was heading straight for them. The protagonist swung his dagger, and then cut the weapon that was flying at them. Then another wave of attacks flew at them, and he used explosion. Lucia stood in front of him, protecting him with a shield. The protagonist noted that this would be troublesome. Hansen noticed a weapon sticking out of the water, and said with a smile that he was caught. He dealt a strong blow with his weapon and also heard a loud cry from the monster. He turned around and saw several crocodiles who were walking towards him with spears in their hands. He looked at it with a serious expression and said that this was even better. After a while, when he defeated these monsters, Lucia came to him and said that it didn't look so bad. He said that they were undoubtedly the weakest of the heroic rank. The one he faced before was the strongest among this class. It wasn't easy. She called him her lord with a smile and said that this was just the beginning. This is because he is getting stronger quickly. Although the dungeon with crocodiles is difficult, but for training passive skills such as wild instinct, there is simply no better place. The protagonist began to warm up his hand and said with a smile that they need to continue. After a while, the guild leader asked if he couldn't even handle such a simple job as hiring one newbie. Then what could he even do? If he continued like this, he should leave right now. The staff member said with a worried expression that a guy from the Player Association supervision team suddenly intervened. He was surprised by this and asked, "Did he just say supervision team? What kind of team is this anyway? What reason do they have for interfering with their guild's ability to hire newbies?" He said that he seemed to have a friendly relationship with their target. Most importantly, the target wasn't going to join their guild. He was indignant about this and said loudly that he should have told her the hiring conditions first. The staff member said that he had said this several times. However, she still refused. He was even more surprised by this and asked, did she refuse even after hearing the conditions? Does she already have sponsors, or was the money not enough? He asked the guildmaster with a slightly worried look. Why don't they just give up on her, if she's a member of the surveillance teams? He didn't have time to finish speaking because the guildmaster asked loudly, just give up in front of such a profitable deal? Their sponsor said to take and bring her. First, he needs to find out information about that member from the association. He thought that they had never been asked to bring someone like this before. It was completely unclear what he was thinking. He can't refuse to do this task. After a while, MC asked with a smile, was there any problems during the hunt? Wushin pointed to a bag with various items and said that he had collected this much. He smiled and said that he could take it. He said that there was no need to give it to him. It belongs to him. Lucia was standing next to them and looked at what was happening with a small smile. He looked to the side and smiled and said that they should follow him. After a while, Hyunsung handed over the small bags and said that this was the money for the sold magic stones. The money from the skill books will come after the auction ends. Wushin looked at the money he received in surprise. He handed him half of the money he received and said that he was returning it for his help. He didn't want to accept the money and said that he could slowly repay his debt to him. First, he needed to share with his mother and younger sister. He bowed and thanked him for that. By the way, he asked how he liked the new house. The apartment is similar to theirs, isn't it convenient? He agreed and said that he liked it very much. Lucia told the Lord that it seemed like a good choice. Since it was the same apartment complex, even the unexpected could be well prepared. The protagonist said that one should always be prepared because they didn't know how long the Japanese would remain silent. He noticed something and said with a smile that they would do the same thing tomorrow as they did today. The guild leader looked at the file and said that this was a newbie who had only been awakened for a year and a half. In addition, there was some disabled person on their team. The staff member said that it looked like they could get rid of them in one go. He continued looking at the file and said that except for his membership in the Player Association, he was nothing special. The staff member stood in front of him and said that judging by the fact that he changed mission locations every now and then, his skills seemed poor. There was also a colleague he was especially close to. The guild leader said with a smile that that was good, then they should start working on tomorrow's mission right away. The next day, the protagonist was walking down the street with the others and noticed something strange. He noticed a black car parked nearby and asked what it was. They drove off in the car and he noticed the same car following them and said that they were being followed. Lucia looked in the mirror and asked, "Is he talking about that black car?" He agreed and said that considering the magic felt like it looked like players were driving there. She asked, could they be Japanese? He said that although it looked clumsy for them to follow him, they couldn't rule out the possibility. They should first go to the dungeon where Wushin was hunting. After a while, they entered the dungeon and started killing the monsters that were inside. The MC looked back and noticed that there were several people following them. He said that they should go further inside. They agreed and continued walking. Lucia walked alongside them and said that they were later than she thought. He asked if they were going to start slowly. They stopped and looked back and saw a large group of people who had come after them. He was a little surprised when he looked at them and said that they had some weak equipment. They seemed to be mostly normal class. He shouted to get their attention and asked what they were doing. The guild leader chuckled and said that he was somehow too bold for a weakling. Doesn't he realize what a difficult situation they were in? He was surprised by what he heard and asked, "So they are not Japanese?" He said loudly with a very displeased expression that he was also making fun of him. How could he even think that he was Japanese? Hyunsung asked, "Then why are they doing this?" He got angry, took out his sword and said that he was going to bring his body back safe and sound, but now it won't work. He called his teammates, pointed his sword at them, and said that they should teach him good manners. They should cut his face in half. They immediately ran towards them together and agreed with him. Lucia looked at them with a serious expression and put her shield in front of her. The protagonist asked with a confused expression why they were aiming at him. He was surprised because Wushin let out a very loud scream, after which he immediately ran to attack. He attacked the first opponent very hard with his shield, causing him to drop his weapon. Lucia looked at this from the side and said that it seemed like there was no need to worry about his safety. Didn't he explain this in the car earlier? It seemed like it was hard for him to understand. He was only thinking about how he had to protect them. It seemed like this would be good training for a real fight. MC said that it was good that their opponent's level was low. If it was higher, then they might have been in danger. She said it was all her fault. A knight who didn't understand his lord's orders couldn't be useful in a fight. In the future, in a combat situation, she would carry out her lord's orders flawlessly. She would train even harder. He looked at her with a slightly worried look and thought that he shouldn't have said that. Their opponents had worried faces at what was happening and couldn't do anything. The guild leader loudly called them idiots and asked how long they would just watch. Wushin didn't pay attention to it and continued to attack them with his weapon. He also began to worry about what was happening and asked why he was so strong. He started walking towards them and said that he had left him no choice. If he captured those two, then everything would be over. He needed to take care of that precious girl first. He used his skill and walked towards her very quickly and swung his sword with a big smile to attack. However, Lucia noticed it right away and hit him in the face with her shield very hard. Because of this, he fell to the ground and grabbed his nose because it was bleeding. She said, with a calm expression, that if he had remained standing calmly, he would have been a good training material. His allies were very surprised by what happened and said loudly that their commander was down. Two of them immediately ran to help him, but Hunsun came out to meet them. He punched one of them very hard in the face and hit the other one in the leg with his weapon and left a small cut. After they disarmed everyone and healed them and he asked why they were targeting them, they all sat silently on the ground, and the guild leader wondered how this could happen. This monster, this newbie, who just graduated from the player academy? He is level 220, and his subordinates are about 180. Lucia stared at them and asked, did he not hear what the Lord asked? One of the defeated opponents, he said that they were just obeying the guildmaster's orders. The guildmaster ordered them to attack, and they simply agreed. The protagonist opened the system window to start trading with the players. He said that you need to use the spatial skill for such work. Since they committed a crime, shouldn't they be punished? At the same time, Tanaka was sitting in his office and said that he didn't have much time left to sit in this place. He needed to finish this matter before he retired. If he fell into their hands, they would be able to recover. At the same time, a group of players gathered in one place, looked at the photo of Lucia and Hyunsung, and said that they had another target. This person is presumably a colleague of the first target. Is this beauty their target? Exactly. And she is also from the West. The second target lost her country and received Korean citizenship. However, there are some strange points. According to the documents, their target graduated from the Player Academy just a month ago. However, it has now been confirmed that they are going into a heroic grade dungeon together. Is this even possible? Doesn't this mean that if he's entering the academy, then he's only recently awakened? Entering a heroic grade dungeon doesn't always mean hunting, guessing from the first target's ability. If the level 20 nullification worked correctly, then it's not impossible. Does this mean that regardless of the level, experience points can be divided? He thinks that the probability of this is high. When hunting high-grade monsters, it's a well-known fact that experience points are distributed according to the level of contribution. Here he brings a newbie who has only recently awakened into the dungeon. It's obvious that something is wrong here. Of course, his guess may be wrong. However, it is clear that this is strange behavior overall. Of course, this cannot be overlooked. They do know that the team that worked before has disappeared, right? Didn't they just run away? They can't rule that out either. However, it is extremely unlikely. If they really did run away, that would be stupid. First, they have to prepare for the worst-case scenario. What is the worst-case scenario? The group that handled the first target was presumably wiped out. Is that physically possible? Even a ranker can't wipe out a group on his own. He knows that, right? He's saying that a person who only awakened a year ago did it? The target's growth rate is unpredictable. So they have to think about the worst-case scenario, so that they can be prepared at any time and immediately move out when intelligence calls. After some time, the protagonist was lying in his apartment and said that the speed in hunting, achievements, and selling batteries had definitely decreased. The system notified that 700,255,855,000 study points had been accumulated. He said that if he accumulated another 300 billion, he would increase his buyer rank and be able to buy the elixir. As he thought, there was a limit on the sale of electrical appliances. Maybe they should release something new? He can't rush. Game content is still selling pretty well. He needs to solve a problem in another area. His mom called his name and said that he should go eat. He came into the room and saw her and Lucia sitting at the table. He walked up to them and said in surprise that it was kimchi jjigae. She said that it was his favorite food, so he should eat more. They say that they usually eat kimbap or hamburgers while hunting in the dungeon. By the way, why is he looking at her like that? He should eat faster. He took a spoon and wished them bon appetit with a happy expression. He started eating and said that the food she made was the best. His mom agreed and said that he should eat a lot. MC looked at the TV and thought that it was an American series. He looked at the others and asked if they were interested in it. She agreed and said that it was very interesting. He said that they should take a break and try to eat. He called Lucia and said that she should eat too. She continued watching the series and said that she was already eating. He looked at her and asked if it was really that interesting. He also watched the series and thought that after all, she was a person from another dimension. Is she interested in American series? He asked if she likes them. She said with a smile that watching movies or doramas is her only hobby. Mom said that she is very jealous of her. She watches foreign series or movies directly on the internet. She has to wait until Korean subtitles come out. Players, even if they do not study foreign languages, can understand them like a native speaker, so she is very jealous of them. Hyun-sun felt something and thought that this is it. After that, he and Lucia went into the room, and she asked what happened. He said that he became interested in something. Are series and movies really that interesting? There are many things that might be confusing in her situation. She said it was interesting, although there were things she sometimes didn't understand. However, she would be able to understand to some extent if she watched the series. On the contrary, she enjoyed learning a completely new culture. By the way, why did he ask that? He said that it seemed like they could try selling new video content. She was surprised by what she heard and asked if he was talking about selling movies or TV series. He agreed and asked what she thought about it. She said that she thought it was a good idea. Even if it might fail, it didn't seem like it would cause any big problems. It was all thanks to her. He shook her hand and she asked with a blank expression what she had done. He said that she had fallen in love with TV series and movies. After a while, the system notified that a new item had been registered. The Taoist noticed it and asked what that guy had uploaded again. She clicked on the system window and saw that a normal level item had appeared for sale, a set of XXX TV and DVD player. The price was 399,999,999 points. She asked, "Is this some useless item again?" She bought it, started watching TV series and movies, and became very interested in it. She was very worried about the characters and enjoyed the events that were happening. After watching the movie, she asked, how could they hire robot actors? In the world where a man named Hyun-sung lives, in addition to abilities, there is also another rather powerful force. The system notified that the registered item had been sold. The protagonist was surprised by this and said that after all, she had not shown any signs, although now she was showing him such mercy. The system notified that user Bartuk wrote that she really liked the film and was truly impressed. Can he sell the robot actor? Since it is not a living being, is it possible to register it for sale? If it is classified as an item and it can be registered for sale, he should definitely put it up for sale. Gordon Burr wrote that he agrees. If he can register it, he should definitely do so. Sadvi wrote that he would also like to buy it. Vipar wrote how after watching this movie, he can think about buying it. He is their colleague, not an item. Don't they know that intelligent life forms that are capable of communication cannot be put up for sale? Gordon Burr wrote that he knows this, but he is asking, just in case. Wouldn't he buy it if he could? Vipar wrote that he would definitely buy it if it were available. The protagonist read this and said that it is impossible to sell this actor. However, he will be able to sell the car. He can buy a car without insurance, but if he drives without it, he will be fined. So he is not going to drive it himself. Lucia came up to him and said that they sold everything. They shook hands, and he asked if she knew of any way to sell a car. There had been many requests to sell the robot that was in the movie. They couldn't sell the robot, but they could sell the car. She asked, but why sell the car? He said it seemed like it could earn quite a lot of points. She asked, in that case, couldn't they just sell the figurines? Besides, they could transform. He was surprised by this, put his hands on her shoulders, and thanked her for it. A few days later, the system notified that the amount of accumulated study points had exceeded 1 trillion. He had reached the heroic level and could now buy legendary level items. The catalog of items for purchase had increased. The number of slots for sale had grown to 1,000. MC read it with a smile and said that now he can buy the elixir. He opened the store and it was written that this elixir completely heals all wounds and diseases of the soul and body. If you use it again within 24 hours after the last dose, there will be no effect. Consumable. The cost is almost 100 billion points. A system window appeared in front of him, which said whether he wants to purchase the legendary elixir consumable. After purchase, goods cannot be returned or exchanged. He agreed and purchased this elixir. Lucia saw this and congratulated him on his purchase. He looked at her with a small smile and said that it was all thanks to her. He will go and try it out right now. After some time, Hyunsun came to the hospital to see his father and gave him the elixir to drink. He stood by his bed and asked if he was completely cured now. After that, he returned to the warehouse, sat on the sofa, and said that he needed to see what had changed. A system window appeared in front of him, saying that it was a divine-grade thunderer, an active skill book, and it was possible to borrow some of the power. The price and seller were unknown. He read it and asked, was it something so simple? How many points would he need to buy a divine-grade item? The system announced that in order to rise to the legendary grade, the accumulated points after the player's awakening must exceed 1 quadrillion points. He read it and asked, would it be 1,000 times more this time? He would be able to accumulate that much someday. However, he was still far from that. The system announced that it was a legendary grade strength stat increase elixir. Strength increases by 1 point and does not work on players with a strength stat over 400 points. The seller was Lycomos and it cost 300 million points. He read it and said that he had to admit that he had expected something like this. To increase strength by 1 point, 300 million points were needed. However, he couldn't help but take advantage of it. The system notified him if he wanted to purchase a legendary grade strength stat increase potion. Once purchased, items cannot be returned or exchanged. After some time had passed, his mother came to the hospital and asked if he had really gotten better. The doctor agreed and said that it was surprising that the dying cells were regenerating again. She thanked him, but he said that she didn't have to thank him. To be honest, he didn't really understand what was going on either. He was just injecting the same amount of inhibitors as usual. If the rehabilitation went well, he would be able to lead a normal life. At the same time, the players who had gathered together asked, in the end, how much longer did they have to wait? The location of the target dungeon's entrance changes periodically. They had to wait until it settled in one place. Can't they just attack when they entered the dungeon? As he had said before, they were assuming and preparing for the worst-case scenario. Accordingly, they couldn't leave any unnecessary variables. Maybe it's because he's from the military, but he's very meticulous. When he was in the self-defense force, he seemed to be doing well. He did quite well even when he was a player. After all, he was called the hero of Osaka. He doesn't understand why such an outstanding person is with them. What did he do? Wasn't that serial killing? After some time, the protagonist came to the dungeon, used a skill, and a huge explosion occurred. Lucia ran through the dungeon very quickly and killed several monsters with very strong attacks. He said that this legendary equipment was quite good. She said with a smile that she liked it too. He asked how about buying legendary equipment for her too? She said that it would be too much. Because of the legendary elixir, the points are already not enough. His attention was drawn to something nearby, and she asked if something happened. He looked back with a calm expression and said that they were surrounded. Maybe it was those Japanese? It's likely that they are, and there are quite a lot of them. Could they have used mercenaries? He said that would be too much. Before they are completely surrounded, they need to try to take out the enemies. First, they need to deal with the ones 100 meters to the right. After that, they will move to the left and take out the rest, she said with a calm expression that she understood him. Immediately after that, she ran forward very quickly. He used one of his skills, teleported behind one of the players and killed him with one blow. The player was very surprised by what happened, but quickly came to his senses and attacked with his skill Ice Storm. MC ran forward with a serious expression, ignoring these attacks. He ran next to him and killed the man with one blow of his weapon. At the same time, Lucia hit the player very hard with her shield, which surprised him very much. After that, she struck him with her sword and killed him. Inukuso saw this and loudly said that everyone should gather. Immediately after that, a crowd of players ran up to them, taking out their weapons. Lucia ran quickly towards them with a serious expression on her face, and they prepared to fight. He looked at this with a serious expression on his face and said that she was approaching. Hansen used his skill again, teleported to the group of players behind him, and created a powerful explosion with his attack. Most of the players were damaged by the dark energy and screamed loudly in pain. Because of what happened, their opponents were distracted by what happened, and Lucia jumped towards the group of warriors. She used her skill and 2 knights were badly damaged because of it. She flew next to one of the survivors and killed him with one blow. Inukuso was very worried about what happened and loudly said that they should retreat. They should spread out and retreat. They tried to escape, but they were quickly caught up with and killed. He was very worried about what was happening and said that something was wrong here. With monsters like that, they should be able to handle that many people. The protagonist noticed him and used his skill and stopped him with his dark energy. He looked at his glove and said that he would need to work on this. Lucia walked up to him and said that she had gathered all the survivors in one place. He looked at her and asked if she could gather their personal belongings. She agreed and brought them their personal belongings and placed them on the ground. MC looked at the system window and said that as he thought, they were Japanese. He pointed his palm at them and said that if they wanted to live, they would better cooperate with him. He used the skill Contract of Truth with a serious expression. He asked how many people they had left. Inukuso said that he wasn't exactly sure, but about 20 to 30 people. The player who was also caught was indignant about this, and Lucia immediately hit him with her shield. This scared the others, and Hansung asked how many people knew about his existence. He said that it was assumed that only the Minister of the Dimension Gate Department Tanaka and his closest supporters. It seemed that the minister was blocking information and not reporting to his superiors in the hopes of currying favor. He looked at him and asked, "I guess he wants to live, right?" He looked at his locket with a photo inside and asked, "Is this all because of his daughter?" Inukuso was surprised at what he heard and asked, "How does he know this?" Because of this, he immediately remembered that not long ago he called his daughter, who was in the hospital. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that he should explain his situation as briefly as possible. He remembered that when he was serving, a system window suddenly appeared in front of him, which notified him that he had awakened. After this notification, Akanabe said in his office that he knew that he had heroic skills. He placed high hopes on him. Inukuso bowed and said that he would do his best. 5 years ago in Osaka City, he and the other players were fighting against a crowd of orcs and attacked one of them with his dagger. He immediately followed up with a few more very fast strikes with his dagger. The other warriors stood to the side and looked at what was happening in surprise. The monster couldn't withstand the injuries he received and fell to the ground. After that, the doctor said with a serious expression that it seemed like his daughter had contracted a mana-blocking disease. The probability of death was 100%. There are still no suitable drugs or inhibitors. So until a new drug appears, there is no other way but to simply keep her alive. She asked Dad if he would like some ice cream. Inukuso said that it was okay, he didn't want it. She asked him to buy it more often, but he kept getting notifications on his phone about having to pay off his loan. After that, Tanaka said that he heard about his situation. Because of the hospital bills, he has a lot of debt, right? He feels sorry for his daughter. If he works for him, the problems with the hospital bills will go away. Inukuso bowed to him and said that he will try his best. For now, the protagonist said that it seems that it can be used. Mana-blocking disease, he clearly had something for it. He opened the store and found a rare level item, Magic Neutralizer. It can cure mana-blocking disease and mana exhaustion, a consumable item. The price is 10 million points. He said with a serious expression that he should listen to him. The people from the Dimension Gate department who know information about him. Will he be able to kill them? Inakuso said that maybe he really can, but he is not sure about it. He said with a serious expression that he should show his status window. It appeared in front of him. He asked if he has more than 1,000 agility points. This is the characteristic style of assassins. Inakuso said that he will do whatever he asks, but asked to be left alive. MC said that, however, only if he agreed to the deal he gave. In the system window is written that the contract of souls of the heroic level. Every time the signatory of this contract does not fulfill his obligations, he will experience wild pain. Failure to comply with the contract may result in death from pain shock. This contract comes into force only with the mutual consent of both parties without the use of force. The cost is 10 billion points. It appeared in his hands and he said that the contract was more expensive than the magic neutralizer. He put the contract on the ground and said that he must sign it. Inakuso read it and asked, "A cure for mana-blocking disease? Can this really be cured?" Hyunsung said that he could see the effect of this item himself. If the contract is broken, then they will both die. He did not listen to him until the end, began to sign and loudly said that he would sign it now. As soon as he signed the contract, it broke into 2 parts and got into their bodies. The other 2 players also wanted to sign a contract with him and asked loudly for it. He said with a calm expression that they couldn't, because it could only be used with mutual consent and without the use of force. He took out a dagger and killed them with 1 blow and said that ultimately they were just trash. After that, he gave them the medicine and said that he should take it. The system notified that the conditions for activating the soul contract had been met and it was taking effect. He said that he should say that the plan had failed and return to Japan. He would have to kill everyone who knew anything about him. With the current specification, it might fail. So he would help him out a little. A window appeared in front of him from the system, which said that a player had offered him to join. Would he like to accept the offer? He said that he had to agree first, then he would explain everything. After some time, Tanaka asked if the operation was a success. Inakuso said that they had failed. He was surprised by this, and asked why the operation had failed. He said that the Korean Players Association had intervened. He was returning to the country immediately. He asked, hadn't he confirmed the strength of those 2? He agreed, and said that he had received accurate information and would pass it on when he returned. Sometime later, Inakuso came to the office, met with the other players and asked, were they all gathered? They agreed and he asked, did they clean up their tracks properly? He said that now all that was left was to go back. Unexpectedly for them, he very quickly stabbed one of them with his dagger. He continued to mercilessly kill those players, which surprised them very much, and they asked the captain why he was doing this. He continued to kill them, and one of the guys tearfully begged for mercy. Inakuso asked him for forgiveness and still killed him with 1 blow. A few days later, the news reported the death of the Minister of the Department of Dimensional Gates and his assistants. The protagonist read it and said that he had done a clean job. Lucia walked next to him and asked how he planned to use him next. He thought about it and said that it would be possible to just leave things as they are and get the information, or form their own power. First, they need to go hunting. His attention was caught by the fact that someone called him. He looked at the phone and saw that his mother called him. Immediately after that, he arrived at the hospital where his father was lying. He asked with a serious expression, "Can you hear him?" Kyunggu nodded in agreement and he said that the disease had completely receded. Now he just needs to undergo rehabilitation. Suddenly, he tried to say something, stretched out his hand and pointed his finger at his son. His mother looked at him and said that he probably wanted to thank him. MC noticed that there was a slight magical energy coming from him and asked, "Didn't they say that he was completely healed?" His mother and sister were surprised because of this and asked, "What is he talking about? Does that mean he didn't recover?" Lucia asked, "Couldn't he awaken and become a player?" "They don't know that, right?" She walked up to him and said that he should show him his status window. A system window appeared in front of Hyunsung, which said that level 1, class missing. He read it and said that he was truly awakened. Mom started crying and said that apparently the sudden extraction was related to the awakening. His sister was happy and said that even the doctor did not know the reason. That's what it turns out. He thought with a serious expression, but how could this happen? Maybe it's just a coincidence? Or does the elixir even contain the power to turn an ordinary person into a player? A week later, the protagonist came to his father's room again and said that he came. Kyunggu said that it seemed that he had caused him inconvenience today too. He walked further and said that it was not difficult for him. By the way, he looks better than he did yesterday. He raised his hand and said that he was gaining strength every day. Mom said that since he was here, she needed to go home for a while. He said that she should rest at home first and then come back. He will sleep here today. She said that he had just come back from hunting and must be tired. He said that he would be comfortable here too, since this was one of the best wards in the hospital. Hingu said that she should go home and rest in comfort. Today he wanted to spend the day alone with his son. She finally agreed, started to leave and said that she would sleep at home then, but that she would pack her things and come back tomorrow. MC asked if he should walk her home. She said that he could stay in the ward, there was no need to see her off. His father called his name and he turned to face him. He thanked him and said that he had recovered thanks to him. He said with a calm expression that he hadn't done anything wrong. He recovered thanks to awakening. Hyungu said that he knew that it was all his merit. He had recovered thanks to the medicine he had given him. They decided to discuss everything over a cup of coffee. His father told him not to worry, he doesn't plan on telling anyone about the cure. But it's an incurable disease, so it's not good for others to know. He understands that, he just wanted to thank him. MC frowned slightly and asked him what he plans to do next, to which he told him that he's in his prime. He plans to go underground. Hyunsung advised him to stay home, the money he makes is enough. He smiled in response and told him that 57 is a great age to work, but his son objected, because dungeons are very dangerous places. You never know what will happen there and when. Judging by his words, his father noticed that he went through a lot of hardships and said with a serious expression that he doesn't want to live on the money his son earned by risking his life. Even though he doesn't go into the dungeon anymore, he's already earned enough money so he doesn't need to do something that dangerous anymore. He asked if he really wants to go into the dungeon. He confirmed it, and MC said that mom would hate it very much. He told him that he already got her permission so he shouldn't worry about it. His words took him by surprise. He was very surprised that she allowed him to do this. A few days passed, and he met Lucia at a cafe, and he sighed heavily saying that everything was so difficult. She asked if he didn't like it. She didn't think he should be so negative about it. He was a little surprised, and she explained to him that in a difficult time like now, becoming a player is a great blessing. When a gate suddenly opens and monsters come out, normal people can't do anything and die. However, it's different with players. Hyunsung said that maybe it is so, but the probability is very low. Lucia noticed that the probability was not standing still, even gradually increasing. The dimensional gates continued to open, and countless dangerous monsters came out of them. He asked if she meant that he should just watch his father go to the dungeon? But it was dangerous there, she knew that too. She asked in response, with his strength, couldn't he ensure his safety? His father already knew about the existence of the elixir. He would keep the secret a secret, so there should be no problem. On the contrary, if he became stronger, he would worry about it less. After this conversation, he headed to the hospital, and his father, already suspecting that he would dissuade him, confidently stated that he would go there anyway. He told him in response not to worry. He did not come to dissuade him. Instead, let him do what he says. As a player, he is more experienced than him. His father agreed with him, and MC, opening the system window, asked him to accept his offer first. A system notification appeared in front of Hingu, informing him that Hyunsung had invited him to join. He didn't understand what it was and accepted his offer. And then MC, demonstrating his powers, said that his mother and sister didn't know, but he was a bit of a special player. Feeling the energy around him, his father noted that it seemed like it really was, and he said that what would happen from now on would be a secret for his mother and sister. He gave his father a small crystal and he asked what it was. He asked him to try it, and he, looking at the crystal uncertainly, threw it into his mouth and immediately felt a surge of strength. His magic increased by 1 unit, and Hyunsung, giving him a few more crystals, said that this was a substance that increased characteristics. Hingu looked at the status window in surprise and asked, "Isn't this an expensive item?" He answered him that it was a pretty expensive item, but in the world no one except him could buy it. He shouldn't worry, for him it was a mere trifle. His father was very interested in this and asked him to keep it a secret from his mother and sister. If this suddenly became known, it would cause a stir in society. Hyungu approached him and asked if he got the medicine that cured him in the same way. He confirmed it, but couldn't tell him everything in detail, and his father said he couldn't accept it. MC asked him to eat the stones before someone came. After buying it, he can't get the money back anyway, so he should eat it quickly and help him. Since there was nothing he could do about it, his father accepted the crystals, and Hyunsung gave him some skill books. He looked through the contents carefully and asked if that meant he would only attack from a distance. He told him that he was originally assigned to a ranged position, and he used the books. His son said that he could now enter the dungeon with the person he assigned to him. He immediately understood that he was talking about Lucius, but he would have another person with him, a tank who would protect him. He agreed to this and pointed to the crystals, asking if normal people could take this substance. He told him that he had not tested it, but one should not do such things thoughtlessly. Hyungu said that maybe if normal people could also study skill books, then they could eat this. His son realized that he wanted to give these stones to his mother, and he, smiling, stretched his wrist, saying that he felt like he had become 30 years younger just by eating this. He thought it would be good if she tried it too. But MC was against it and said that if he hadn't said that he remembered about the elixir, or that he was going to the dungeon, then he wouldn't have shared that such a thing even existed. Hyungu agreed with him and realized that it would be better if as few people as possible knew about this, and asked when he could enter the dungeon? Maybe tomorrow? He told him that first, he needed to be discharged from the hospital and undergo training at the player academy. His father felt embarrassed that he completely forgot about this, and he hit himself on the head. Meanwhile, the news was heard at the official residence of the Prime Minister of Japan. The minister's subordinate showed him a newspaper clipping about the discovery of Minister Tanaka's body and said that it was definitely the work of a player with a heroic rank stealth skill. Prime Minister Akunabe asked him to tell him the identity of the culprit, but it was not known yet. Akunabe asked how many people in Japan had a heroic rank stealth ability. He told him that since players do not reveal their abilities, they do not have accurate information. Because of this, the man became angry and asked how an insignificant player could kill a high-ranking official in the government. He ordered his subordinate to strengthen the border defenses threefold and wondered if it was the opposition who did this, or if it was the work of some faction within the party. Although he doesn't know exactly who did it, it was definitely one of them. But they won't stop there. He turned to his secretary and asked who is in charge of the secret agents now. She told him that at the moment, since all the higher-ups were killed, Inakuso is temporarily handling it. He asked if it was the same hero Osaka. She confirmed it, and then he ordered her to contact him secretly. He had some business for him. Shortly after, Inakuso contacted Hyunsun. He had just gotten out of the shower and answered the phone, asking what happened. When he told him that he met with Prime Minister Akunabe, he frowned and asked what they talked about. He told him everything. The minister instructed him to fabricate accusations of corruption against the factions within the party and the opposition party that were against him. He ultimately plans to cover it all up by disguising it as death. MC commented that he seems to rely on him a lot. Inakuso asked him what he should do next, and he advised him to follow his orders and earn his trust. If everything works out, he will strengthen his influence in the Players Association or the Change Department. And one more thing, how was his trip to America? He told him with a smile that everything went well. Thanks to the medicine he gave, his daughter got better. He asked if he could bring her to Japan. He told him that he plans on her living with her mother in America for the rest of her life, and Hyunsun said that it would be good to cover up the fact that she was cured. Inakuso said that first and foremost, to avoid suspicion, he plans to continue sending a large sum of money for treatment as before. And MC approved of his plans and said that there is no need to contact him from now on unless something serious happens that could affect him or Korea. Let him do everything as he wishes. As soon as the call ended, he sat on the bed and realized that now he cannot worry about all this. In the meantime, a player named Park Jin-young, recommended level from 45 to 50, was heading to the orc dungeon. He showed his player ID and the association worker allowed him to enter. Wishing him a good day, he entered the dungeon and immediately ran into a group of orcs. After which, he lit a flame in his hand and said that he would like to work here. Recognizing a threat in him, the orcs growled and he, covering the blade with flames, ordered them to come here, and they immediately pounced on him with loud screams. One swing of the sword was enough to easily cut the body of the monster. The second he kicked with his foot. Into the third he rushed with the sword at the ready. Raising the sword above his head, he swung it from top to bottom, cutting the orc, and as soon as the monsters were finished, he sighed heavily and thought that even having become a security officer, he can continue to hunt. Feeling something was wrong, he opened his eyes and saw 3 more orcs coming out of the pink haze, and throwing the sword over his shoulder, headed towards them. Since he had just regenerated, he was ready to fight with renewed vigor, but suddenly someone's axe flew at him, which pierced his vital point. His body immediately fell to the floor, and the other security personnel became nervous. They grabbed their weapons and headed towards the monsters, wondering what happened, that he was hurt by an orc. Before they could do anything, one of the orcs attacked them and immediately took the life of one of them. The second security officer looked in horror at the blood flying in all directions, and then it was his turn. The orc hit him on the head with all his might with his weapon. Once the players were finished, the orcs stared at this monster in surprise, and then bowed before him, recognizing him as their leader. They all headed further into the dungeon together and came across groups of players who were surprised to meet monsters here. Taking advantage of their confusion, the orc leader grabbed one of them by the head and then slammed him into the wall, and the people, realizing the danger they posed, started running, but simply couldn't keep up. The girl standing in the distance rushed to the exit with tears in her eyes, but they caught up with her too. Meanwhile, passers-by were wandering outside the gates and seeing something coming out of the portal, they froze in place in horror. Holding corpses in their hands, the orcs emerged from the dungeon and immediately began killing ordinary people, sparing no one. They all prayed for help and screamed, and the orc leader really liked it. Meanwhile, MC was walking with Lucia and looking at the phone in surprise, said that while they were gone, the association had called. He wanted to call back, but the association no longer answered, and then Lucia handed him her phone, saying that it seemed like a monster invasion had begun. He heard from the breaking news that a wave of monsters had opened up near Sinchon Station, and he asked in confusion, had they not dealt with them yet? She said that it seemed like they weren't just any monsters, but a group of orcs. He looked up at her, confused, and asked what she was talking about. She reminded him that she had said this before. Maybe monsters evolve and become stronger. He asked, did she mean that this applies to these orcs too? She said that orcs are the monsters that are most similar to humans. Non-combat orcs are normal tier, but if they become soldiers, they can already be rare tier. This means that there are orcs that are stronger. Their general can be heroic tier, and in rare cases, the chieftain reaches legendary tier. MC was surprised that orcs could be of such a high level, and she said that she had seen it with her own eyes. Meanwhile, soldiers with military equipment began to accumulate at the scene. The orcs were in no hurry to attack, and then the squad leader ordered to open fire, after which the monsters began to be shot. Having stopped firing at them, the soldiers rushed to attack, and they were joined by players who were curious about how strong these orcs were. A small group of mages entered the battle, shooting ice shards, and a huge ice block grew from under the ground, which trapped a couple of orcs, and others rushed to attack. The soldiers quickly dealt with them, and the survivors were finished off by other players with just light swings of their weapons. They easily repelled the attacks of the monsters, and soon their bodies began to evaporate. At that moment, Hyunsun arrived at the scene. Seeing how they cope, he realized that he was worried in vain. At that very moment, 3 players were fighting goblins and noticed a huge shadow hanging over them, after which something landed between them with a crash. The orc leader emerged from the dust cloud and the players decided to attack him, and MC seemed to realize who he was. The orc smiled and then roared loudly, raising the wind around him, after which all the players received a notification that they were under the effect of the mind suppression skill, Battle Cry. Once under the effect of the skill, the body is paralyzed for 10 seconds. Luckily, Hyunsung had the passive skill Indomitable Spirit that resisted the debuff, and he looked at the others with concern, thinking that this was the worst thing he expected. Unable to move, they could only watch in horror as the enraged orcs approached them. While they were under the debuff, the orcs quickly dealt with them, avenging their comrades. The surviving girl looked in horror at the orc leader approaching her and asked for help, and then one of the players rushed to her. But when he got closer, the monster simply crushed him with its foot and then swung its axe, killing the girl and another player. Quick steps were heard behind him. He immediately turned around and reflected the attack of another player, which made him stagger. The rest began to surround him from all sides, but he quickly dealt with them, throwing them away from himself. Preparing for another attack, he frowned, and one of the players caught his breath and asked why some orcs are so strong. His comrade noted that they can die here, but suddenly purple sparks flashed past him and headed towards the monster. And then an explosion occurred. While the orc could not move, MC appeared behind him and swung his dagger, but was unable to do any damage and cursed loudly. The orc immediately turned to him and hit him with an axe, but he reflected the blow and was thrown aside. Hearing the sound of footsteps behind him, he turned around. A huge group of monsters was approaching him. He extended his hand covered in sparks towards them, and they were electrocuted. The rest of the players joined him. The tanks decided to stop the orc chieftain, and one of the players approached Hyunsung, saying that they should retreat. He wanted to use the flicker skill, but the system reported that the mana flow here is unstable. The skill activation was cancelled. Because of this, he became nervous and realized that they were well prepared. Right now, an orc mage was standing on the roof nearby, which was the reason for the instability of the mana. One of the players ordered the others to retreat because a legendary orc appeared, but MC was in no hurry to leave and wondered if he should do as Lucia taught him. Despite the orc approaching him, He closed his eyes and began to convince himself that he would die. If he did not dodge, he would either die or become disabled. The orc leader had already approached him and pounced, but he still didn't react and thought again that he was going to die. Then the system activated his passive skill, Survival Instinct, and he immediately reflected the enemy's attack, after which he quickly moved behind him and wounded him in the side. The monster screamed loudly in pain and then rushed towards him and struck, destroying the road surface. But Hyunsung avoided the attack because he managed to jump seconds before. Grabbing the sword tighter, he wounded the orc in the shoulder and leg and then began to circle around, inflicting countless blows. The players froze, watching him in shock, and MC ordered them to retreat. This is a temporary buff, so he will not be able to hold it for long. They obeyed him, and at that time he attacked the monster, but was unable to hit it, and because of this, he had to retreat. The system notified that the passive skill had ended, and he decided to end it for today, since the enemy was very strong. The orc prepared for another attack, but contrary to his expectations, Hyunsung simply disappeared and joined the fleeing players. Noticing him, one of them told him to be faster, and he sped up, but suddenly a magic circle appeared above them, from which there was a smell of heat. Knowing what this would turn out to be, he warned them of the danger, and then an explosion was heard. Everything happened too quickly. The players who survived the fight with the orcs went to a temporary shelter near the station and began to heal their wounds. Sitting on a bench next to the tent, MC sighed heavily and noted that his strength was still not enough. Other players arrived at the scene, and one of them, In-hee, approached Hyunsung with a smile and asked, "Does he remember her?" As soon as he looked up at her, a blush immediately appeared on his face, and he remembered how she flirted with him. He asked, "So she also joined in repelling the attack?" "Her name is Kang In-hee?" She clapped her hands in joy and noted that he still remembered her name, and he mentally asked in response, how can he not know this? Among all the rankers, she has a unique ability. With her demon spearman specialty, she has even appeared on TV several times. She is a famous ranker even for ordinary people. She took his hand and sat down next to him, thanking him for helping them. If it weren't for him, then something bad would have definitely happened. He became embarrassed and two guys approached them. One of them said that they used to be in the same squad. Although he doesn't remember them, they are glad to meet him. After that, the players started whispering. Is this the man who survived the battle with the dragon? Isn't he an official member of the assassination team? A man approached Hyunsung and said that he was glad to meet him. It turns out that he is the chairman of the Players Association, Kang San-young. In honor of their acquaintance, they shook hands, and the chairman asked him for some time, to which he agreed. After that, they moved to the association headquarters, and San-young said that he has received many reports about him. So even though it was their first time meeting in person, he seemed familiar. MC told him that it might be because he didn't know much about him, but he couldn't say the same. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, then said with a smile that in fact, since it was their first meeting, it was okay to feel like strangers to each other. But shouldn't they build a friendly relationship in the future? The rest of the conversation took place over a cup of tea. Hyunsung was curious about the reason he was looking for him, and he told him that they found out that the orc chieftain and the mage were legendary, so just like with the Imugi, they were planning to assemble an elimination squad. He told him that compared to the raid on the Imugi, this fight would be much more difficult. The chairman said that in any case, there were bigger problems. The orcs had taken civilians hostage, so they couldn't launch an airstrike. Well, it's not like they took them hostage, he thinks they see them as emergency food. To start with, they plan to gather the military and players in large numbers again. From them, they will form 2 assassination squads that will deal with both the chieftain and the mage at the same time. MC asked why he called him separately and was telling all this. The man decided not to dodge the question and said everything directly. He was thinking of appointing him as the commander of one of the assassination squads. He wondered why he was chosen, and he told him that it was because he fought the orc chieftain alone, although not for long. Could he please tell him about the skill he used in the battle with him? Hyunsung frowned. He couldn't tell him all the details, but he still had some things to share. For example, the activation conditions, the use time, and the skill cooldown. The chairman said that if he told him about it, it would be enough. But before that, MC wanted to know why he was even interested in this. He wasn't sure that even with a buff like Kim Hana's, he would be able to defeat the orc within the skill's duration. The man took a sip of tea, then reached into his inside pocket and said that he had one consumable item for him. He placed a small red piece on the table and Hyunsung examined it carefully. The system reported that this was heroic level ogre blood, which granted part of the ogre's physical abilities. For 30 minutes, it increased strength, agility, and stamina by 40%. After the duration ended, strength, agility, and stamina were permanently reduced by 10%. He was slightly surprised and thought, "This is the enhanced heart of the werewolf king, right?" He looked up at the man and asked, did he want to tell him that he should use this to defeat the orc chieftain? He told him that he thought he could definitely defeat him using the buff along with the effect of this item, and if they add Kim Hana's player buff to this, even if he activates Rage, he will 100% be able to win. And if he accepts this offer, all his debts for purchasing legendary tier skill books will be written off, and after completing the raid, he will be able to get one item for free. MC was interested in this. This offer sounded pretty good. 10% of the lost skills he can restore for about 3.6 billion points, but he does not know that. He smiled and asked him to give him the 2 items he wants for free. In addition, he wants the revenue from the sale of items corresponding to his contribution. The man was slightly surprised by his demands, but still had to agree. After that, they made a deal, and the chairman thanked him for making such a difficult decision. Hyun-sung remembered that he wanted to ask for something else, and the man said that if it was within his power, he would listen to him carefully. MC wanted to be promoted to the head of the team in the association, and for a new team to be created that he would lead. San-young thought for a second and agreed to it. After which the MC thanked him and shared with him with an awkward smile his worries about refusing, to which the man told him that people with his skills and character have the right to take the position of the team leader. The association worker brought them sweets, and they continued to discuss business. By the time half of the sweets were eaten, Hyun-sung told the chairman about the conditions for activating the skill, and he noted that it was quite difficult. Taking a sip of tea, the MC told him to send him alone to meet him. If he did this, the chance of his skill activating would increase. The man objected because it could be dangerous, but Hyun-sung told him that he had to take such a risk. After these words, the chairman realized that he was wrong about him. He thought that he was selfish and only cared about his own benefit. He agreed and said that they would start preparing right away. Time passed, the squad sent to fight the orcs was defeated, and the news of this was immediately known to all citizens. The main reason for their defeat was that there were 2 legendary tier orcs. All citizens fell into a state of panic, and people living in Seoul and Gyeonggi province began to leave their homes and head south. The government requested help from those who were part of the UN and fought in other countries, and also called on rankers and players from all over the country. At the same time, the government requested help from the UN peacekeeping force, and the fact that a second squad would be sent to fight was widely advertised. Soon a meeting began. The head of the peacekeepers, Jason, asked if there was a way to stop the psychological attack that the orc leader was using. If they can't stop it, then there is a high probability that the new squad will also be defeated. Let them just remember that battle with the Amugi, the first legendary tier monster. The chairman of the Players Association asked, didn't he say that the punitive squad would lure out a legendary tier monster and destroy it? But Jason doubted that they could destroy a monster of that tier in such a short period of time. If the monster activated a psychological skill during the battle, there would be huge casualties. San-young said that they should take such a risk. Or was he suggesting that they just leave the orc group? He told him that as long as they didn't have a way to counter the psychological attack, there was nothing they could do. And the man then asked indignantly, didn't they come here to help them? Jason said that although they could sacrifice a lot to win, they wouldn't participate in such a rash plan and die like dogs. The MC who was present at the meeting thought that the place was a complete mess. The players started arguing with the head of the peacekeepers, and he wondered if these were players who were temporarily part of the UN and not peacekeeper soldiers. In the end, Jason couldn't stand the abuse and left with his people, and one of the players exclaimed that this guy just hated them. He was deliberately stalling for time. During the campaign against Chozo, he behaved the same way, and as a result, the number of casualties among the civilians then only increased. Yuna turned to the chairman and asked, will this battle be difficult? He confirmed it, and the player grabbed his head, noting that there was no guarantee that the orcs would just sit still. San-young said that they had no choice but to hold a meeting tomorrow. It had been a long day, so they had all worked hard. He wished them a good rest, and they were about to leave. But Yuna decided to detain Hyun-sung and called out to him with a smile, turned to her and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which she asked him to give her some of his time. They went to the break room and she made herself some coffee, after which she sat down opposite him and said that she had heard conversations. Did he make a big contribution in the first battle? He just smiled awkwardly in response, and she said that she thought he joined the second raid to level up quickly and strongly. But that's not true. Had he been hiding his skills all this time? He denied it and said that if that were the case, he would have been killed by the blue dragon. Then she asked if his skills had improved a lot since then. Hadn't they? He looked away, unsure of how to answer that, and she said that she heard that he would be taking the biggest damage this time. He turned his serious gaze to her, then scratched the back of his head with an awkward smile, and told her that it would be beneficial for him, and she said that it didn't matter. After all, no matter what reward he received, the lost skill points would not be restored, so she was grateful to him for making such a difficult decision. Everything was wrong, but he couldn't tell her that, so he continued to smile awkwardly. The girl said that if he suddenly changed his mind, he should let her know at any time. She would take over his role, to which he replied that he had already made the final decision. She was surprised by this, and he thought that the debt of more than 1 trillion won would be written off for 2 legendary items, so there was no way he could refuse. Meanwhile, an idea came into Yuna's head, and she, apologizing for her rudeness, asked him for permission to ask something. He agreed, and she said that she wanted to know about his contribution in the Imugi raid, which made him slightly nervous, and asked why she was suddenly interested in this. She told him that in this raid she was second in her contribution, so in order to find out who was first, she asked all the rankers who participated in the battle about their ranks. But none of them were first. He asked, "So she thinks he is first?" She nodded silently and waited for an answer, and he lowered his embarrassed gaze and after a short pause, awkwardly confirmed it. She thanked him for his honesty and said that the association had made a big mistake by giving the player who contributed the most the smallest reward. She would talk to the chairman to give him the reward again. Of course, MC didn't refuse and said with a smile that he would be happy about it. She smiled and pointed out that he was not telling her everything. Was he hiding something else? He told her that it was possible, and she said that he didn't have to say it, but let him promise her something. Let him do his duty as a member of the Players Association, just like he was doing now, to which he confidently told her that he was just going to do that. Next morning, they went to the meeting again. Hansen was yawning, the chairman of the association was shouting something into the microphone, and Jason was listening to him with a dissatisfied face. MC realized that today's meeting would not end in anything either, and suddenly an association worker ran into the meeting room and informed the chairman that a group of orcs had started moving towards Hongdae. He ordered the armed forces to be gathered immediately, and several players went to prepare for battle. And Sanyong turned his gaze to Jason, asking, "The UN forces would also provide support, right?" He just nodded silently, and then headed towards the exit with his people. Hearing the words of gratitude from the association chairman, he clicked his tongue in displeasure and told his people that they only needed to pretend that they were participating in the battle and retreat. Having armed themselves, one group followed Hansen, who would fight against the chieftain, and the rest went after Yuna, who would deal with the mage. Before the helicopter landed, they all received a buff from Hana, and feeling their strength, were surprised. MC liked it and thought with a smile that it was nice to have a good buff, then headed to the helicopter and checked the status window, thinking that the buff skill book never appeared. He had never seen one like it before. After watching the team members board the helicopter, he thought that it would be good if he had a few skills similar to survival instinct. No matter how much he thought about it, using consumables would be a waste. Unless it was a battle with a legendary tier monster, he might not use it. The association worker informed him that everyone had finished boarding the helicopter, and then Hinsun gave the order to take off. Soon, the helicopter was already above the city, and MC looked at the orcs below and thought that this was crazy. It seemed that once he got down, his passive skill would work. He headed for the exit, declaring that he would go first, then jumped off the helicopter and flew down. Activating the gauntlet, he decided to start the fight beautifully and use all his power to the maximum. Leaving a sparkling trail in the sky, he landed with a roar between the orcs, and all those who fell under his blow roared loudly. As soon as everything died down, Hyunsun walked past the corpses to their leader, who also suffered from his blow, although not as much. He smiled, ready to join the fight, and his opponent roared loudly, seeing a familiar face. After that, MC activated his abilities and rushed like lightning to the monster. The orc tried to strike, but simply did not have time for his movements, and then other orcs came running to his aid. They all pounced on Hyunsun at once, but he dodged their attacks, jumping high. Looking to the side, he noticed their leader, who rushed to attack. As 2 axes were flying at him at once, his passive skill's survival instinct was activated and he ate the ogre's blood, after which his strength increased at once and an explosion occurred. Trying to resist this, the orc chieftain roared loudly, and MC stepped aside and began to watch as sparks fried him, and thought with a smile that if everything worked out, he could even defeat him alone. Despite such a powerful attack, the orc chieftain survived, although he was a little burned, but he still had the strength to pounce on him in a jump. Hyunsung jumped aside, avoiding the blow of his axe, and then his opponent pounced on him again. He concentrated and prepared for the attack, after which he parried the blow and the two of them began to quickly move along the street, attacking and blocking each other's attacks. In these few seconds, he realized that the enemy was strong. He could not kill him, even when he was alone. Lighting a spark in his hands, he threw a magic projectile towards the enemy, and at the same moment, rockets fell from the air, blowing up the monster, and then other players joined the fight, and the support stopped at a safe distance. That's how the second round of the fight began, and he, along with his comrades, headed towards the monster. Several magic projectiles crashed into him, but did almost no damage, and noticing that MC was nearby again, the orc hurried to reflect his attack with an axe, but immediately received blows from other players, and then from Hyunsung. Angry, he began to swing axes around himself, trying to hit at least someone. And at that very moment, MC appeared behind him and inflicted a deep wound on him, because of which he screamed in pain and immediately fell to his knees. Catching his breath, he roared loudly and other orcs responded to his call. One of the players warned the others that he had called his buddies, and together with his fellow tank, he put up shields to hold them back. Meanwhile, the others began to repel the attacks of the monsters, and the team members who remained on the helicopter provided air support, applying buffs to their comrades. Noticing this, the orc chieftain became very angry and threw an axe with all his might at the helicopter and the tanks, who managed to activate a protective barrier at the last moment and fell to their knees from the damage received. The blow was so strong that the barrier cracked but withstood. The orc chieftain realized that he could not do anything to them, and one of the players gave the others a signal and attacked him. While they were distracting him, Hyunsung got very close to him and again dealt a powerful blow, and blood gushed out of the monster's wound. Unfortunately, his passive skill ended at that moment and he cursed, and the orc looked down at him. The color of his eyes changed. Completely angry, he spread his arms out to the sides and growled loudly, after which he ran, pushing everyone in his path. MC warned them of the danger and ordered everyone to run to the tanks, after which he blocked the orc's path and he immediately swung his axe, intending to cut off his head, but he managed to duck in time. The counterattack was not long in coming. He wounded him in the chest. But since he was mad with rage, he did not pay attention to the pain at all and swung his axe, the blow of which Hyunsung reflected. The rest of the players rushed to his aid. In the meantime, he wounded the enemy in the side and then cut off his hand and turned around, exclaiming, "When will he finally die?" The monster screamed loudly from the sudden pain and then turned around in rage and swung his axe. But this time, MC couldn't block it. The blade of the axe entered his side, and he grabbed it so as not to deepen the wound. And at the same time, he headed towards the orc. Making a sharp lunge forward, he swung his sword and cut off his head. Finally, the orc leader was killed. The defeated monster fell to the ground with a loud sound, and Hyunsung sat on the ground and heard someone loudly announcing the evacuation. The players next to him said loudly that they should take care of the wounded. They all took off together and headed towards the helicopter flying nearby. The orc mages who were standing on the ground looked at them and used their magic to attack. They hit one player and he fell to the ground from a great height. Immediately, several orcs quickly ran to him with their weapons in their hands. He was very scared because of this, and they began to attack him, and he loudly called for help. The other players who were flying away noticed this, but did not take any action and climbed onto the helicopter. One of them said that all the survivors were on board. They flew away, and the protagonist thought that he was tired. "Yuna won, right?" He called the intelligence officer. A girl immediately came up to him and said that she was listening to him. He asked if the raid on the orc mage was successful. She said with a sad expression that the raid on the orc mage failed. He was surprised by what he heard and asked, so he used the spatial movement skill. She said that it was not just a failure. It was such a crushing defeat that more than 90% of their fighters died during the raid. He asked what happened to Yuna. She said that the captain was alive. However, as far as she knew, she was seriously injured and retreated. The players were surprised by this and asked how Jin Guk from the TS Guild leader Ma Jin Quan survived. She handed over a tablet and said that this was a list of survivors. They read the list and were very depressed because of what they read there. After some time, they all gathered in the office where they began to watch the recording of the battle. The warriors ran towards the orc mage, who began to emit powerful energy. They were surprised by what they saw and asked loudly, "Did it get bigger?" The monster dealt a very strong punch to the player who was next to it. The others were very surprised by what happened and stared at that magician. MC watched this with a serious expression and thought that it was obvious that this monster had a skill similar to Wild Instinct. Sanyong walked up to him and asked, "Is he okay already?" He agreed with a calm expression and said that his injuries had healed. He said that they still have to be careful. Internal wounds can't be healed, even with healing magic. Hyun-sung thought with a serious expression that if the wound was caused by magic, its residue would remain in the body and prevent the use of one's own mana. Although small wounds from magic heal quickly, however with serious injuries, the residue would remain for a long time. He asked if they could tell him how Yuna was feeling. Sanyong said that the external injuries have been healed, but the internal ones are very serious, so they will have to take care of her for a week. He sat on his chair and asked how the battlefield is currently. He stood in front of him and said that there is a fierce fight going on. At least thanks to the fact that their team dealt with the orc chieftain, the morale of the other orcs has dropped noticeably. Without him, it is much easier to use military forces. The protagonist said that he will help too. He said that he was recently on the verge of death. Seeing this, he feels like it is better for him to just recover. He got up from his chair and said that he is fine. If he just helps a little, then their casualties will decrease several times, right? He left, and Sanyong thought that he clearly does not understand something. He must be very upset about the loss of characteristics. However, he still goes to the battlefield without showing it. One of the players said that he will go too. His magic has recovered to a certain extent. They must avenge their fallen comrades. The other players also agreed to this. The MC listened to them with a serious expression, turned around and called the chairman. He said that they should all go together. He will lead them. After a while, he jumped off the helicopter and directed his energy into his fist. He landed on the ground, gave a very strong punch, and released all that energy. The orcs who were standing on the ground near that place suffered greatly because of this attack. He defeated the monsters nearby very quickly and said that hunting heroic level orcs is much easier. The other players also fought against the monsters. The mage with a serious expression began to concentrate energy in his hands. The orcs were very surprised by what he saw, and he released a large fireball. They felt very strong pain from this attack. He created a sword from fire and continued to kill the monsters. Hyun-sung looked away and thought that he was very strong. He has such destructive power that he quickly deals with magicians. The orc magician who was standing nearby let out a very loud cry. The monsters who were fighting with the players suddenly started to run away. Sanyong said loudly that they can't leave any of them alive. The protagonist asked with a serious expression, "Did these monsters make such a mess here, and now they are running away somewhere?" He used his skill to teleport and immediately used the lightning breath skill. He released very strong energy and defeated the monsters who were trying to run away. He looked at his glove and said that now the situation is better than before. He looked to the side and a powerful explosion occurred next to him. He managed to jump to the side, looked at the orc magician and said that he must catch him. He looked up and saw several magic balls. He began to dodge the fast magic attacks very quickly. He said with a serious expression that he doesn't know what's wrong with the others, but he won't let him go anywhere. He ran forward, used the skill, saw the system window and said that this can't be. He ran very fast down the street, met monsters on his way, and released a very strong blast of energy. The orc mage looked at him with a very serious expression. He released a very strong stream of energy. His body increased in size and began to glow with energy. Jason watched what was happening from afar and said that he was turning into a giant so that they could not get close to him. The combined forces of the UN will provide support from the rear. MC took out his weapon and entered the battle against the huge orc. He was thrown back, but he landed on the ground and noticed the hand attack and managed to dodge. The players nearby said loudly that they should go on the attack. They need to avenge their comrades. They all ran up to the orc mage and began to attack from different sides. This angered the monster and he hit the ground with his fist very hard. One of the players said loudly that the flames are decreasing. There is still a little left. The orc got very angry and started screaming loudly and released a strong fire energy. Hyun-sung teleported behind the head of this monster and attacked with a large amount of his energy. The mages who were standing nearby started attacking, but were unable to cause much damage. He released a strong stream of ice energy and the monster's energy disappeared. Because of what happened, the orc mage knelt down because he had lost a lot of energy. However, he had enough energy to release a strong wave of fire around himself. Because of this, all the players could not approach him. The main character was not stopped by this and ran through the fire with his dagger in his hand. He ran close enough and struck a very strong blow. This monster was very badly damaged by this attack and fell to the ground. Because of what happened, the fire energy around them began to dissipate. All the players who were nearby were very happy because they were able to win. Jason continued to look at this through his binoculars and said that it was amazing. It seems that he is a magic swordsman. They should attract him to their side. He didn't think that there was anyone as strong in Korea besides Yuna. The battle ended in a great victory for humanity. However, they failed to destroy all the orcs. This is because some of them escaped to their homeworld. The Korean government announced the victory of the second raid. After the success of the first raid on the legendary Emugi, the victory over the legendary tier orcs was widely advertised throughout the world. Although Korea seemed quite strong on the outside, many rankers and high-level players died. The government was worried, because now it was unknown when another legendary tier monster might appear. After some time, Yuna was sitting in the hospital room. Someone knocked on her door and she allowed them to enter. MC walked inside and waved his hand at her in greeting. He sat in front of her and asked how she was feeling. She said that the external wounds had already healed. She deliberately doesn't use magic, so she will be back to normal in a couple of days. He said that she shouldn't blame herself too much, because she couldn't do anything. She said with a slightly sad expression that it was her mistake. She had to become stronger, at least so that she wouldn't have to experience such terrible pain a second time. If she met an orc mage next time, she would definitely avenge her comrades. He thought with a small smile that there was no need to worry. She was not the type of person who would be broken by something like that. Yuna said that she was grateful to him for avenging them for her. He said with a small smile that he just did what he had to. Besides, he couldn't have done it alone. She said that it was true, however, that he had made the biggest contribution. If it weren't for him, everything might have failed. She asked how he was feeling. After all, it was almost like he had fought 2 battles in a row. Hyunsung smiled and said that he was fine. She said that it was amazing. Even though he had gotten 2 legendary tier skills, he must have lost a lot of stats. He said that he just had to try harder to level up. He hoped that she would help him with that. 7 items dropped from the hunt for the orc chieftain and the mage, all of which were legendary. Among the legendary items was the axe used by the orc chieftain. The orcs took 1 with them when they fled, and the rest were taken by the rankers. The other items may not suit him. If we exclude these 4 items, there are still 3 skill books left. He was promised 2 free items. The active skill book of the legendary level battle cry. When he shouts, he drives enemies into a petrified state for 10 seconds. Increases the morale of allies for 10 minutes. The lower the enemy's psychological defense, the higher the chance of petrification. The skill is affected by the willpower of the caster. The passive skill book of the legendary level berserker automatically activates if stamina drops to 10%. When activated, resistance to physical damage and skills decreases by 50%. When activated, strength, dexterity, magic, and willpower increase by 40%. The auction began, and the girl said that the first item was the legendary rank skill book, Battle Cry. It was the first legendary rank mental attack skill. The auction was declared open. People began to place bids, and the price quickly rose to 6,500,000,000. The protagonist looked around and thought that all the major guilds had gathered there. They continued to raise the bid, and the girl said that the final price was 1,07,500,000,000. Is there anyone who can offer more? He still raised his sign and said that he was betting 2 trillion. The girl accepted the bid and loudly asked if anyone would offer more. No one raised the bid, and she loudly said that in that case, the skill book was sold. Battle Cry was sold for 2 trillion. Sometime later, at the Japanese Ministry of Internal Affairs, at the meeting, people said that they could not delay any longer. The disaster in Kyushu was partly due to the delayed reaction. However, given that the monster was flying, it could not have been avoided. They lost a castle that housed 15 million people. If they left things like this, the monster would definitely reach mainland Honshu as well. Korea had dealt with 2 legendary ranked monsters at the same time. They needed to quickly request Korea's support. It was obvious that other countries would also be vying for Korea's support. He would submit an official request to Korea about sending a team to take down the legendary ranked monster. A few days later, MC read the breaking news about Japan requesting support with a dissatisfied expression. He asked, they already had a lot of their own things to do, so who could they help? The government's exaggerated publicity campaign had worked too well. They were in such a situation, but they wanted them to help another country. The government was saying this because there was an election going on right now. The players came to him and called for the captain, saying that the chairman was looking for him. He pointed at himself and asked, is he looking for him right now? A while later, Sanyong said that they had decided that the team he would lead would be an assassination squad. Hyunsung asked, wasn't this supposed to be a temporary team to fight legendary monsters? Is he planning to keep it as an assassination squad? He took the marshmallow and said that he had thought of everything. They would create an assassination squad with him as their leader. If a legendary monster appeared, they would expand this squad by recruiting other rankers. He said with a calm expression that it was like a reserve squad being called for battle. For now, he was the only one who was part of the assassination squad. Sanyong said with a serious expression that if there was anyone in the association, whenever he wanted to take them, he could consult with the captains of each team and choose. The protagonist asked if he could take someone who wasn't directly in the association. If the goal was to fight legendary monsters, it seemed like the criteria for choosing team members should be strict. He said that he would leave it up to him, because the assassination squad was created to achieve long-term results. If not right away, then in the long run he will be able to choose talents that will help him in raiding legendary level monsters. He looked at it and thought, isn't this too good a condition? The more he has, the harder it will be to leave. After some time, MC sat in his office and said that to start with, he will use the Skill King's banner and try to recruit players who couldn't even change their first job. High-level players are treated well wherever they go, so they don't come often. First of all, he will need too many leadership points for such high-level ones. He will cultivate those people who know his secret together with Lucia in the shadow. As many low-level players as possible, cultivate in the sun. As the players in the sun increase their level, they will not be able to escape from him due to the high penalties in case of contract termination. This way, he will be able to take over the entire association. After some time, a girl named Lee Sujin walked down the street at night and said that money is an enemy. Although she can defend and attack, but because of such an ambiguous position, she is not accepted into the squad. She sat down on a bench, looked at the check and asked, how can only one number come up? Hyunsun approached her and scared her by calling her name. She turned to him and asked who he was. He said his name with a small smile and said that he was the captain of the Players Association Assassination Squad. She was a little surprised by this, bowed and greeted him. She took a can of soda and asked if she accepted his offer. Her salary and support will be increased. He agreed and said that she understood everything correctly. In addition, he will help her purchase a skill book that will allow her to improve her characteristics. Sujin was a little surprised by what she heard and said that of course she agrees. This confused him a little, and he asked if she would like to know about the consequences and penalties in advance. Not only will her status window be open to him, however, if she leaves his command, all the levels, stats, and skills she has gained will disappear. She said that the status window was known to the association for a long time. She took a small sip from the can and said that she was also in a hurry right now, so she didn't have time to worry about the consequences. The protagonist understood her, and the system notified that the player had offered to join her. Does she accept this offer? She read it and asked if she should accept it. He agreed, and she immediately clicked on the system window. It notified that the player had accepted the offer. 10 leadership points were spent. He now has 5 subjects under his command. A new class special skill, King Summoning, appeared. This is a class special skill. He can give orders to his subjects regardless of distance. This caught his attention, and Sujin was happy about what happened and said that now she's at least in some kind of team. He immediately decided to try it out and said with his mind that this is how it is. She was surprised by what happened and asked how he did it. Why does she hear his voice in her head? He said with a small smile in the same way that it was because of the special skill. This really amazed her, and she said that it was cool. He took out 2 books and thought that magic was almost not consumed. He handed the books to her and thought that, as he had promised, they were skill books. She took it and looked at it for a few seconds silently and with a surprised expression. He called her name with a little worry. She immediately bowed to him and thanked him loudly. MC waved goodbye to her and said that he would be going then. Her salary will be raised immediately starting tomorrow. He thought that they were just ordinary level skill books, but apparently, the life of players is very difficult. After some time, he read the book with a serious expression and remembered that he had met with other players earlier to negotiate. He said that he thought that 1 or 2 people would refuse his offer, but it seemed like there was nothing to worry about. He put the book on the table and said that it seemed like the chairman had already heard the news. 1 month later, Sanyong asked, "Are there 316 new members in the assassination squad? Besides, none of them have any relation to the player Hunsun?" The staff member agreed and said that no matter how thoroughly they investigated until the player accepted them into the team, they weren't even acquainted. He said that he could go now. As soon as he left the office, he opened the book and said that there were 316 people who hadn't even gone through their first job change. What's the point then? Even if you think of it as an investment in the future, the efficiency is too low. He didn't even meet the players he found again. At this time, they were fighting in the dungeon in a group, and he said that it was obvious that he was planning something. After a while, Lucia told her lord that he did a good job. He said that she did a good job too. He noticed that an unknown number called him and asked who it was. He answered the call, and Yoon Sun-ho asked if he was doing well. The protagonist was surprised by this and called him by his name. They lived in the same neighborhood since childhood. This is his old friend with whom they went to kindergarten, elementary school, and college together. They lived like a family, so they called each other's fathers uncles. Sonho asked why he didn't tell him that he changed his number. He said with a small smile that he was a little busy. He said that no matter how busy he was, he should have sent a message saying that he changed his number. He heard about his uncle awakening. The MC asked if he met his father. He replied that he told his father about it when they were drinking together. So he called his uncle and asked for his number. Would he like to go for a drink too? He agreed right away and asked when they would meet. They decided to meet today and ended the conversation there. Lucia said that it must have been his friend. He agreed, laughed a little, and said that it seemed like he had become really absent-minded. He hadn't even thought about contacting his friends. She said that he needed to rest too. A bowstring pulled too tightly is sure to break. He asked, was she going home right away, right? She agreed and said that she had to go in order to have time to watch a drama. He gave her the keys and said that she could go by car then and he could take a taxi. She said that she could drive him to the meeting place. He said that the place was on the other side of town, so if she gave him a ride, she wouldn't be able to make it in time for the drama to start. Lucia got into the car and said that she would go then. She left and Hyunsung asked if she was that interested. After a while, he met his friend and Seonho asked him why he looked so good. Plus, he has pretty broad shoulders. He said with a serious expression that it was all the power of hard work and muscles. He laughed and said that they should drink some. He still likes mixing soju and beer. They both started drinking the drink, and the protagonist asked what he was even doing now. He asked if he was that interested, gave him a business card, and he read it and asked if he worked in the sales department of Osun. Sonho agreed and asked if that surprised him. After a while, they drank quite a lot, and he asked if he still hadn't reinstated in the university. MC refused, and he asked why he didn't. Uncle awakened, which means there won't be any problems with tuition fees. He asked how he was finding working in the company. He said that it was really hard, especially since the sales department's salary was pretty low. If he really wanted to sell something, he had to give it his all. Plus, the players were stuck up. Even the ones who had just changed their first job were so arrogant. Hyunsung said that he would tell his father about it so that they would bring him magic stones. Sonho agreed and said that, as he could tell, there were a lot of scammers here. However, he would buy the stones at the best price. Someone called him on the phone and he asked who it was. He said that it was the arrogant player he had been talking about a while ago. He's sure that he's calling to ask him to pay his alcohol bill. There were very few rare grade stones this month. The protagonist was a little surprised and asked if he had decided not to pick up the phone. He said that it was okay. He would just call tomorrow morning and say that he had fallen asleep too early. That's why he hadn't answered. He said that it was good, but it would be better for him to call his father tomorrow instead of him to ask him to sell the magic stones. At that moment, an unknown man entered the establishment, loudly called out Sunho's name, and asked if he had decided to ignore his calls. He was very surprised by what he heard and asked if it was Captain Park Hyun-wook. He stood up and said that it was not that. He had been drinking and did not see that he had been called. He said that he had seen everything, that he had time to drink alcohol, but he did not have time to answer the call. He bowed and loudly apologized for that. He began to massage his hand and said in an angry voice that he should follow him right away. Sunho began to leave, apologized, and said that he would pay the bill here. They would see each other next time. The MC said that there was no need to follow that freak, he could just sit down. Hyun-wook heard this, got very angry, and asked what he just said. Did he just insult him? He grabbed him by the clothes with a very angry expression on his face. Seonho became worried about this and told the captain that this was not right. He pushed him away with his hand and said that he should not interfere. Hyunsung asked if a player was allowed to use force on civilians. Hyun-wook let him go and said with a smile that, of course, he was not allowed. He had never used force. He turned to the other people in the establishment and asked if any of them had seen him use force. They all remained silent, and he said that it seemed like no one had seen anything like it. The protagonist said with a calm expression that he had seen everything. He asked if he seriously thought anyone would believe his words. Calling the police was useless. They did not reflect the opinions of the parties to the conflict. Is he trying to say that he had gone crazy and was using force? There were many ways to teach people like them a lesson. He turned around and called Seon-ho, who was sitting next to him. He said that he could not even think about getting stones from him in the future. He's going to tell the captains close to him everything, so he has to prepare. He has to be on guard, because you never know when he might become disabled. MC asked with a small smile, is he threatening him? Assault and intimidation of civilians, use of abilities, and use of force. He also used threats of harm. This is enough to revoke his player license. He might even be sent to prison for 20 years. Hyun-wook noticed the phone in his hand and tried to hit him, but he stopped it with his hand. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked, "Now an attempt at theft?" He tried his best to push him and asked, "So he turned out to be a player?" Hyun-sun calmly held him back and asked, "Did something change because he was a player?" Hyun-wook laughed and said that it turns out they were in the same field. Why didn't he say this earlier? He will sign the purchase and sale agreement with his friend. He will also talk to the captains close to him and ask them to give him the stones. He asked with a calm expression, "What is the use of a player who is about to be sent to prison?" Players should maintain good relations. However, he does not want to. Hyun-wook said that his second cousin is the deputy of the first team of So-woo's guild. There is no use for them to argue with him. Sonho was very surprised by what he heard and asked loudly, "Did he mention So-woo's guild?" The protagonist calmly asked, "What will they do?" Hyun-wook said that his second cousin is the guild leader's closest ally. He took out his phone, called her, and Soo-hee asked why he was calling. If he asks to join So-woo's guild again. She did not have time to finish because he said that it was not about that. MC listened to their conversation and thought that he seemed to have heard that voice somewhere before. She loudly called him an idiot and asked if he had some problem with a player, and for some reason he was calling her. He kept listening and thought that he had definitely heard it somewhere. Hyun-wook said that he was disrespecting So-woo's guild. Besides, when he told her about it, he wasn't scared at all. She sighed in displeasure and said that now that their guild had shrunk, some insects were ignoring them and he should hand over the phone to him. He did so. Hyun-sun read how it was written and immediately remembered it. He thought that it was the player who gave him his business card during the first hunt. She said that if he just lets her check his status window, she will actively help him join So's guild. He turned on the speakerphone and Soo-hee asked, "Does this idiot really want to say something? Why isn't he answering? He already handed over the phone, right?" He called her by name with a smirk and said that they haven't seen each other for a long time. She didn't immediately remember him and asked who he was. He said his name and said that he was the leader of the new team of the Players Association. Everyone who heard him were very surprised when he said this. He asked, "Is she listening to him, right?" She was very surprised and said loudly that of course she was listening. He said that her younger brother had just attacked and threatened a civilian in front of him. He used powers and skills outside the dungeon that could harm ordinary people. He also attempted to steal. However, it seems that he did these actions believing that So's guild would stand up for him. If the vice president's cousin is so arrogant, then the guild members probably act the same way. It seems like he should consult with the association chairman and conduct a special audit of the guild. What does she think about this? Soo-hee said that this person has nothing to do with the Soo guild. This idiot is just using her name. The protagonist said that slander can be added to the list of charges then. Will she file a slander lawsuit against him? He was confused by this, and he asked if they were in cahoots. She was scared by this and said loudly that she would file a complaint tomorrow morning. He said that he found out what he wanted then and ends the call. After some time, the police arrived and took Hyun-wook out of the establishment in handcuffs. The MC approached his friend and said that he had already sobered up while dealing with this. He pointed behind him, called his name, and said that they should go back to rest. Sunho asked loudly with a very surprised expression. He was a player. And from the association too? After receiving a positive answer, he asked, however, why didn't he tell him about it? He said that he was going to do so, but that guy just interrupted. He hugged him and said with a kind smile that they should go get another drink and discuss the details. He looked at him with a small smile and agreed. After a while, in America, someone said that this was the result of a simulation based on the strength of the legendary level monsters that they knew of at the time. US President Wilson looked at the document with a serious expression. He looked up and said that even if only one monster appeared, the casualties and damage would be colossal. However, isn't that an exaggeration? Korea surprisingly dealt with 3 legendary level monsters, isn't that right? Besides, there wasn't much damage. The other members said that it was all because they were able to handle it quickly and efficiently. Korea can gather rankers from all over the country in less than an hour. Compared to that, it would take them 6 hours to gather even a portion of the rankers. In addition, Korea suffered enormous damage after dealing with 3 legendary rank monsters. The casualties among the rankers were especially high. Wilson asked if it was because of the mental skill that affected the psyche over a large area. He agreed and said that, moreover, monsters like the Orc Chieftain and Orc Mage live in groups. With a large number of heroic rank monsters, it is much more difficult to deal with them than with monsters that act alone, like the Amugi. This causes a lot of trouble. Most high-level players who participate in raids on legendary rank monsters will not bring much benefit. They need rankers. This is clearly seen in China. In addition, judging by the battle pattern of the raid on the legendary rank Orc, They definitely need someone strong, someone whose abilities have gone beyond the ordinary ranker. Is he talking about Hunsun, the player Jason reported on? Some people say his level is above 500, right? They believe his level is already around 600. In any case, he is above level 500. Is that even possible? The monsters in the existing heroic level dungeons are around 400. Players are limited by the 20 level rule. They cannot go higher than 400. Jason said that due to the doubts that arose, the CIA agents conducted an investigation. They discovered an amazing fact. Wilson asked what it was. This player has a unique skill that allows him to bypass the 20 level rule. The president asked, is it true? Jason said that although it was just a guess, but having collected the information the agents found out, he is confident that the probability of this is above 99%. Wilson said that he should tell him about this player in detail. Jason turned on a video of MC fighting the orcs. He looked at it with a serious expression and said that such a development in less than 2 years, his growth rate is astounding. Can he use this unique skill towards other players? Jason said that they have not verified this information yet. However, there is another unusual finding regarding this player's father, Hingu, and his neighbor Wu Xin. Wilson said that it has not even been 2 months since his father's awakening, but he has already entered a level 100 dungeon. Jason said that this is not all. Hyunsung is currently the leader of the Korean Players Association's assassination squad. He has also recruited 316 low-level players. The results are truly astounding. The member looked at the documents and said that the growth rate is very fast. Jason agreed and said that although it is not that obvious, they have confirmed that their overall stat levels have increased since they joined his team. The others were surprised by what they heard and asked, could it be that a player who has demonstrated such enormous power is a buffer? That's not exactly true, but they think that, like the buffers, he has some kind of skill that allows other people to increase their stats, so they definitely don't know about it. If this is all true, shouldn't they recruit him? It seems like it would be very difficult to do. He has a lot of money, and his status in the Korean Players Association is high. Unless the Korean government is full of idiots, they won't let him go that easily. It seems like they should get close to him and befriend him first. Since the USA and Korea are on friendly terms, whenever necessary, they can use him as a mercenary at any time. Wilson said with a smile that by the time anything happens, it will be too late to call him. So the best solution would be to attract him to the country for a long time. Jason said that they first need to come up with a plan on how they can put pressure on the Korean government. After some time, several people were sitting in a car and were told over the radio that their target was in a house. As soon as the association guards start replacing each other, they will begin to act. Okay, he'll pass this on to the other teams. They were looking out the window and said there were guards nearby. They were only about level 200. As soon as the guards changed, they announced the start of the operation. They immediately got out of the car and very quickly killed 2 guards who were standing near the protagonist's house. One of the attackers used his ability to hide the bodies of the dead guards. They quietly entered the apartment where MC's mom was watching TV, and one of them stopped behind her. He tried to attack her, but his hand collided with the barrier that was protecting her. She was very scared because of this and screamed loudly, and the bandit said that it was too weak. The rest of the bandits also entered the apartment and loudly said that she had an item. They should aim for her arms and legs. They must kidnap her alive, no matter what. They all started trying to break the barrier together and asked why it wasn't breaking. They still managed to do it. One of them extended his hand to her and loudly said that it was time for them to leave. He didn't have time to reach her because Hinsung appeared in the room, hit him with his hand, and released his energy. The others reacted to this very quickly and ran in different directions. He looked at them with a very serious expression on his face and said that they should stop. He caught up with one of them very quickly and hit him very hard in the torso. The other 3 bandits jumped out the window, trying to escape. He pointed his hand at them and asked, do they seriously think that they can get away like this? He used the skill double arrow, and one of them said loudly that they just need to destroy it. They tried to cut these magic projectiles, but it did not help, and explosions occurred near them. The protagonist put his unconscious mother to bed and breathed a sigh of relief. He called Lucia and said that she must protect his mother. She came into the room very quickly and agreed with him. He looked at her and said that he was counting on her. He tore a piece of paper and teleported to the place where the other bandits were sitting. They were very surprised when they saw him, took out their weapons, and loudly said that he was not allowed to move. One of them was holding his sister hostage and said that he should slowly move back. He realized with a very displeased expression that they were from China and wondered what he should do. He was ordered to accept this, and also a system window appeared in front of him, which said whether he wanted to enter the subspace. He thought that these freaks had prepared carefully. The bandit, who was holding a dagger to her throat, said that he should immediately agree if he did not want to see his loved ones die. He agreed to this and said that however if any of them harmed her, they would all die. The bandit said that he should not worry because they were not going to harm their dear hostage. If he calmly entered the subspace, she would follow. Hearing this, he pressed the system window and teleported. He asked, "Is this the subspace?" He took out another piece of paper and said that he hoped that it would work. At the same time, in the warehouse, one of the bandits said that they should quickly bring her to her senses. They poured water on his sister and she woke up. The bandit, who was standing in front of her, said that if she did not want to die, she should accept the offer. She cried because of fear, looked at her purse and wondered what to do. He grabbed her by the clothes, began to threaten her with a dagger, and said loudly that she should accept it now. He was very surprised because someone attacked him very quickly and cut off his arm with one quick blow. There was a powerful explosion, which threw them in different directions. They were surprised because of this and asked, "Is it Hyun-sung?" "This can't be." The person holding him in the subspace asked, "Is he inside, right?" Suddenly a projectile of energy flew out from there, which threw him back. He began to get out of there and the scared bandit asked, "How is this even possible?" He was attacked by energy and he screamed loudly in pain. He began to exit the subspace and his sister called out his name with a very worried look. A bandit was about to attack her from behind, but he appeared behind him and killed him with one blow, which scared her even more. She opened her eyes and saw that most of her brother's body was cut off. She was so scared by what she saw that she lost consciousness. The upper part of the protagonist's body was behind her back, and he said that he almost died. He recovered his body and the transfer was partially successful. The protagonist asked Lucia to look after his sister and mother. She clarified that she would protect them even at the cost of her life. MC looked at the bracelet on his wrist and noted that, as he thought, now his father. He paused, unwrapped the bundle and turned his head to the side, saying that he would go to his father and Wu Xin. Lucia lowered her head and replied that she understood everything. At the same time, the sword hit the shield. The enemy furiously called them freaks. A powerful and bright stream rose between the opponents. The man clarified, "Did they work so well together?" The protagonist's father and Wu Xin looked confidently at the opponent. The man noted that it was not easy to close the distance. The opponent ordered to attack all at once. They quickly rushed into battle. The opponents screamed in surprise, "What is this?" Hyun-sung instantly turned around and cut the opponents with a sword. The opponent screamed that it was the protagonist. "Why is he even here?" The father turned to MC in amazement. Hyun-sung enveloped his body in lightning and the enemy ordered everyone to retreat. A bright explosion thundered and the opponents quickly ran to the exit. Instantly, their bodies were enveloped in lightning and the men screamed in pain. The opponents turned their heads to the side with great anger and ordered their comrades to run away. Instantly, an ice wall appeared at the exit. The men angrily swung their weapons and having destroyed the wall, yelled that everything was ready. Hyun-sung terrifyingly raised his hand enveloped in mana, looking at the opponents. He created a magic seal and sent an ice storm at the men. The opponent with a frozen body noticed that the attack was of such a level. Instantly, a powerful explosion of mana thundered and the opponent screamed. The man with a red aura in his eyes ordered to kill MC. Hyun-sung looked to the side and asked, "Is something wrong?" He furiously clenched his hand into a fist and created an absolute shield. Explosions thundered in front of the opponents flying towards him. The man holding a sword in his hand approached the protagonist. MC quickly turned around and struck the enemy, dissolving him. Hyun-sung turned his attention to the enemy heading towards him. The man swung his weapon and left a wound on the protagonist's body. MC thought it was a curse. He had not yet fully recovered. These freaks, what did they eat? Hyun-sung kicked the enemy in the face with great force and threw him to the ground. Several opponents appeared in front of the protagonist with the intention of attacking. MC opened his mouth wide in anger and screamed. The opponents instantly froze. Wu Xin quickly hit the man with his shield and threw him towards the cliff. He was instantly enveloped in a red aura, and Wu Xin screamed. Hyungu jumped towards Wu Xin. Strong explosions thundered in different places. The opponents clenched their teeth in rage and exclaimed that it was a curse. The man ordered to seize the protagonist's father. MC ordered them to stop with a terrifying look.